To the January 27th meeting of the Oakland Unified Board of Education. Can we begin with attendance roll call?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Pell, Student Director Ramos, Director Ng.
Here.
Director Yee, Director Williams, Director Hutchinson, Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Present.
and President Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. We are going to recess into closed session today, but before we do, we wanted to do a check for any public comments on closed session agenda items. Please raise your hand if you would like to comment on any of our closed session agenda items. Ms. Floyd, can you call our public speakers?
I'm sorry, we have one, Jim Mordecai.
Go ahead, Mr. Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, thank you for allowing me to speak. And since it isn't last year when I had a right to speak, I am able to speak on your agenda items. And I believe there's an agenda item having to do with real estate. And I'm not clear, and I would request that in the future that there be some type of instruction provided to the public as to what are the parameters, what is it that you can share when you're making decisions about real estate and what you can't. And so I'd like that to be taken up in the future. And then finally, I'd like to point out, it was under the kindness of the chair that I'm allowed to speak. I don't have a right to speak at this time, but what you have left behind is everybody else who might have wanted to speak, who had read the agenda, saw the items that were there, and they wanted to address it, but they never understood that they had the chance to speak. So you're going to have to do more than just provide people that ask to speak. You're going to have to somehow communicate to everybody in the public when they can speak and when they can't speak. And if there's exceptions to be made, as it was made in my case, if you're ignorant, you don't have a right. You don't even have an opportunity. So I would hope in the future that you figure out how you're going to communicate when people have an opportunity and when they don't have an opportunity. It's very, very confusing because obviously there are a lot of people concerned about many of those items, but I was the only speaker. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Mr. Mordecai. We're actually adding to the script starting tonight when what the opportunities are for public comment for each meeting. Mr. Daniels, would you like to say a few words about what is closed session and what is open session with regard to real estate matters?
Sure, Madam President. The two items on closed session as listed in the agenda, if this is what you're asking for, Madam President, are the two surplus property matters regarding Tilden and Shands. It previously came before the board.
No, I think Mr. Mordecai's question was more like, what aspects of real estate can be discussed in closed session versus what aspects of real estate get discussed in open session?
Oh, okay. So there is a provision in the Brown Act that permits for real property negotiations regarding the price to be discussed in closed session. And so, for example, when you are negotiating the terms of a lease, that would typically be done in closed session because that would include the rent that would or the payments that would be negotiated as part of that lease.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. We are going to recess to closed session now. In closed session, we're going to be discussing labor matters, legal matters, and real property matters. We will be back here promptly at 5:30. We will see you. We are in recess until 5:30. Education meeting. We are going to get started with an attendance roll call.
On the attendance roll call, second roll call, Student Director Powell,
Here.
Student Director Ramos,
Present.
Director Ng,
Here.
Director Yee, Director Yee, Director Williams, Director Williams, Director Hutchinson, Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
But this is the roll call for attendance, and President Gonzalez.
I'm here and looks like Director Hutchinson just arrived as well.
Okay, we have
President.
a quorum.
And, okay, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. General Counsel, can we do the call for interpretation?
Yes. Mr. Copenhagen, if you could please explain how somebody would indicate by raising their hand if they need Spanish interpreting.
Yes. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea al español. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación, el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo, seleccione esa imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación, en este momento no se prestará el servicio durante esa parte de la agenda. Para hacer un comentario público, participe como el resto de los participantes. Levante su mano para pedir la palabra. Hable fuerte y claro y haga una pausa después de cada oración para que podamos traducir consecutivamente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhagen. I do see a hand up, and so give me a moment and I will make you a Spanish interpreter as well. Okay, Ms. Ho, if you could do the same in Cantonese.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。Okay, I'm done, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. I do not see any hands, and so at this point, there's no need for Cantonese interpreting. I'm going to take Mr. Yuen off, so there's no confusion.
Great.
Okay, and Ms. Jimenez from MOM, please.
Hey, que buenas tardes, Halvan, Dr. Ini, Kalis Tohlu, Dr. Mam, Achahit Dr. Ini, Don Hatso, Tal Zoom, Coach Scop, Nahata, Coach, Coach Bear, in Octahato, interpretation, Hatso Mam, Coach Skion, Halai, Chick a hash, but after that, Chick a hash, once Dr. Bear, idea, Hal, Kahits of Chain, at Hunche, Tahits of it, Lut of Mam. Então, at Hunche, Tahits of Chavin, Tokyo, and Dr. Bear, a who on lap to Coach na Hachoka Katal Zoom, which got on Coach on who mensaje, on the talk chain, doch at Nitek of Alton, Dr. Chavin, Tokyo. Chonte. And then.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jimenez. I don't see any hands, and so to start the meeting, we will not have MOM, we will only have Spanish, and I will turn it back to you, Madam President.
Thanks. So as a reminder, we will stop before each item and ask about interpretation. If we have not seen demand for a particular language by the time we get to item R, public hearings, then we will not be providing interpretation for the rest of the meeting. And then for those interested in making public comment tonight, we're going to have 6 opportunities. Item K is your chance to talk about items that are not on the agenda. Item L is for public comment on any item on the agenda. And then we will also take public comments during our public hearing on Aspire. There is material revision to expand, consolidated public comment on section T, which is all new business items, and also public comment on agenda matters, the later agenda items on the agenda when we get to item Z at the end of the meeting. Always we have public comments available via e-comment, which you can access via the Legislative Information Center on OUSD website. And then all of us you can also email any of us, first name dot last name @ousd.org. Tonight, all board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting unless we step away for a bio break or something. Staff are only going to be on video if they're presenting or if they're responding to board member questions. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature, which is usually sort of down at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, or you can use *9 if you join by phone. If you speak another language, before you start your comment, just state in either Spanish or Cantonese or Hmong that you want interpretation, and then it'll take us a second to get the interpreter moved from their channel onto the English channel so that they can do simultaneous interpretation for you. Please make sure you're using a current version of Zoom, because if you're using an older version, it is difficult for Ms. Floyd to move you over so that you can make a public comment. Make sure that you have a current version by Googling Zoom update. And then if somebody says something that's inappropriate, I will do my best to address it quickly. But oftentimes they make their comment before I have a chance because I don't control our mic and our videos and so forth. The staff do that. And then finally, just a report out from closed session. Conference with labor negotiators, we received a report and we had a discussion. Item C2, conference with legal counsel. We approved initiating litigation and there was a 7-0 vote. I moved and Director Yee seconded. Public employee performance, item C3, the board took up the matter. Item C4, real property matters. The board received a report, we had a discussion and we gave direction. Item C5, we received a report, we discussed it and we gave direction. That is it for item G, which is our reportable action taken in closed session. Now we're gonna do our recognitions and celebrations. And I wonder if Director Williams is on. Director Williams, are you up for doing a land acknowledgement as we kick off the meeting?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you very much for offering me that. I just want to say, as a board member and representing District 3 and as OUSD, for all of us, that this land recognition is about life, labor recognition. It's about all that's been contributed to us. This land on which we inhabit is physically situated in the original ancestral home of the Ohlone people. We pay respect to the Ohlone and all indigenous people, past, present, and future, and our continual presence in this homeland and throughout their historical diaspora. I ask you to just think about it for a second. To both our indigenous and African forebears, we commit to the continued struggle of liberation and reparations through this, and through freedom, justice, that we give honor to the original peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Williams. Now we can take 1 minute recognitions and celebrations. Do my colleagues have anything they'd like to celebrate or recognize? Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yes, I would like to recognize the work of Vision Quilt and Oakland Frontline Healers. This student-led effort to bring attention to the multitudinous effect of COVID-19 is exceptional. I want the youth to realize that they are uplifting and shining a torchlight on the deleterious effects of this virus, but are demonstrating resilience and offering tangible means to see the glass half full instead of half empty. Blessings to you as you move forward. Also to SOBIO, and that's the State of Black Education in Oakland. I'd like to recognize Dirk, Jamoke, Charles, Benny, Anthony, Marquise, Paul, and Ryan. I want to thank you for having your feelers on the pulse of educational equity for all students, and especially for our African-American students. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Other celebrations and recognitions? Go ahead, Director Davis, Vice President Davis.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to recognize Miss Phoebe Diamond, a third grade teacher at Chabot Elementary, who was named one of the Teachers of the Year last year and was celebrated. I got to be at the Chabot PTA and was just delighted to see her getting celebrated there. And I also want to let folks know that there is a new hub opening at Sankofa Academy, Sankofa United Academy, for our students, unhoused students, foster youth students, and students who are just, really struggling during the pandemic. So that's going to be opening, I believe it's opening this week, managed by after school program staff. So that's great. And just want to really appreciate Carmen Jimenez, I think, given the item on the agenda tonight about recognizing Indigenous people and original ownership of the land. It was beautiful to hear an Indigenous language being spoken, very moving. Thank you.
Ms. Jimenez is an OUSD alum, so we're very proud of her. Other celebrations and recognitions? Okay, well, I'll go ahead, Director Williams.
Yes, I want to recognize Prescott Elementary. They've been doing just an outstanding job reaching out to parents, really just engaging them. I've had a lot of good parent comments. I want to recognize Martin Luther King Elementary as well. They have really just raised the roof on relationships with their families and communities. And I also want to recognize West Oakland Middle School. Their engagement with families and communities has been very, very strong, as well as with the Yemenis community. Just want to shout that out. Thank you very much. And lastly, I want to recognize McClimates for being strong like always. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Williams. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, and I want to recognize Hoover as well, Elementary. Kate, thank you very much. And Lizette, thank you very much for just being so gracious and comforting. Thank you.
Great. Well, I'll just share that this week I had a very, very successful community engagement meeting on the return to school plan. There was like 450 people there, which is unbelievable. That has never happened before, to my knowledge, at a District 6 engagement. So really thank the parents who came out, the educators who came out, the staff, the well-oiled machine. So Ms. Salja Suresh and Ms. Talkington and a bunch of other folks who were there. Thank you so much for your hard work. I also wanted to share just a recognition of our high schools, specifically Nydia Baez at Fremont and Justin Anderson at Skyline for organizing citywide high school enrollment fair. This is a new thing that schools would not just be trying to compete against each other, but actually collaborating as one district, like showcasing all of our high schools. So it's very cool. I'm very excited about it. I hope we'll see that kind of collaboration and esprit de corps continue. And then finally, several of our Skyline students had their work published in our journal called The Beat Within. And so I encourage folks to check out The Beat Within and see our students' published work. Really exciting. Anyone else want to share any celebrations or recognitions? Okay, not seeing any others. We will move on to upcoming future engagement opportunities. I know several of you have engagements on the return to school plan, and hopefully you can also share your upcoming committee meetings. Who wants to go first?
Let's see.
Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson.
Oh, okay, I'll wait. Yes.
Either way, thank you. I just want to make sure to announce District 5, we are having our listening info session around the reopening plan on Monday, February 1st at 5:30. You can fill out the RSVP either on the district website or it's listed in multiple places on Facebook. I'm really encouraging everyone, especially District 5 residents and families, to show up. And we just had a really good planning meeting about it today. And what we're really going to focus on in our listening session is kind of at the end, soliciting feedback for how the community envisions our hybrid plan moving forward as we move to more in-person learning. So Monday, February 1st at 5:30, and I look forward to seeing you all there.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, just as Director Hutchinson, I'm having also an information listening meeting, but it's going to be on February 9th from 5:30 until 7. We have already sent out invitations, and I hope I sent out enough to everyone. But if I fail to, I just want you to make sure that you go to my website, and then you'll be able to let me know if I fail to send you an invitation. I hope to see everyone there. We've sent out about 3,000 so far. So we're expecting a big turnout.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Any other future engagement meeting, upcoming opportunities? Okay, I'll go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Just to say, I had mine last week, and I posted an update about it with some answers to frequently asked questions on my website. So if people missed it, the recording's up on my website, and so are the answers.
Great. Also, just a reminder that this Sunday is the deadline to nominate a classified employee as Classified Employee of the Year. So if you haven't already, please think about that special person who makes your school work or your central office work and nominate them for that opportunity. And then office hours for me, if you want to, I know several people have already RSVP'd, 4 p.m. tomorrow, and you can find that on my website. Director Ng.
Thank you. I just wanted to, we'll have a time later on where the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, will talk about the budget development process that we discussed. But I just wanted to say, since we're talking about upcoming meetings, that we did hold our first Budget and Finance meeting last week. Our next one will be Thursday, February 11th. We will be going and reviewing the first round of the first recommendations of budget reductions at that meeting. And we are also interested, we talked about setting up community engagements for the budget development process as well in March. So we'll have more to report on that, but that's just to foreshadow some other things that are happening in February and March from the budget.
Thank you, Director Ng. Director Thompson?
Yes, am I correct in assuming I can also right now give an update on the Measure G because I am the liaison to the board?
Oh, we'll do that when we get to board member reports.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, Director Yee, when is our next Facilities Committee meeting?
Our next, I'm sorry, I got blocked out of my computer, so can you just give me a quick second to get myself reorganized?
Oh, it's okay. We'll move on. You can always, we'll find another way to.
I just got my Zoom fixed up for me, so.
Okay. Or Director Davis or Director Thompson can also fill us in on next dates.
Yeah, well, it's going to be. Oh, go on, Director Davis. I'm sorry.
Please, Cliff, be my guest.
No, to my knowledge, we're going to be meeting on the 12th of February. But let's see. Let me make sure that I have this down correctly. On the 12th of February, but prior to the, oh, you want to do, okay, prior to the 12th. Okay, I'm sorry, Director Yee.
Thank you. I apologize. I literally just got on. So our Facilities Committee meeting is February 12th at 8 o'clock, but we're also having a facilities retreat on Friday the 5th, where we're just going to go over the annual work plan. So those are our two meetings coming up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, folks, it is 6 p.m. It is so we need to move to our 6 p.m. time certain public hearing. But before we do, let's just take any modifications to the agenda for tonight. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to pull 3 items from the consent report. V42, which is 21-0192. V43, which is 21-0193, and V49, which is 21-0011.
Great. Are there any other changes to the agenda for this evening? Go ahead, Mr. Director Williams.
I'd like to pull V6 and T1.
Is that a consent agenda item?
Let's take a look. Yeah.
So T1 is the Measure BYJ report. Is that the item you're trying to? We can't pull items off the regular agenda.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. You can take.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so V6, any other changes, colleagues,
That's
to
it.
the agenda for tonight? Okay, so we will take those up when we get to the end of the consent agenda. And for now, we need to move to item R, which is a public hearing on the Aspire Public Schools material revision. Superintendent, who is going to lead this piece?
The president of the board first needs to open the hearing.
I officially open the public hearing.
Give me a moment, Madam President. This is the general counsel. I just need to figure out who to promote. So give me a moment while I get those folks made as panelists.
Don't you need to check for interpretation at the beginning of the hearing?
Thank you,
Yes,
Vice President Davis. Let's do it.
All right. Give me a moment then. Okay. Mr. Copenhagen, you are back on, sir. If you would mind doing it for Spanish interpreting. And I'm going to lower all the hands so we can be sure that the hands raised are those requesting for Spanish interpreting.
Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea al español. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación, el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo, seleccione esa imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan interpretación, les pedimos que por favor levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
Okay, I do see a hand for Spanish, so give me one moment. Okay, Ms. Ho, go ahead.
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, General Counsel.
Okay, thank you. Just check. Okay. No Cantonese interpreting is needed. So we will move on to Ms. Jimenez for mom.
G'day, buenas tardes, chonchi majul hal comment at technique al tokhyol a chachi tokchawi tokhyol mam an shay khal no kahtar ni zoom ko na ha tok interpretation coach skoni ha tok mam ton tokchawi ha laila tok shay bro on bahno an tok shay ide coach fani chqawi bish kol shqoni kum min sahet salo to zoom ton tok abi atahi tokchawi tok khyol mam chon de shay.
Are you done, Ms. Jimenez?
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any hands from mom, and so for this item, it will only be Spanish. I do also want to ask, see, Principal Ogier, I have promoted you and Ana Gudiel and Maria Abadio. Is there anyone else that you have to promote for your presentation? Principal Ogier?
Hi, sorry about that. Did you say you had Nicole Williams Browning, Maria Abadio, and Anna, correct?
Not Nicole. So let me just do that real quick.
Yes, please. Nicole Williams Browning, Aspire Superintendent.
Okay, the four of you are now promoted. Okay. And
Thank you.
I believe that the item is up, and I believe, Madam President, we had said 10 minutes for the presentation.
That's right.
So you can begin.
Before we begin, I just want to be clear on who is navigating the deck.
Principal has the control to navigate the deck.
Okay. All right, let's go. Good evening, Board President, Directors, and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. We are here today to petition for increased enrollment for Aspire Edis Academy. Edis is a TK-8 school in the heart of the Fruitvale that successfully serves our students and the community. More than 11 years ago, parents of Dolores Huerta approached Aspire and asked us to take over a school that was failing to meet the needs of the community and students. We began in our current location with the understanding that we would work with OUSD to find a new site. Edis is currently located in a church at 1936 Cortlandt Avenue. The site is inadequate because of extremely small classrooms, little to no play space, inadequate space to serve students with IEPs, limited ventilation, extensive maintenance and repairs, regular flooding and plumbing issues, and wet classrooms when it rains. In 2014, we began working directly with the Board of Education to both secure a site and increase enrollment for Edis Academy. The board unanimously approved Aspire's $30 million 1D grant to both purchase land or a site and to expand our enrollment to serve an additional 348 students. In 2015, Aspire worked with the City of Oakland to acquire and develop a parcel of underutilized land. We then began the work to acquire 1,500 signatures from our community in support of the project. The city agreed to sell Aspire a parcel of unutilized land at Derby and International. In 2018, prior to a final vote from City Council, and without communication to Aspire, OUSD board members reversed course and asked City Council to not approve the land sale. Without support from the school board, the deal was not voted on, and we were forced to forfeit our Prop 1D grant. To this day, the parcel of land is still undeveloped, and Edis continues to be in an unsafe and inadequate facility. Despite that fact, Edis has done what many schools who serve our most vulnerable students do: fight for existence and survival. The community continues to thrive. We have met the vision of all OUSD schools to create a community and space where students and staff thrive. We currently have 237 students and 180 students on the wait list. And to share more about our amazing school, I will turn it over to Principal Ogier.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Just a moment as I toggle back and forth. Good evening, President, Vice President, and Directors. My name is Jenna Ogier, and this is my 4th year as principal of this incredible school where students, families, and teammates feel like one big family. Edis's name derives from our founding family's values: education, responsibility, empowerment, and success. Every day we work to ensure that all of our students are receiving the socio-emotional and academic support they need to become independent learners that will transform the world into a more equitable place. Edis is a TK through 8 school, currently serving 237 students, and our demographics are similar to other schools located within the Fruitvale. 97% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch, and we primarily serve Latinx students. Our instructional program is grounded in our 5 pillars of anti-racism and the belief that critical literacy is the most powerful tool we can equip our students with as they move on to high school, college, and career. To ensure that all Edis students are critically literate, Edis focuses on scholars developing a joyful reading identity by engaging with texts authored by Black, Indigenous people of color, and actively work towards their individualized literacy goals. We use a research-based reading intervention, English language development, and early literacy program. Our literacy focus has also resulted in significant reading level growth. We see this in the doubling number of students reading on or above grade level as measured by STAR each year, in the double-digit growth we saw in our ELA and math scores as measured by SBAC 1819, and the elimination of disproportionate outcomes for our students with IEPs. Additionally, overall, EDIS has continued to be one of the top 3 performing schools serving a similar population in the Fruitvale in both ELA and math. And when you filter for Hispanic students on the California dashboard, EDIS is performing better than every comparison school that was included in these graphs in ELA. Socio-emotional learning is also part of our daily instructional program. We credit our Tier 1 SEL work to the significant reduction of our suspendable behaviors. Finally, we've prioritized deeply engaging our families as partners. Through the pandemic, we have maintained connection and belonging by rooting ourselves in our values and commitment to serving the whole child. We have served and delivered meals weekly, provided one-to-one Chromebook devices for students, hotspots, housing information, and gifted over $23,000 cash directly to our food, housing, and job insecure families during COVID-19. This is on top of providing daily synchronous and asynchronous instruction, differentiated small groups, and our one-to-one services. I'd like to introduce you now to one of our awesome family leaders, Maria Abadillo.
Buenas tardes, representantes del Distrito de Oakland. Mi nombre es María Abadillo. Soy madre de una alumna de 3er grado. Yo comencé mi búsqueda en una escuela para mi hija, una escuela que fuera de alto rendimiento, donde ella se pudiera sentir cómoda y segura y donde yo pudiera ver la dedicación del personal. Y puedo decir con plena confianza que ERES ha demostrado todo eso para mí. ERES es una escuela que ha sobresalido a pesar de la situación que estamos enfrentando con la pandemia. ERES fue una de las primeras escuelas que se adaptó rápidamente con el aprendizaje virtual. ERES es una escuela que se ha esforzado mucho en darles una excelente educación a nuestros niños, pero también ha demostrado una gran dedicación a las familias que acuden a la escuela para recibir apoyo económico, apoyo con alimentos y apoyo emocional. Es difícil negar que el personal de la escuela siempre va más allá de lo que uno esperaría de una escuela. Es un verdadero pilar de apoyo para nuestra comunidad. Sabemos que hay una larga lista de espera muy larga de las familias que desean ser parte de ERES y por falta de espacios siguen esperando, ellos siguen esperando. Piensen por un momento si estuvieran ustedes en esa situación tan desesperante. Les aseguro que lucharán por una buena educación para sus hijos. Quiero dejarlos con esto. Es importante recalcar que ERES es una escuela excelente, una escuela pública. De eso no hay duda. Y creo que muchas familias requieren ese acceso a ella. Muchas gracias.
There's 2 minutes remaining for your presentation.
And I'll offer translation for the board. So Maria said, good afternoon, representatives of the Oakland District. My name is Maria Abadillo. I am the mother of a 3rd grade student. I began my search for a school for my daughter, a school that was high performing, where she could feel comfortable and safe, and where I could see the dedication of the staff. And I confidently say that EDIS has shown all of that to me. EDIS is a school that has excelled despite the situation we are facing with the pandemic. EDIS was one of the first schools to quickly adapt to virtual learning. EDIS is a school that has worked hard to give our children an excellent education, but also has shown great dedication to the families who come to school to receive financial support, support with food, and emotional support. It's hard to deny that the school personnel always goes beyond what would one expect from a school. It's a true pillar of support for our community. We know that there is a long waiting list of families who want to be part of EDIS, and due to lack of space, they continue to wait. Think for a moment if you were in such a desperate situation. I assure you that you would fight for a good education for your children. I want to leave you with this. It's important to emphasize that EDIS is an excellent public school. There's no doubt about that. And I believe that many families have the right to access it. We'll now be hearing from one of our student alumna, Anna.
Okay, this will be your last speaker because you're pretty much at time.
Board President Gonzalez, we messaged your office earlier today that we would provide our own translation and we would not be penalized for that time. There was no communication that we would have to take away time from our presentation for translation services. So
right, so your time ended at 6:18, so I'm not penalizing you for the interpretation. So let's have your last speaker, and then we need to stop for board comments and public comments.
I would like our student speaker to go ahead, and respectfully speaking, the translation did take additional time and we messaged that to your office. But I would like to turn it over to Anna. Thank you. Go ahead, Anna.
Okay.
You.
Oh, okay, could you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ana Gudiel, and I am an ARIS alumni, and now a proud older sister to two students who are currently in the 5th grade. You should know what makes ARIS such a special community is that when you step foot into ARIS, you are not just part of a small school, but a big family. A family made up of staff and students who express love and appreciation for one another and always push everyone to do their very best. My family is a great example of how ARIS has gone above and beyond to support its school community. I came to ARIS at the age of 8 years old from Guatemala. I struggled to adapt to a new country and felt lost in a language that was foreign. But ARIS helped me overcome my fears and gave me the courage to learn and grow. I am here today speaking to you because of the commitment and support from the ARIS teachers and students. My mom has often said that ARIS is not just a school, but our second home. A few years ago, my mom was seriously injured by a car in the Fruitvale area while volunteering for a school field trip. The ARIS community really stepped up and never left our side. From having meals sent to our home, to hospital visits, and even providing transportation to and from school for my sisters and I. We will forever be grateful to ARIS. If someone asked me right now in the middle of this pandemic what my biggest hope was, I would say that it is to keep ARIS open and give more students and families the opportunity to experience all the magic that takes place amongst the ARIS family. Thank you.
Thank you. Principal Ogier, does that conclude your presentation?
I have one final comment, Board President Gonzalez, if I may.
Okay, one comment.
As you can see from our presentation and hear from our staff and community, EDIS is a thriving school that has made significant gains during our last formal year of testing and has gone above and beyond the call of duty to care for families during the pandemic. The intentional focus on meeting the needs of newcomers, strong retention, partnership, and actualizing serving the whole child is seen from everyone who enters the building. We are requesting that the board honor their word to the community and commitment to Oakland students by increasing our enrollment and keeping this thriving school open. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Williams-Browning. Colleagues, are folks okay with starting with public comments? Okay, let's do public comments. Let's do 1 minute. And Ms. Floyd, can you call the first speaker?
Our first speaker is Lucy. Lucy, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucy María Paredes.
Un momento, señora.
Mi experiencia en ERES ha sido fenomenal.
Señora,
enfocan en el aprendizaje de los estudiantes. Entonces, mira. Ajá.
Un momento. All right.
Oh.
Cynthia or David. Let's see. Looks like David, you're not on, so let me bring you up. Okay, David, can you come on?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, señora.
Okay. Mi nombre es Lucy María Paredes, madre de 3 niños de ERES. Mi experiencia en ERES ha sido fenomenal. Se enfocan en el aprendizaje de los estudiantes, los inspira a que sigan la universidad y terminen su carrera. Algo que yo anhelo para mis hijos. Qué gran injusticia están cometiendo al cerrar una escuela de alta calidad y con gran potencial académico. Por favor, ayude a no destruir un futuro de alta calidad para nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
My name is Lucy Maria Paredes, mother of 3 children at the school ERES. My experience has been phenomenal. The school inspires my kids to continue to grow, and what a great injustice it would be to close such a school of high quality. Please help keep the school open.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is City Councilperson Noel Gallo.
Justin, can you hear me? Am I coming across? Thank you. Again, my name is Noel Gallo, member of the Oakland City Council. I served on the Oakland Board of Education for 20 years. I was one of the leaders that formed the ERES school. I don't see the schools as being charter schools or non-charter schools. I see them as educational institutions for the children and family that live here in Oakland. I grew up here in East Oakland, and certainly the quality of education is a priority for my children and my neighbors' children and all our children, specifically in our African American and Latino community. Many of our children have not received the quality attention, education that we all deserve, because the reality in the United States of America, education is the #1 priority for us to be able to succeed. And so I ask all of you to please continue to support the ERES school as a school that when you look at the test results and you look at the attendance rates, I wish that all of our schools had the same attendance rate. And
Councilmember Gallo.
Appreciation for the neighborhood and commitment. So I thank you and I seek your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I think it's very important to understand that once this school was considered in 2018, the most distracting thing that made the school almost impossible was the fact that across the street from the school is a health center, a residential health center, for which there is a struggle for parking. The parking issue was the biggest issue. There was not sufficient parking for the school. There was no parking. And I went into the facility of the residential center. They knew nothing about this school being built. It's inadequate. The developer that brought the land bought a housing facility for multiple housing and tore it down so that this school could be built. So he eliminated housing. There are many, many other issues, but the most important issue is those kids are in an unsafe building right now. Plumbing, and they said that in 2018, but they continue to keep those kids in that school. That's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
That is your time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asa.
It is so clear that the 400 years that African Americans have been in this society, Brown versus Board of Education, that we have given up on Black people in this society. We've given up for Black people, and we've got Confederate racists, the Civil War still going on in the Capitol January 6th. Okay, so let's just do a side swipe around and do a charter school for Latinx and leave out the African American people. The fact of the matter is, I would love to have a conversation with the principal and with Anna, and please explain to me the impact of segregating out a segment of our population for a charter school when my kids are being sent to prison. 70% of the prison population is African-American people. You know, so when you start talking about all these wonderful things you're doing, we came here in slave ships. I'm so sorry, but I do need to talk with you if you're willing to talk so we can clearly understand what the impact is of your charter school taking resources out of my school so my children don't get what they need. This is like a zero-sum game situation.
That is
So
your time.
I'm very disappointed that this is the way the
Speaker,
district chooses to go. It's unacceptable.
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. The statement was made by one person that said something to the effect that it doesn't matter if it's charter school or public school, it's all about education. And that's a big lie. The details always matter. They always matter. And the details is where the devil is. And the devil is the charter school. Charter schools are capitalism. Charter schools is the ability of management, whether it calls itself nonprofit or not, is to make money. A lot of the people there are godlike, dedicated people, and they're in the system. But also the people that want to turn a buck are in the same system. Charter schools, the bottom line, it's about capitalism, it's about money, it's about community control. You lose your power when you go.
Thanks, Mr. Mordecai. That is your time. Colleagues, and for the community, we don't condone name calling or referring to charter schools by, you know, epithets. So that is not the behavior that is condoned by this board or this district. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Reginald Hawkins.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Yes, my name is Reginald Hawkins, and I've been with the district. This is my 31st year. It's actually my first time ever talking to the board, but I felt it was necessary. I mean, there's a lot of talk. Whenever you read the mission of any school, the mission statement, you always find the words at the end of it: safe and learning environment. Safe and learning environment. Meaning the kids is very important to schools. If schools open tomorrow with all the students, you would need security. I mean, and half of the force are women, or maybe more, Black and Hispanic women. I mean, you talk about reimagining school without police. What about reimagining school with a single Black or Hispanic parent able to pay for childcare? What about reimagining the school for a Black and Hispanic mother able to pay for her necessities?
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. That your time is up. Can we get the next speaker, please?
Our last speaker on this item is Ben Tapscott.
Go ahead, Mr. Tapscott.
You know, I want to wish everyone a safe new year. The bottom line is we're not educating our children in Oakland. The charter schools have shown a decline in the last 3 years. Black and brown students make up about 74%, Latinos and African Americans. We have no feeder patterns in Black neighborhoods, and the district has failed to provide for these students academically as well as a school in their neighborhoods. The fact that kids want to move to charter schools, parents think that they will get a better education. When you look at the academic scores, many public schools are outperforming charter schools, but they feel that it's a better place for their children. We're failing in Oakland. We need to turn things around. We need to start to educate our kids. And the biggest problem this district has is we must teach kids how to read by grade 5.
Good to see you, Mr. Tapscott. Ms. Floyd, are there additional speakers?
Yes, we have some additional speakers. The next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, David Castillo. Calling in tonight in support of EDIS Aspire Academy. Just asking you to do the right thing tonight. Think about the children, think about the community, think about the parents, think about the staff. About 10 years ago, I was principal at Oakland Unity High School. I was there for 10 years. And we do have feeder patterns in Oakland, and Oakland is failing kids. And as a high school principal, I saw it. We saw students coming in from Elmhurst, from Frick, from Oakland Charter Academy, from Aspire EDIS, and private schools too. And we knew consistently year over year, children from certain schools were coming in unprepared for 9th grade curriculum. The students from Aspire were coming in prepared. This is a school that is serving its community. And I just ask you all to look beyond the politics and just do the right thing tonight, for goodness sake. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Castillo. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ms. Bumpus.
Good evening, Megan Bumpus. I teach 5th grade at Reach Academy. EDIS sounds like a wonderful school, and its students should have a better facility because all of our students in Oakland do deserve the best. But the issue with expansion of charter schools and the charter systems is that one system's growth leads to another's demise. So what's coming? Charter expansion followed by public school closings via the blueprint process and citywide plan. And most of our schools that close are majority Black. There was a report a few years ago by In the Public Interest about how much money is being drained away from our public system here locally. And I would love to see the board provide evidence to the contrary, that this is not going to hurt our schools. I teach in a school that is majority Black and has always been under-resourced. So how can schools like mine get what our students need when resources are spread thinner and thinner with every expansion? My students matter, my Black students matter. So please make a choice that's good for all of us. And please put Black students at the forefront, because if you have an equity policy, then you need to make sure that every decision you make starts there.
Thank you, Ms. Bumpus. With that, we will move on. We'll go back. Oh, sorry, board member comments. Colleagues, do you have comments or questions? Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yes, I would ask my colleagues if we would think about the fact that we are all educators and we want to promote the goodwill of all students and their learning. And I think we should look at what this school has brought forward, because they have actually talked about their free and reduced population being at 97%, and they're using something that I think is quite important, and that is a researched reading program. If we're talking about increasing the academic prowess of our kids, what we need to do is elevate our conversation to the point where we talk about kids who are traditionally not allowed to participate in a thriving educational program, and then look at the fact that EDIS is actually using a research reading program. I've said this before, and I'm standing on it again. As a Black individual, I understand the importance of reading scores of Black 3rd grade males. And I also understand the importance of interrupting the low reading ability of individuals at the 3rd grade level, so that we can interrupt the school to prison pipeline. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we think about what we're going to do vis-a-vis this institution. Thank you, President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Are there other comments or questions? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. I do have to comment that it does trouble me to see any school in Oakland that has 2.8% African-American students. And, you know, that's always just troubling to see. But I recognize the strong work that EDIS has provided in our community for roughly 20 years. But I have two specific questions about this. It is clear this is not a charter renewal. This is a material revision, which is like a new charter application, because the request is to increase enrollment from 250 to 550. And so in reading through the packet, I saw Assembly Bill 1505 listed, but there was nothing listed for how you were going to address 1505 with your request to almost more than double enrollment. So that is one specific question that I would like to get some clarity to from ARIS. The other thing is, I know that the city has not sold the Darby Avenue parcel to ARIS. And so is this plan contingent on reviving renewed efforts to acquire that public property, which as it stands right now is still City of Oakland property?
I'm happy to take on those questions. I want to get more clarity on your first question, but in terms of your second question, no, it is not contingent on reviving the Derby Street property. In terms of your first question, Director Hutchinson, can you tell me more about 1505 specifically, the specifics you're talking about?
Yes, and I know, especially since it's a new state bill that was just enacted or just became effective July 1st of last year. One of the provisions of 1505 is looking at how charter schools are approved and having more factors. And one of the factors that is considered in 1505 is impact on the surrounding community and surrounding schools. And so a request to more than double enrollment, I was just asking if there's been any work done by ARIS to respond to that question, because it now under 1505 becomes a bigger issue, the question of will doubling the enrollment of Aspire ARIS impact the surrounding public schools in the neighborhood?
Yes, we supplied a financial impact analysis upon request of the Office of Charter School, and we're happy to provide that again.
Mr. Director Yee, did I see your hand up earlier?
Can you hear me? I'm not sure if my
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is somewhat along the line of Mr. Hutchinson's. If you're not planning on the Darby Street project, do you have in mind a prospective site for the additional 300 some students? Or are you planning an expansion of some sort?
We have a 5-year expansion plan. We have gone through the Prop 39 process, and we are working with Office of Charter Schools through Prop 39 to for a 5-year expansion process.
And does that mean that you expect a single site?
No, we are open to a single site. We're also open to a split site.
Do you have questions, Director Yee?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, other questions? Go ahead, Director Ng.
Thank you for the presentation, and also to Maria and to Anna for sharing your stories. And I did have a question, and I do want to say off the top that it is very clear that the facilities is not adequate for the students. And in the resolution that was referred to, it does say that the previous board absolutely supports ARIS identifying and finding a new facility, and that in a process separate and aside from enrollment increase that's before us today. My question was to the Aspire team is, I have two questions. One is around other considerations that you've made in terms of have you thought about looking at merging with another district or charter school within the Aspire network, aside from other alternatives, aside from just the expansion, looking at grade level changes? Has the Aspire considered any other options aside from enrollment increase? That's my first question. And the second was around the financial viability. I believe the renewal from ARIS wasn't too long ago. I want to say it was within the last couple of years. And so I'm wondering why the financial viability did not come up at that point. Thank you.
I'm happy to take on those questions. So to your first question, we firmly believe, and it has been said by this the previous board and many meetings, that Eres is a school that serves our community and should not close. We have gone through many different scenarios to keep the school open. And in terms of the financial impact that we presented 3 years ago when we went through our charter renewal process, we actually did present that information, which is why we went through the whole procedure of the Prop 1D, the increased enrollment for our school, and we have continued to express that increased enrollment was important for our financial sustainability of the school. We would also just want to share that the board did unanimously approve and endorse our growth in enrollment, and then specifically board members, and you specifically board member opposed it later. And so we want to be on record and say that, yes, it was an approval that was then taken away for a school that we all together agreed that this is a quality school that serves the Fruitvale.
Okay, Director Ng, did you have any follow-ups or? Okay, colleagues, I'm not seeing other hands. So with that, we will close this public hearing. And Superintendent, in terms of next steps, this will come back, will it come back with a recommendation from the Office of Charter Schools?
I'll let our Director of the Charter Office, Executive Director, Sonali Muraka, who I believe.
Yes. Hi, good evening.
Just clarify next steps. Thank you, Sonali.
Yes, of course. Good evening, Board of Directors. This is tentatively scheduled for the March 10th, I believe, board meeting.
No,
termination hearing.
February 24th.
Yes, we'll double check that. I think it got moved around potentially. And 15 days before that, the Office of Charter Schools will publish their staff findings report with a recommendation.
Great, thank you, Ms. Marka. Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw, confirming February 24th. Colleagues, we're going to move on. General Counsel, can we do a translation check before we move on to item K, which is public comment on non-agenda items? This is your chance to comment on items that are not on the agenda tonight, but let's do the translation check first.
Yep. Ms. Ho, if you wouldn't mind starting off.
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. No one has indicated a need for Cantonese translation, and so there will be none for this item. Ms. Jimenez, you are up next, and if Mr. Copenhagen or Ms. Ovando could let me know who will be doing the Spanish piece, and I'll bring you off for the translation. Go ahead, Ms. Jimenez.
Hey, kiche khondma khashgo shlo kormat at toqiol mam adjachet akjavin toqiol as jeshal toqtal zoom kosh kom hatok interpretation hatok konjoj coach skioni qiol mam tons taktier ayilti coach pani chqal iwishka ilti tachqan toqah min sahetalo tons che khwatok mam an al machqan tons nats interpretation teh kshak yol hal.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. No one has indicated a need for mom translation, and so Ms. Ovando for Spanish.
Buenas noches. Seguimos viendo asunto por asunto si necesitan interpretación. Por favor, levante su mano en la barra de abajo para indicar que va a necesitar interpretación en español en este asunto. Si no, no se va a proveer. Muchas gracias. O pónganlo en el chat. Levante la mano o en el chat.
Thank you, Ms. Ovando. No indication of the need for Spanish translation, and so for this next item, there will be no language translation. Go ahead, Madam President.
Great. Please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment on non-agenda items. And Ms. Floyd, when you're ready, we can start calling our speakers. Oh, we'll do 1 minute for public comments on non-agenda items.
Yeah, first speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual and a citizen who attempted to partake in this meeting. This meeting is illegal. It's in violation of the Brown Act because the board's agenda starts out and there's no opportunity provided for people to speak before the board goes into secret session. And that's required. On every agenda item, you're supposed to provide an opportunity. But on that particular agenda item, there wasn't an opportunity presented, except a trick was tried to
Thanks,
be.
Mr. Mordecai. That's your time.
And I'm not allowed to tell you what the trick is.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Cesar Escalante.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, honorable members of the board and superintendent. Congratulations to the new directors, Hutchinson, Thompson, Davis, and Williams, and welcome back, Director Gonzalez, G, and Ng. My name is Cesar Escalante. I'm a community and family organizer. I'm here on behalf of families and students at Kid Bridge Academy in West Oakland. Director Williams, thank you so much for the listening campaign and the meaningful commitment to schools and community. We truly appreciate your committing to meet with our families and students tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. We appreciate your engagement in our school. Several of our parents took time off to be there, and they are looking forward to meeting with you, learn about you and your school priorities for this year. To all the other directors, we extend a warm and an open invitation to see our school and meet our families, our students. We love to give you a tour either virtually or in person when that is safe.
Thank
Our
you.
families will be reaching out to invite you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I think it's very important when we bring up these issues of chartered schools that we don't use it to get on our box to say, I promote chartered schools. Mr. Thompson, the discussion was not on the viability of a chartered school. The discussion was to increase the enrollment at the Derby Street site. And I appreciate if you would stick to the subject matter when it's at hand and not promote the value of chartered schools, of that particular chartered school. And the discussion needs to happen. We don't want the same thing that happened at Epic Chartered School. They had to close the school because we weren't able to look at the appropriateness of the facility. The facility that those children are in at Aspire is not appropriate. We need to get those children out of that school. Why don't we have that conversation? Don't promote chartered schools, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olubala. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I'm speaking as an individual. An individual has many years of experience working in special education. And I want to address some of the terminology that's come up in the dialogue around the CAC proposal. One is, what is the Oakland SELPA? The Oakland SELPA, like all SELPAs, is a funding conduit. It may provide services, but it does not decide who has an IEP or what services the child needs. That is part of the IEP team, whose director may then go to the SELPA and looking for services or funding. A couple of facts regarding staff with moderate severe credentials. No charter school that applied for renewal this year had staff with moderate severe credentials, and charter schools who applied had percentages of students with disabilities as low as 4%.
Thank you, Ms. Delton. That is your time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lisa DeGock.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Lisa Gibbs DeGock, Executive Director of Oakland Enrolls. I'm speaking in regards to the enrollment stabilization policy that was introduced as new legislation at the last board meeting. I understand that declining enrollment is an urgent issue facing our city. I hear it from school leaders across Oakland, charter and district. And I do think this matter deserves the school board's attention. But the only way to really solve this problem is to ensure that Oakland families have high quality options to choose from and accessible information with which to make their choice. Building a wall between district and charter school information will only move us further away from a viable solution. Moreover, it will add complexity and cost. Separating the current Oakland School Finder system will make it harder for families to explore public school options and will inevitably increase inequity in the system. Instead, we need to focus on making the enrollment process easier and more equitable for all families. In terms of cost, adopting this policy as written would add at least $100,000 of expenses annually to OUSD. And this would be at a time when every last dollar is needed to help kids, families, and teachers navigate unprecedented challenges. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we call our next speaker?
Next speaker is Asa.
Good evening, Director Davis, Thompson, Williams, Ng, Yi, and President Gonzalez. Would you please explain to me why you've spent all that money on after-school programs last year, and now these after-school program people are teaching in the classroom without credentials? Please talk to your superintendent to find out why we are not hiring our substitute teachers. We're using after-school teachers in the school. I have the evidence. It's very clear. That's what's happening. There are no jobs for substitute credentialed teachers. They are actually using after-school people to do this job. Director Hutchinson, Director Ng, Director Yi, Director Williams, Director Davis, Director Thomas, Director Gonzalez. Is this legal? Please talk to your superintendent about this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Julia Judge.
Hello, Board of Directors. Good evening. My name is Julia Judge, and I work with Oakland Enrolls. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the enrollment policy brought up at the last board meeting a couple weeks ago. The current public school enrollment tools available to families right now were designed specifically to address gaps, information gaps, and increase equity in Oakland. The proposed policy with respect to the no resources for competing schools clause would undermine the efforts and do a real disservice to Oakland families. And in addition to the substance of the policy, I also wanted to voice concern about the manner in which it was created, namely that family, student, and parent voices were not taken into consideration. I understand the stated reason for the policy is fiscal and understand the urgency around enrollment crisis that OUSD is facing. But the practical repercussions of this will be felt far and wide in the families who are most often disregarded when making policy decisions in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judge. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Blevins.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Blevins, and I'm the Special Ed Director at Aspire Public Schools. I'm speaking today to dispel rumors and persistent falsehoods about special education and charter schools. I'm a lifelong educator dedicated to serving students with disabilities, and I'm proud of our programs at Aspire. I'd like to start by clarifying that any charter school that accepts public funding must admit any student that is accepted via lottery, regardless of disability status. In addition, in contrast to the narrative I've heard tonight, across Oakland, Aspire serves on average of 14% of their students with disabilities. We serve students in every eligibility category, including students with moderate to severe needs. At all of our schools, we develop individualized programs for every child, regardless of needs. And we've actually redesigned entire programs at two of our schools, Aspire Triumph Academy and Aspire College Academy, to address high levels of behavioral health needs. We do whatever it takes to serve all students. I want to say loudly and clearly that any child with a disability is welcome at Aspire, and that I really want to end the false narrative that persists.
Thank you, Ms. Blevins. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Reginald Hawkins.
Hi again, board. I have a two-part conversation statement. Let's try reimagining school with school security officers making enough money to not have to work 3 or 4 jobs. Let's try imagine school security officer women, not a single parent, making enough money to be able to take care of their bills and pay their rent and not have to struggle. And I just want to jump to another part. The other part is as for charter schools. I know that most charter schools are, if not all of them, are in the Black community. And thus, the enrollment going to be mostly Black and Hispanic schools. All of you guys who are against a charter school, what are your solutions? What is your solution? And if you don't have one, shut the hell up. And all of you who for charter school, figure out what you're going to do for Black and Hispanic kids. Thank you.
So folks, it is not acceptable to speak that way during board meetings. We're trying to model for our students and for our community the way that we hope that people would treat each other. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Melvin Phillips.
Good evening, board and the superintendent. We're at the threshold of coming into close to the end of a school year, and once again, we still in a dilemma. We as a union and SSOs, we were in negotiations with the district behind a new job description, and it was taken off the table because we couldn't come to agreements, but I thank you for allowing the SSOs to stay on. The job description was a violation of our contract. We were still interested in that job description, but of course, like I said, the district snatched it off the table. So, you know, we do want to have that job description. So I'm hoping that the district will come back to the table with it so we can have further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ben Tapscott. Ben Tapscott.
Okay, let's come back for him. Oh, there he goes.
There he goes. Yeah.
We've got 6 high schools in East Oakland. 4 of them are charter schools and 2 are public schools. Castlemont has been destroyed in terms of curriculum. We have 4 principals, I understand, at Skyline. I don't understand that. 2 principals over at Fremont. We have inequity curriculum in Castlemont and McClymonds and Fremont, which needs to be addressed. We haven't heard the latest lead report on McClymonds. Acorn has a chemical problem that needs to be addressed, and the public is not getting information. I understand parents at Castlemont still are trying to get Chromebooks from the principal, and we need to definitely put more money on the front end for resources and support and the reading. If we don't teach our kids to read, all these other programs and PowerPoints are irrelevant.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rich Harrison.
Good evening, Rich Harrison, Lighthouse Community Public Schools CEO. President Gonzalez, I want to thank you for recognizing charter schools as public schools and for calling out that inappropriate language earlier today in public comment. Thank you for your leadership. I'm concerned that the continued misrepresentation of public charter schools as privatization goes unchecked by OUSD leadership at these meetings. I'm also concerned with some board members using privatization to characterize our charter schools. Charter schools are public schools and are legally recognized as public schools by the state and federal government, and that should be clarified by OUSD leadership every time someone uses this misrepresentation. These misrepresentations have two negative impacts. First, it emboldens people to use targeted, racist, inappropriate language to further the polarization. Second, it marginalizes school choice and agencies all families deserve, especially our Black and Brown families. Ms. Gonzalez, thank you for your leadership, and please continue to address this misrepresentation of charter schools and stop the use of racist, targeted language so that we can maintain all families at these board meetings.
Next speaker is John Fast.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Fast, and I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm coming on this Zoom to say that I support the Reparations for Black Students resolution, and I'm asking the school board to unanimously pass the Reparations for Black Students resolution by February 28th, 2021. Work in partnership with the city, county, and private philanthropy to identify and secure the millions in annual resources necessary to implement the Reparations for Black Students resolution by June 30th, 2021, and support a community-driven implementation and monitoring plan that is included in the OUSD strategic plan by June 30th, 2021. And that's all I have to say, and I really hope this is taken seriously, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Fast. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dave Bird.
Good evening, board. Just want to touch on a couple things. I'm here to support the Black reparations proposal that Black Organizing Project and OEA have spent a lot of time putting together. As a member of the board team, I just wanted to publicly state that I am in support of it. I wanted to speak to the assertions about charter schools and public schools. Don't want to get emotional about it, but we do know that many of the charter schools in Oakland received PPP money on top of the ADA money that they received. And that is a good reason why we have made a distinction about some of the things that that's in the proposed policy for enrollment. And lastly, the district has a strategic plan, and many of the things that we like to do, especially in the arts, are we're unable to do because of having 30% charter schools. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bird.
Theo.
Hi, good evening, David Castillo. Speaking right now, and good evening, OUSD Superintendent Kyla Johnson-Trammell and OUSD Board, both returning and newly elected board trustees. Speaking as an OUSD parent, I want to appreciate the Joaquin Miller Elementary community. Just throw an appreciation out there to the school that we attend. Ms. Green and her team have done an excellent job during the pandemic, supporting all students and families. And like so many other schools, dealing with the trauma of the pandemic, and they've done a really good job. So I wanted to make sure to put out some positive energy out there to the District 4, Gary E., Joaquin Miller Elementary community. I live in District 7. We don't attend our neighborhood school. So we choose, we exercise an option within OUSD. It's called school choice. So when we talk about public charters and public district, let's think about choice more universally and more respectfully, especially in Oakland with our private school, public district, and public charter school brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Castillo. Colleagues, we will now move on to item L, which is public comment on agenda items. So this is an opportunity to comment on items that are on our agenda tonight. We will take public comments of 1 minute in length. And Ms. Floyd, can you begin to call our speakers?
Madam President, we do a quick interpreting check, please.
Thank you, General Counsel.
All right, Ms. Ho, if you could check for Cantonese.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. no indication for Cantonese translations, so there will be none for this item. Mr. Copenhagen, you may begin, please, sir. Oh, I need to take him off as an interpreter. One moment. Sorry, Mr. Copenhagen, go ahead now. We can hear you. And while we're waiting for him, just so you know, members of the public, I'm going to lower your hands so that we don't accidentally confuse your hand with a request for interpreting.
Can
Go
people
ahead,
hear
Mr.
me?
Copenhagen.
I believe you took Cynthia Ovando off.
Oh,
yeah.
Ms. Ovando, do you want to do it?
Yes, I might as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Sí, buenas noches. Si por favor puede indicar que si va a necesitar interpretación al español, por favor levante la mano en la barra de abajo o ponga en el chat que va a ocupar traducción. Si no levanta la mano o si no nos indica de este modo, luego para este asunto no se va a proveer la traducción. Gracias.
Okay, no hands raised for this, and so therefore no Spanish interpreting. And Ms. Jimenez, if you are still on, if you could ask for any needs for mom translation.
هيك جاكون ما خور لكم الدقيول أشياء تكتبين دقيول إيدي شالتيا وان تكتبائي ها تكخ مش كمان كشوني هم من ساهل دون تكتبين إيدي قاعدة قيول ما.
Are you done, Ms. Jimenez?
Yes.
Okay. I do not see any requests for moment translation, and so for this item, there will be no translation. Thank you to the interpreters. Ms. Gonzalez, President Gonzalez, go ahead.
Okay, please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment on an item on our agenda tonight. And Ms. Floyd, we'll do 1 minute comments. Please begin calling our speakers.
Our first speaker is Kim Davis.
I wanted to talk about the consent agenda. Is this the right place to do that? Or do I do that later?
Yes, this is perfect, Ms. Davis.
Okay, I just wanted to comment about the Prop 39 offer. I wrote a letter to you all. I think that it's really important that we get kids in school and that we get them in school safely. And I think it's inappropriate for you not to be using the COVID standards that your district has set up in order to ensure that students will be safely in classrooms in the fall, both for schools that do not have co-locations as well as schools that do have co-locations. So I think I would ask that you direct staff to recalculate those numbers so that we are in fact putting students in safe spaces in the fall and not preventing them from going back to class because we've overcrowded as a result of not calculating properly now. Thank you.
Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Kampala Resifer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please.
All right, great. So my name's Kampala Rancifer. I'm a parent and teacher in this district, as well as executive association. And we want to encourage every board member to support the reparations for Black students resolution. This resolution comes from the voices of Black students, parents, and educators. It's a call to address systemic racism that's been long ignored in this district. Right now, we need real solutions for our students. We need solutions that go beyond programmatic changes and begin to address the magnitude of this problem. We need to stop school closures that are often targeted at schools with large populations of Black students. We need to recruit, develop, and retain Black educators and create safe working environments for our members. And we need to close the Black digital divide. We want to move this to a first read on February 10th, and we want to have a final vote on the 24th in honor of Black History Month. So let's show our students, our families, our educators, and the world that we are committed to give them what they are owed. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you call the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Bacolia Manigo.
Hello, board. Good evening to you all. My name is Bacolia Manico. I'm the executive director of Bay Area Parent Leadership Action Network. I'm also a mother of 3 Black children here in Oakland, proud to be a Oakland Unified School District parent. I'm here tonight to offer my support to this very revolutionary, radical, whatever you want to call it, resolution, reparations for Black students. We've worked hard to engage the Black community here in Oakland, Black students, Black parents, Black teachers, Black educators, Black everybody. And what we heard very loud and clear is a need to feel prioritized, to feel the board take a stand and call for a coordinated plan, action that folks have not seen from this board in many years. And so we're looking forward to having this come to a first reading on February 10th. Now is the time where the community needs to hear that this board is committed to addressing the issues that are hitting our Black students disproportionately and their families, especially in COVID. We're excited to see the discussion, to hear what comes up and all the things that can be possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asa.
Good evening, Board President and Board Vice President, and our board. Our individual board members. One of the things, there are 2 things here. One is, I really don't understand why substitutes have lost their jobs and why it is that the school district decided to plug in, and probably it's the principals, I don't know how it's happened, but we have a lot of after-school people taking these jobs from substitutes. And that's very disappointing to see that the district is not following through on its responsibilities. The other thing is that throughout the entire district, I work in a lot of different schools, and I walk in these schools and I ask them, and you ask them, why don't you ask them, what are you doing for Black History Month? They look at me like, well, we're doing Valentine's Day and we're putting this in the bags of the little kids and this, I'm writing a teacher, right? I'm writing a principal right now.
Sure, time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Before you start my time, the items pulled, do we address them now or at this point? 3 items will
now.
Now, thank you, sir. I want to address item 5V6. It was a summer school program, June 1st through November the 30th. This program is completely over with, and you're approving it tonight. I want to demonstrate for you how you accommodate other students, and African-American students are not accommodated. You have V11, which accommodates the needs of newcomers. V13 is accommodating the Pacific Islander community. V20 is accommodating the Asian speaking students. And then you have another item that is V40 that addresses immigration advice and preparations to bring teachers from abroad. But we have to have a task force to deal with the needs of African-American students. And I don't think that's fair. V42 is a charter school where you want to go to McClymonds for a charter school. Unacceptable. Unacceptable for the American Indian Public School to go to McClymonds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Oakland City Council member Carol Fifi.
Actually, this is not Carol Fife. This is her daughter, Luna Fife. I'm an OUSD student, and we deserve investment. Our needs should not be secondary. Our system should uplift and encourage Black students, not demean and belittle their intellect and ability. In spaces that are meant for learning and growth, we should not be worried about getting called the N-word with a hard R, or wondering why the only time of month Black issues are discussed is the 1 month out of the year with the same lesson plan every single time. We've consistently been failed by our administration. We deserve environments that inspire academic and personal growth, where we feel safe enough to express ourselves and our Blackness in a way that is not penalized by the systems that were supposed to support us. This is not an essential, this is obligatory. By neglecting us, you are doing a disservice to every single Black student whose potential has been stifled by an anti-Black school system. reparation for Black students now.
Thank you, Ms. Fife. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Janini Grantham.
Please proceed, Ms. Grantham. If you're able to unmute yourself, you can talk now.
Yes, I am unmuted.
Okay.
Good evening to the board. My name is Janine Grantham. I am a Black woman with Black children and a Black educator. I come to you tonight to say that we are the gatekeepers of our children. I come to you tonight on behalf of this resolution, the Black Reparations Resolution, and imploring the board to please stand with us as the gatekeepers of our children to pass this resolution. I come to you tonight to also say that our Black children are brilliant with Black minds, and we understand that there will not be no further harm to come to these children. And so I stand with you tonight to say, listen to our Black community, listen to our Black children, and to please ensure that this resolution on behalf of all Black children and Black families come to a place where they will no longer be subject to institutional racism and to the harm that has come their way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reginald Hawkins.
Yes. I just want to say the reason why I'm taking this position is because, I mean, I'm not really impressed by titles or your position. I'm impressed by works. You know, I just want to see what you're going to do for the people. You know what I'm saying? There is a Bible scripture that says, the vile person shall be no more called liberal. I mean, if you're going to, a lot of time, we hide behind, some of you guys hide behind these titles and these slogans, but you're really not doing anything for the people of color. You know, you hide behind those slogans, people of color or community, those words such as those. But
thank you so much, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
How much more damage are we going to do to West Oakland? We've closed Cole, we've closed Marcus Foster Middle, we closed Marcus Foster Elementary, we've closed Hoover Middle, we've closed Lowell Miller, and we've closed Lafayette. We can't get the lead out of the school. We can't get boilers to heat the water. We can't get the school repiped. We can't get a good curriculum, and you will not, for whatever reason, give us a feeder school. The fact that you cut the lifeline off of McClymonds High School, and now the thought of American Indian coming to West Oakland and depriving those kids of a quality education is absolutely shameful. This district has not done the things in East Oakland and in West Oakland that should have been done long time ago. And the superintendent needs to step up.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Kimberly Gila.
Yes, I just want to mention the reparations. I hope that passes in the future. I'm a mom of an African young man. He's an adult now, but still. And also, I'm with the Color of Change. That's how I heard about this meeting tonight. And I heard about the petition going on for reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Kelly Bresso.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Kelly Bresso. I'm co-chair of the CAC, and we're asking the following be included in your fiscal legislative agenda. Readopt the language from your 2019 legislative platform requiring charter schools to share in the cost of the education of Oakland students with IEPs, with the range of options tailored to the city, which would include but not be limited to participation in the SELPA in which it is geographically located. Require that applications for new or renewing charter schools include an explicit plan for employing or contracting staff with moderate severe teaching credentials. Readopt the language from your 2020 legislative platform asking the state to recognize and address the unique costs associated with educating and serving students with severe disabilities who require multiple services and therapies as determined by the individualized education program. I'm also asking if the next speaker be called will be our Vice Chair, Alan Purcell, so he can continue with the recommendations the CAC is asking. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Purcell.
Hi, I'm Alan Purcell. I'm speaking as the Vice Chair of the CAC. To continue reading the letter, we further ask that the state update its 40-year-old education code definition of severity to reflect the educational needs of the student versus the category of disability in order to assure that discussions and decisions about funding for students with severe disabilities can take place with clarity. And last, we support the state of California in advocating that the federal government fully fund the 40% of IDEA costs as it is referenced in the governor's January 2021 budget. The CAC met and passed these recommendations in order to get something in front of the board. I'm not seeing any legislative committee meetings on the public calendar or opportunity for public or parent community comment on these important matters. We felt it was important to get to this before the board within this budget conversation. Special education costs have long been a complaint of the board, despite that these are mandated services that OUC students receive in order to thrive. Our hope is that these recommendations that do affect the budget are added before they can be complained about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Antron Liu.
Hi, good evening. My concern is regarding Prop 39. I saw on it that you guys did some calculation about schools and empty classroom, and I'm 100% sure that that calculation is wrong. I have a daughter at Montero, but now I want to know if you guys took that calculation with COVID into account, because with COVID and school reopening, there will be a limited numbers of students being in the classroom. I'm 100% sure that every classroom, at least at Montero and many other schools, will be in use. So how is it beneficial to the current student to add another school like American Indian Charter to that? As well as we all know the shady business of American Indian Charter. So I'm not sure what's the purpose of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ishmael Almendares.
Hello, everybody. I just rise today to support the Black reparations. As a Latino teacher here in the district, I have witnessed multiple instances of where anti-Black racism has permeated throughout our system. And it's time. The time is now for us to look at the data about who's being most affected by our current system. And what the Black reparations does, it gives us an opportunity to start addressing some of the long-standing failures that we, and when I say we, it's a collective we have failed our Black students. So I urge you to look at that, to adopt it, and to let's invest in our Black students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Divya Farias.
Hi, my name is Divya Farias. I'm a special ed teacher in East Oakland at CCPA. I know that later in the agenda tonight, you're going to be voting on the Black Lives Matter week for Black History Month. And I want to bring it to this resolution for reparations for Black students, because I think the question of whether Black Lives Matter is a material question that you can answer because you're the school board and you direct where the funding goes. So pass the resolution. We need to meet the academic, literacy, socio-emotional, technological, wellness needs, all of the needs of Black students and their right to thrive in public non-charter schools that will not be closed. And beyond that, student learning conditions are equal to educator working conditions. So that means retaining the right of Black teachers, support for Black teachers, make plans to recruit them, not allow them to be choked and silenced and fired as Darnisha Wright was in 2019, and grandfather in the SSOs, 85% of whom are Black workers, into the climate ambassador positions and retain their pensions.
Thank you, Ms. Farias. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Christina Walker.
Hello, my name is Christina Walker, OUSD school psychologist, commenting in support of the Reparations for Black Students resolution. Black students in Oakland are more likely to be labeled with a learning disability than perform at grade level in reading and math or be A through G compliant in high school. Almost 1 in 3, I repeat, 31% of Black students in Oakland have an IEP and are designated to receive special education. Even when you account for low incidence eligibility designations, this is profound overrepresentation in special education, where the average California public school has 6 to 10% SPED representation. Black students in Oakland are more likely to be labeled as emotionally disturbed than be enrolled in an advanced placement class. These trends are nothing short of institutional racial violence. It is imperative that Black student success is finally prioritized with intentional and robust intervention supports, rather than over-relying on SPED as a catchment system to mitigate deeply rooted disenfranchisement and generations of harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. So with that, we will move on to item M, which is our special orders of the day. This is a celebration of our 40 plus years educators. And I think Ms. Gard or Ms. Superintendent, you can tell me who will be leading us through this.
Our Chief of Talent, Ms. Tara Gard. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Gard, 1 second. General Counsel, do we need to do an interpretation check?
Yes, Madam President. Mr. Copenhagen, if you could do the check for Spanish, please.
Apologies, Mr. Daniels, it's Cynthia Ovando. Buenas noches. Si alguien necesita interpretación en ese momento, por favor señálelo levantando la mano, haciendo clic en la barra de abajo o poniendo en el chat que necesita español. Si no nos avisa que lo va a necesitar, entonces para este asunto no se va a proveer la interpretación. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, I don't see any hands for Spanish. Ms. Ho for Cantonese.
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. I don't see any hands for Cantonese. Ms. Jimenez.
Hey, que che kon ma khashkhor shlo aan khomel atta khion mam atjashit of jamil ba khion mam khakh dal khuzum kor kom na khato ka khab ko kchpe ay wish ka kwalish fani hu hu mem sa tsalo ton se khab in ya chahit of jamil ba khion mam chon te che. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. No hands. And therefore, for this item, there will be no interpreting. Go ahead, Madam President. Thank you.
Great, Ms. Gard, let's hear the good news.
Thank you. I know I do have slides, a few slides. I think we may need up the board. Okay.
Okay, well, while the staff get those pulled up, maybe you can just kind of get
Sure.
going.
All right. So good evening, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, President Gonzalez, board directors, community, and staff. Thank you for having me here tonight to talk about our employees at Oakland Unified School District who have worked in Oakland for 40 or more years. And these employees have worked consecutively. So 40 or more years in all types of positions, from teachers, paraeducators, noon supervisors, truck drivers, admin assistants, speech therapists, and more. And they are at schools across the district, ECE centers, MLK, Elementary, McClymonds, Roosevelt, Allendale, Bridges, Oakland Tech, West Oakland Middle School, in special education, some of our central office departments, and others. So if you were to see the slides, then you would see a list, but now that we don't see it, it's okay because it is in the agenda. So you'll see a list of names, and that is 42 employees that we're presenting tonight. And Miss Hayden, who's been here the longest, it's been 56 years for her. She started on April 1st, 1965. So if you think about that, April 1st, 1965, she started as a teacher at MLK, and she is still there at MLK. She teaches kindergarten, and I've been talking to her before, and I have to tell you this, she says that she has perfect attendance. And for anyone to have worked for 56 years with perfect attendance, we have to name that. And I please take time to look at the agenda, look at the list. You'll see the names of many people who've been here, and this is just the beginning. So we're sharing the names with the board tonight.
President Gonzalez, there is no presentation, but I can share what is attached to it.
Okay, is there a way to make Ms. Guard a co-host so that she can run the deck from her computer?
Why don't I keep going? It's okay. Yes, you know why? We are having Honoring Our Own. It's an annual event. We did not have it last year with the pandemic. We're going to do it virtually this year. And at that time, we'll be lifting up each of these employees virtually. So, and at that time, you'll get some more information there. So thank you, board. And I'm honored to be able to lift up these employees and get to know them throughout this year.
Great. I want to say sincere thank you to all of our staff, but especially the ones who've been so dedicated to our students for all these years. Colleagues, would you like to make any remarks? Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yes, I would like to congratulate all of the workers. And I just want to give you this little saying: you can follow your dreams or reach for the stars. Wherever you go, just follow your heart. And I'm so excited because I've had the opportunity to work with many of these individuals from McClymonds High School, Roosevelt, Franklin, Oakland Tech, Garfield, Dewey. And I just want to say that I have the opportunity to work with many of you throughout the district. And so I just want to say, with your wonderful, wonderful way of teaching, what you've done to help our kids, I just want to say I'm humbled by what you've done. Congratulations, and thank you very much. Thank you, President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Other colleagues? Go ahead, Director Yee. I know you're thinking about, well, how long have I been here? Nobody recognizing me.
Well, thank you, President Gonzalez. The amazing thing is I too wanted to call out a few folks. And but what I realized is there's so many people here that I really don't know by name. And, we're a big district and people come and go. And it's wonderful, Ms. Gard, that you would highlight the folks here and the schools that they work with and the number of years. But the two I wanted to just really smile with great pride in is Miss Juanita Matthews, who I met in her 40th year teaching at Emerson Child Development Center. Then board member Jody London and I went to visit the Child Development Center there, and she was beaming. The kids were, marvelous. But her big pride was that the Beast Oakland, Marshawn Lynch was a big memory of hers, of one of her students, and he, contributed much to her classroom when he made his own success as a pro football player. And the second one I wanted to highlight is further down the list, I think it's the 41st year now, is Miss Marietta Joe, who's a teacher at Oakland Tech in the Paideia program now. I met her when she was teaching at Fremont High School in her very first year of teaching. And it just shows you, those are just two. There's many more people on this list, but they exemplify two educators who come at their jobs in the Oakland way, in very different communities, in very different span of our client population, our student population, but both contributed mightily to my pride in the Oakland Public Schools. So I want to congratulate them and everybody else on this list. And I wish I was on that list myself. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Yee. Other colleagues? Director Ramos, I see you came on video. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. I was just thinking about Miss Hayden, and I don't have the pleasure of knowing her, but she is the same age that she's been working for the OUSD, as the same age as my mom is. So that is amazing, that the fact that, when my mom was born, she started working for OUSD. So congrats to her, and congrats to all of the teachers who have supportedly helped all their students. And I know all the students who have been part of their teaching experience probably have the best memories with them. So I want to thank you. And I'm again with Director Thompson. I'm so humbled to have this experience with y'all.
Thank you, Director Ramos. Other colleagues, it looks like Director Hutchinson, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to share the sentiments and give a big thank you to all of our staff, especially staff that have lasted with OUSD for over 40 years. As the son of a teacher who spent over 40 years teaching in OUSD, I understand the sacrifices that many of our employees have made in order to stay working for OUSD. And so I appreciate their service, and I appreciate this effort to highlight their service. And since Director Yee brought it up, I also want to give a little shout out to Ms. Joe, who actually was my brother's teacher and really helped him on his way. And so this is a really nice thing to see. I think it's really reflective of some of the history and institutional memory that we still have left in OUSD. And hopefully it's these kinds of things that we can really build off of moving on to the future. So thank you everyone for your service.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Any other comments from my colleagues? Go ahead, Director Williams.
Yes, when I look at the years of service, what I see is all these individuals made a decision early on in their lives, right, to actually be a part of the school system, to nurture, to support, to grow, to mentor, to love, to just be there for young folks. That decision happened early on. And so I'm so proud to see that. And what I call that is you are the unsung heroes, right? Like you're getting a little due right now. We're really appreciating you. But for, 40 years, you've been putting in the work, and not very many people knew that you're putting in the work besides those that you were blessing. So I am really appreciative to see you there, see you make 50. I'm at 20 right now, and I don't think I'm gonna get to 44. So I just wanna let you know, congratulations to all the classified workers, CDC, paraeducators, instructional aides, right on, all love. So I just want to appreciate you, because I always say it when I say it, like I'm gonna say it now. You are the backbone, right? You make the school run. Without you, you continue to keep us moving. You continue to greet us. You continue to love us and help us and hold us. And thank you again.
Thank you, Director Williams. I want to take public comments, but Superintendent, before we do, did you want to say anything?
Absolutely. Yeah, first, just Ms. Gard, thank you for just providing one of many opportunities to highlight and recognize all of our retirees, but particularly our teachers and educators that have essentially devoted their entire life to the education of our students. That is incredible. It's honorable. There's no amount of words to just express our gratitude for what you have done actually for generations of students. And I'm sure there are many students where you have changed the trajectory of that particular student's life and family by what you were able to pour into the students when they were in your classrooms under your care. So we deeply appreciate your service. And I hope that you all are healthy and that you are going to enjoy and savor and relish in every moment of relaxation that you deserve. Take advantage of it. Please stay in touch and mentor those who are coming in the field and share your wisdom. But enjoy and relax on whatever will be the next journey of your life. So we appreciate you and thank you for all that you have done for our students.
Thank you, Superintendent. With that, we'll take public comment. Ms. Floyd, can you, I see our union president here. So can we take our public comments?
Yes, our first speaker on this item is Keith Brown.
Good evening, board. I just want to honor the work of our employees in the Oakland Unified School District. Myself, as a product of Oakland Public Schools, from Garfield CDC to Hawthorne Elementary, Bret Harte Middle School, and Skyline, is just the deepest gratitude for your service for our students in Oakland. And it's just the work of our OUSD employees that makes the impact that has helped folks like myself do what I do today. So just my deepest gratitude to everyone honored today. Much appreciation for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kim Davis.
Thank you. I also want to just, so in awe of folks who dedicate their life to education and to shaping young people for future generations. I don't know all of them, but I do know a few, and I'm going to say how amazed Ms. Joe has been this year during distance learning, engaging kids. My daughter is thriving in her class, and I really appreciate the extra effort that she has put in and how she has really made the content so engaging for kids. And I also want to just shout out Miss Mundy from who is at Prescott. She's been there 33 years of her 40-year career. I was in a Prescott meeting earlier today, and we were all very excited and proud of Miss Monday for all that she's done. She's a beloved member of the community, and thank you to all of you.
Our next speaker is Asa.
Good evening, board. I am just awestruck by another teacher that I worked with for 4 years. I just found out, but it's just, I can't even believe it. It's just absolutely amazing. The work is so hard. I've worked in a lot of different industries, and I swear I have no idea. It's just, I tell my friends, if you see a teacher, you really should genuflect. It's just absolutely amazing what teachers do. Thank you, President Brown of the union. and particularly, you know, Mike Hutchinson, folks who really came out and know the history. But I just almost tears come to my eyes, the fact that people have made this kind of dedication, because it is not easy. It's the hardest job that I ever had. And it's just not something I can do. It's just overwhelming. So I just bow down to people who have done that. It's just absolutely amazing. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Melvin Phillips.
Good evening again, board and superintendent. I'm just in awe, just all the names that I've seen on the list. Just reflecting back on my own school time when I was young, and the reflections and all the teachers that touched my life as I was growing up. I just can imagine how a lot of the students feel today of those teachers who've been around for 40 years and more, especially when you say something like 1965. Come on now, I was just a little lad at that time. I didn't even think about too much about school at that time. I was too busy having fun. But yet and still, there was teachers in the elementary school I was in that molded me into the man that I am today, that I would be able to send those same traits to my children. And so I just thank you, Tara, for pointing these individuals out. It's well-deserved for them, and I really thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
Well, I know a lot of the names on the list. Started in Oakland in 1964, my first job out of college. So I'm definitely a senior. I commend all those teachers that taught in Oakland. It was the first job I ever had at McClymonds High School, and I loved every minute. Couldn't wait to get there. Stayed late, got there early, but congratulations. Paulette Taylor was a student of mine, and I see her name on the list. So I guess I am getting old, but congratulations to all the teachers.
Our next speaker is Melisha Lindsay.
Good evening, Superintendent Trammell, President Shanti, and board members. I just want to congratulate all those who stayed around for 40 plus years and 40 plus years and won a floor, because you guys know that it's hard for individuals now to stay around for 1 year and one job. So I do have a couple ASSE members that I want to shout out. Glenda Harris from, I think Glenda works at Burbank, and Valerie Taylor in Montera, Thung Han Tran, Oakland High, Barbara Scott, she works directly with me in Yucatan, and Alice Thompson from Nutrition Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Our
Lindsay.
next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I want to thank all of those individuals who gave so much time to this rewarding opportunity to be in the lives of children. I did it for 31 years. And I just want to use this as a chance to say to all you young people, you will never have a greater opportunity than to be in the lives of children and to give those children an opportunity to reach their fullest potential. So if you're thinking about the greatest job you could ever have, become a teacher. Thank you.
We have one more speaker, President Gonzalez.
Okay.
Dr.
Good evening. Thank you so much to the board. I just wanted to briefly comment on two things. One, it warms my heart and fills me with such joy to see our educators, longtime educators, being honored, and especially to see our teachers' aides in the child development centers, as well as our paraprofessionals, paraeducators in the child development centers. Early education is not an easy field. It's a foundation on which the rest of our education rests. And I just want to really appreciate those educators that have done this for a long time specifically. I also want to speak in support of the Reparations for Black Students campaign, which is also a huge part of lifting up our Black students and families and our educators, our Black educators who've given so much to this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Douthert. With that, colleagues.
Board President Gonzalez, I just wanted to make a correction that our Chief Talent Officer made me aware of, which is that these individuals actually aren't retiring. We're just recognizing their years of service.
I wondered about that. Thank you for
So
clarifying.
I reserve my, you can put on hold my congratulatory comments and I'll say hashtag they ain't done yet.
Enjoy your spring break that is coming up. There we go.
Thank you,
Okay,
Ms. Carr.
Director Yee, very brief because we got to get a student report.
But this is a slight factoid. In 1983, in the 1980s, Director Thompson and I both were under the tutelage of two of these teachers at Franklin Year-Round School as co-educators, as colleagues, Miss Imelda Ojeda and Miss Edith Montez. They taught us a lot about bilingual education in a year-round school in the 1980s. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention them, shout them out.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to item N, which is a student board member report.
Madam President, this
Yes?
is a voting item.
I will entertain a motion to adopt the recognition.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor and a second.
By whom?
Director Yee moved and Director Thompson seconded.
Okay. On the roll call, Student Director Powell.
Yes.
Student Director Ramos,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson. Director Hutchinson. All right, Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis
Yes, with much congratulations.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Now we will move on to the student board member reports. I'll turn it over to Directors Powell and Ramos.
Thank you, Director and President Gonzalez. If my Wi-Fi cuts out, I am so sorry. My power went out this morning and it's trying to come back together. So I will pass it on to my colleague. Yes, that's all. I just wanted to make sure. Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, community members. Good afternoon, students. And good afternoon, community. President, do we need interpretation before we begin?
Oh, yes. General Counsel, do we need to do a check?
Yes, thank you, Director Ramos. Okay, Ms. Ovando, or Mr. Copenhagen, excuse me. If you could ask for Spanish interpreting.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Busque el icono de Interpretation. Es el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo. Seleccionen la imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, por favor levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Gracias.
I don't see any hands, so no Spanish interpreting. Ms. Ho?
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上邊舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. No hands for Cantonese. Ms. Jimenez for Mum.
Hei che con ma khashkhor shlo an thomas at tokhyol a chachi tsokchav in khlo tokhyol an shi to khata kat ni katal zoom ton tokchpe ati khap ton sit tachche ka khash a chahi tsokchav in tokhyol mam mish ko an kosh on hom men sa ton sit tokchen a chahi tsokchav in tokhyol mam chon te che. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. No Mom interpreting. So we will do one more check during the superintendent's report, and then if no one indicates an interest then we will excuse the interpreters after that item.
Great. Students, student directors.
Yes, I will continue. Real quick, I want to shout out Justin Anderson and our Sky assistant principal and Ms. Valles from Fremont High School for doing the enrollment plan for high schools, which I was able to attend. It was pretty amazing seeing a lot of parents there and being able to share the Skyline experience, but also being able to share it to all the parents if they need any support with their students or figuring out a plan for their student during high school. I am also here to help as a college student, entering college student. So I am here still as a community organizer, community member here to help. I also want to remind y'all that the Homeroom movie is coming out this weekend on the Sundale Festival, which features a lot of Oakland students, a lot of Oakland community members, and our own Oakland High School, Oakland High. It will be coming out on February as a premiere, so go get your tickets. And I will be beginning our presentation. Again, just a reminder, family resources on familycenter.ousd.org. The food distribution is every Monday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. and all children under 18 years old and younger are eligible to get food. For more information, you can go to ousd.org/nutrition or call 510-879-1700. Again, if you have not filled out the Oakland Undivided Tech Survey, please fill it out. Also, again, want to congratulate all the MLK speeches from elementary school students. We have third place Efrata A from Glenview Elementary, 4th grade. For third place, we have Mazarine K from Chabot Elementary, 1st grade. In second place, we have Quinn N, Glenview Elementary from 4th grade. And in first place, we have Malaya G from Cocker Highlands, 5th grade. And then from middle school to high school students, we have third place Daisy A from Oakland Tech, who's a senior. We have third place Alsada, and please, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Roosevelt Middle School, 8th grade. And from second place, we have Ketra from Oakland High. And from first place, we have Marina H from Oakland Tech. This is a judge's favorite, and I was able to read all the speeches or all the poems. And from Colton, from Cleveland Elementary, just a third grader, said, "Peace is harmony. Harmony is togetherness. You don't have to be alone with togetherness. Being alone makes you unhappy, and being together makes you happy." And it just stood out to me. And during these times, I think it's just a reminder to be humbled and get to know yourself a little bit, but also it's okay. It's okay what we're going through. Also, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Samantha.
Yes, so just again, student and principal check-ins. Recently, Director Ramos had check-in with some students and principals, asking if students needed any support, just things about their mental health overall. This is something that we've covered in the last board meeting. And so we've talked about a couple of feedbacks and supports on what we can do next to help students in thriving. And so if we could go to the next slide. I'll pass it back to Director Ramos.
We also got to meet with custodial services, where we got to talk about how custodians need more support and more people on during this eventful time to get our students back into schools. We also got to share our feedback about what students need in schools and how custodians can support. We are also coming with an update in the next board meeting.
And as we celebrate our adult educators and allies here in OUSD, we would like to announce and say that since the last board meeting on January 13th, Citlali Espinoza has joined us as the new student engagement specialist with ACC. And so Citlali Espinoza, our new student engagement specialist, is from East Oakland and is an OUSD and ACC alum. She was ACC's historian in 2014-2015 school year and was ACC's president in the 2015-2016 school year and graduated from Met West High School in 2016. After graduating from high school, Citlali continued to work with ACC over the summers while she attended UCLA to ensure that the governing board felt prepared in their roles and responsibilities before the upcoming academic year. She is extremely excited to work with the governing board, our delegates, and partner with adult allies and community-based organizations as she transitions into her role this year. ACC has hosted student feedback on return to in-person instruction on January 20th, 2020. We recently had our third ACC middle school meeting on Tuesday, January 26th, which was a success, and we thank everybody that was able to join us. Over 35 people attended, 16 middle school delegates from Bret Hart, Brick and Brewer, Montero, Roosevelt, and West Oakland Middle School. We had 8 leadership teacher and adult allies and 12 ACC high school members and adults. During this meeting, we established our 23rd annual middle school peer resource and ethnic studies conference theme. And so the theme, which is super powerful and what we are holding this year, middle school students along with high school students and their adult allies said that the pandemic is real. So let's persevere and heal ourselves, our community, and our world. And so with that, we would like to say that there's a flyer coming out soon made by our media director. But we would like for folks to save the date for middle school students for their Ethnic Studies Conference, Tuesday, May 18th from 4 to 7 p.m. Some upcoming events is our third high school meeting, which is on Thursday, February 25th from 4 to 6:30 p.m. Our high school youth summit, which we would have our elections for our upcoming governing board position for the new school year, will be held Saturday, April 24th from 1 to 4 p.m. And with all of these really important updates, and a lot of them are being held, please be a lookout on any of our social media platforms. And please reach out to ACC if any high school students are interested in running for a governing board position.
You can also contact us at same as our first name to .lastname@ousd.org. And also reminding all the seniors and all the teachers and all counselors who are on this board meeting or also watching from home that the Marcus A. Foster Institute Scholarship is still available and is until February 1st and will be closing soon, but reminding that that is free money for your college or for your future plans. As we end, this will be all for our report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Directors Ramos and Powell. And I just want to open it up for board member comments. Any comments from the board? If not, yes, Director Thompson.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm so proud of our student directors because they give a thorough readout of what has gone on, and it really helps us and it helps me as a board member to hear what's going on with our young people. And so I just want to say kudos to both of you because you do a very good job and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Davis.
Sure, and any other comments? Yes, Director Williams.
Yes, I just want to shout out to future leaders of America. Go ahead, Ms. Ramos. Go ahead, Ms. Powell. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just awesome. I get excited, you know. This is what we really need right now. We need leadership. And through all of the social changes that's been going on in America, it's always led by young folks. You have the energy. You have the ideas. Just keep tossing them at us. Just keep coming. Just bring something more. Just keep thinking and just really push us older folks to actually change our ways, because we get set in what we're thinking through our life experience. You still fluid. You're moving with the wind. You got some new ideas. Keep bringing them. keep engaging, right? And I owe you, because you sent me an email already like, hey, Director Williams, what's up? When we gonna meet on the mental health stuff? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I've been so overwhelmed with emails. So I still got you on that. We're gonna do that project, okay? Thank you, for sure. Peace, peace, peace.
Thank you, Director Williams. And on the mental health piece, I just wanted to flag that a friend of mine reached out to me who works in the school-based health centers, you know, with our partner La Clinica, and she said that they actually have social workers dedicated to doing, you know, mental health services to our youth. So if you're having trouble, you know, I heard from a teacher that they're feeling overwhelmed addressing those needs because there's so many students right now who have needs. And so families should definitely feel open to reach out to the La Clinica school-based health centers that are at a number of our schools. And Superintendent, who should I send that information to? Because I was just looking around on the website and I didn't see it flagged anywhere in Family Central. It would be to add this resource to Family Central.
Oh, you can send it to me and I'll forward it to the correct person. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much.
I'm not seeing any other hands. Thank you, Vice President Davis. So we'll move on to an extremely brief President's Report tonight, which is item O. As you all, I think you all were at the retreat last weekend with our Chief Business Officer and our county, our trustee. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody saw the letter that we got from Ms. Karen Monroe, the Superintendent of the Alameda County Office of Education, and that you had noted the issues that the county is looking to make sure that we're making progress on. So I wanted to flag those for you all. So if you look at my memo, several issues that they agreed that our status, our first interim status is qualified, which means that we may not be able to meet our financial obligations over the next 3 years. However, they noted several issues they want us to keep taking action on, which is to pay attention that our enrollment continues to decline, and that we need to continue to monitor and adjust our budget based on realistic and updated enrollment projections. They noted that our multi-year projections show an anticipated deficit spending in the 22-23 school year. There's minor deficit spending projected, I believe, for next year, but significant for the 22-23 school year, and they're expecting us to make budget reductions to address that structural deficit. They want to see us making contributions to fund our obligations toward the Health Benefits Governing Board. They want us to see us continue the work of the Blueprint for Quality Schools so that we have a balanced number of schools relative to our current number of students, and that we continue to focus on improving school quality. And they said that we need to continue to monitor cash flow this year, given the cash deferrals. So I just wanted to make sure that folks had seen the letter from Karen Monroe, had noted the issues that they're paying attention to. And also, I just recommend that the Budget and Finance Committee, as you are taking up the budget reduction conversation, are just attending to these items that were noted by the County Office of Education. So that's it. Happy to take any comments or questions from board colleagues, but should sound pretty familiar to what the County Office of Education staff had to say to us last weekend. Comments, questions? Okay, so then let's move on to our superintendent's report, which is item B. Superintendent, take it away.
Thank you, Board President Gonzalez. Good evening again, community, board members.
Before you get
Oh,
going.
thank you. Thank you. Yes, translation.
Interpreting. So this will be, if there are no no need for interpreting, this will be the last item of the night to be interpreted. So if Mr. Copenhagen could do Spanish, please.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Busque el icono de interpretación, es el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo. Seleccione esa imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione español. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, por favor, levanten la mano o escriban en un mensaje en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento no se prestará el servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhagen. So no Spanish interpreting has been requested, and so therefore we will release Mr. Copenhagen and Ms. Ovando with our appreciation. Ms. Ho for Cantonese, please.
各位 Oakland 社區人士好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, General Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Seeing no need for Cantonese interpreting at this point, we will release Mr. Yuen and Ms. Ho with our appreciation. Ms. Jimenez from MOM, please.
Hey, que che kont ma, hash hosh dakhlu an khomat atoqion mam, acha che khomat atoqion mam, ha interpretación ko ketpe entonces tatabini to. Mش إيه قالش أني كنت بقى تعال هزوم هاتا كخاب مش قالش أني هو من ساعة تلو كنت كنت إتني إيه كنت بين تقيون مام شلون تجي. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Seeing no request from MOM interpreting, Ms. Jimenez, have a good evening. Thank you for being here. So there will be no interpreting available for the remainder of the meeting. Madam Superintendent, my apologies for interrupting. We're back at you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Now, thank you for that important aspect of the meeting. Good evening again, everyone. I will be brief. One, just pointing you to the written documents that have been included under my report that provide updates around the COVID safety dashboard, attendance, where we are with attendance, both at the elementary, middle, and high level. For all of our students, disaggregated by race and ethnicity. So please take a look at that. Where we are with our learning hubs. Board Member Davis alluded to one of our new hubs that are opening at Sankofa United, as well as all of the spend down of our CARES funding. You will see just an update on that in the report as well. I'd also like to inform you that Governor Gavin Newsom recently released his Safe Schools for All reopening proposal, calling for schools to open to in-person learning this spring. Not surprisingly, we have received a lot of questions about reopening schools and the governor's plan. The proposal is not yet final, and we cannot provide the kind of information that I know our students, families, and staff are asking for. I am as anxious as you are for more information, both as the leader of the district and with 2 kids at home as well. Although distance learning will remain an option, I believe that our schools should open for those students and families who want to return in person. The district is preparing to make this happen as quickly and as safely as possible once it is permitted. This includes preparing to submit an application to the state to start providing in-person instruction. Under Governor Newsom's proposal, the district can submit a plan to provide in-person instruction at our schools, starting with students in pre-K, as well as transitional kindergarten to 2nd grade, and some additional student groups. Again, this is a proposal and is subject to change in the final legislation. We know that there are strong feelings within our community about whether, how, and when to return to in-person instruction. When we do begin to offer in-person instruction, no students will be required to return in person. We will align our state and county public health guidance, and it will involve student and staff testing. And just a reminder that it is unlikely to look like normal instruction as we imagined it, or as we experienced it, I should say rather, pre-COVID. We must await the final legislation for more details, and we will make those public as soon as we know them. Finally, I just want to provide some shout outs. One, our student directors talked about some of the MLK winners, and I wanted to publicly thank Ms. Awele, who is a current Skyline teacher who has been organizing this for 6 to 7 years. I can't remember how many years she has been doing it. She is definitely the wind beneath the sails. She has taken this wonderful tradition that we have had in this district 4 generations to new heights, to the point where, as many of you know, we now have an HBO documentary just featuring the beauty of this wonderful ritual that we have. So I want to thank Awele. I just remember getting text messages from her during the pandemic. We got to keep doing it. Texting back, yes, I got ideas for virtual, just on a dime, being agile, being adaptive to make sure that our kids still have this opportunity. And I also want to thank all of the principals and teachers who equally figured out, okay, how am I going to prepare students, get speeches out, make sure parents have an opportunity to see the kids. So thank you for everyone who just helped to once again turn something and make sure that our students have the opportunity to engage during this virtual time that we are all in. I also want to appreciate 3 schools. I want to keep the tradition of just lifting up, even in this challenging environment, just some of the wonderful work that is going on in schools. 3 of the areas in our parent surveys that we've heard over and over again is please continue to improve virtual learning. Please continue to think about more opportunities for one-on-one supports for students, small group instruction for students, and improving engagement with both students and families. So I wanted to highlight Melrose Leadership Academy and the 8th grade newcomer teacher, Miss Sydney Morgan, who has been having her students create student tours where they're able to really practice their language so that students are both learning technology skills and practicing English. And so just finding engaging ways to utilize technology. I want to shout out Miss Bree Moore at Madison Park, where they have found all kinds of creative ways to keep families, to keep that sense of community virtually and in person. They've organized play dates. They've had all kind of enrichment activities, finding ways to bring materials to kids so that they can stay engaged. And lastly, with Elmhurst United, one of the pieces of feedback, mainly from our students in secondary, was how we can increase more peer-to-peer relationships. So they've created these student squads where they have the same group of students that are organized together on Wednesdays. And some of the things that teachers have found is that it's improved engagement virtually, and it's improved kids actually completing work because students can support each other. And so one of the pieces that we talk to with principals and teachers are just full of information is, although we're doing many of these things in this particular moment, we know that there are just gems of learning and ways that we can connect and engage students and families that we want to keep, even when we return to kind of the new normal of schooling. So I just want to appreciate so many of our educators for leaning in to that innovation, listening to a lot of the feedback that we're receiving from parents, and really trying to make the most of this virtual world right now that we're all thrust into. And I think that will conclude my comments for this evening. Open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Colleagues, do you have questions for the Superintendent? Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Well, it really wasn't a question. It was just a comment. Thank you for acknowledging Ms. Awele, because she and I have worked together and I've been a judge for the Oratorical Fest for many, many years. But she and I have worked together to uplift the different modalities that are used in instruction and for learning. And as a result of that, we can showcase our kids' ability beyond simply being able to answer a question on a test. So thank you very kindly for that. I just want to say that I really appreciate your lifting up the work that she has done for us.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Director Hutchinson?
Yeah, thank you. I want to continue to ask the rest of the board if we could have a standing issue about the reopening plan or a COVID response outside of the superintendent's report. I think it's something that we should be addressing specifically in these times. And from the report itself, now that we have a whole semester's worth of attendance numbers, and we see that we're falling a little bit below the historical norm, is there a plan in place for how we're going to address this going forward, waiting for the state to tell us if we're going to kind of be held responsible for this year's ADA? Because it's starting to build up to a possible chunk of money. So is there a plan in place for either how we're going to plan for that, or a plan in place for how the board can help advocate so we won't be held responsible for that?
So on the advocacy front, that's something that I've been in multiple conversations with the governor's office, not just myself, but the majority of urban districts. Increased advocacy can't hurt. This actually isn't just an Oakland problem. I've been in conversations with big urban districts across the nation, and attendance is probably the #1 area of focus, specifically for Black students and for our Latino students and English language learner students. So I think the more advocacy, just to continue to bring this issue and the connection in terms of the fiscal impact, I think we can't do enough of that. In terms of chronic absenteeism, that needs to continue to be our focus for the rest of this year and next year. You know, our Black students, our Asian Pacific Islanders are probably 2 of our heaviest hit, along with unhoused and foster youth. The majority of those students are Black and brown. We have made headway since the very beginning of the year. We started off probably in the 70 percentile in high school, and I'm just highlighting high school because that is the area across our district, across the state, across the nation, where we're seeing the biggest drop off from the normal attendance rate. So it needs to continue to be a focus. That needs to be an area where we think about where we're investing deeply and just continuing to get laser focused around what are the supports specifically for the groups that are being impacted the most: our Black students, Latino students, unhoused, foster youth, and particularly around those tier 3 supports. So appreciate you highlighting that, and I'm happy if there's like a report for the board, I'm happy to provide more information.
Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, thank you. And so Superintendent, I just really appreciate you saying that, you know, we're planning to apply for the funding from the reopening plan once it's, you know, once the legislature, you know, comes to what that is. And I just wanted to reiterate something that I think you were telling me earlier about the new safety requirements that came down from, I think it was the California Department of Public Health. That's just 2 weeks ago. And that you told me that the district has already realigned its reopening plan according to those safety requirements, so that once we reopen, like that plan is already going to be in compliance with what they're requiring in order to be able to, you know, move to the next step.
Yes, and your Director Davis, speaking of the COVID-19 plan, which is some of just the new requirements from the state. As everyone knows, we submitted our plan to the county. And so that's part of, immediately we saw that there were requirements from the state around the COVID-19. So we've already begun to work on those. And so we are just now awaiting to see what say the legislators around the governor's plan. But safety has been lifted up by everybody as the most important piece. And so we're continuing to evolve, whether it's around testing. I want to appreciate, I had a conversation this morning with our county partners, and lifted up even, I was on the phone with the governor's office this morning, just in terms of equity and the work we need to do across the state to really support our Black and brown communities, because there's just a lot of mistrust and information, and we all need to do our part: education, our health providers, our county providers, and our continued efforts just around safety. So we'll continue to update everybody as if there are any other guideline changes coming either down from the state or the CDC.
Director Ramos and then Director Yee.
Thank you, Superintendent, for all your hard work that you've been doing during this pandemic. I know it's pretty tough as a superintendent, especially in California, how you know, the dropout rate is going more than above. One of the questions I was brought to my attention is that there was a mental health survey back in, I think, October that was put out for students. I think it was by OUSD, and we were wondering if there was any response to that, and if there's any data that shows of how that's like, is there any basically want to know if there's any update on that and see how we can use that data for the future this spring to see how we can find a way for students' mental health.
I'll definitely, Director Ramos, make sure that I include that in the next report. Thank you for flagging that. If you can remember to send me, I'm getting old, so if you remember to send me an email, that would be great.
Director Yee.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. With the possibility of some added funds with the COVID-19 support and the president's new education plans, as an intervention against the learning loss, is there are there discussions around extended day and extended year for the summer and for the next year? Because it's not too early to plan those if there are.
Yes, so I'll answer that in two ways. In terms of our own learning continuity plan, there are plans in terms of summer. The hope is that we'll be able to provide some in-person summer opportunities, but all of that is just going to depend on you know, where we are in terms of transmission. At the state level, there are conversations just thinking about just the overall calendar of school period. In terms of some policy decisions. I can't speak on what will actually be the final recommendations there, but I know there are state conversations, but for us, many of those recommendations that we will be bringing to you in subsequent meetings have to do with our learning continuity plan, how we use much of the one-time stimulus funds that we have in terms of expanding learning for students in the summertime.
So there would be the possibility of expanding our summer school offerings and the eligibility of summer school beyond the somewhat minimum numbers we've had over the last few years?
There is a possibility, and we can bring some of those recommendations. The piece that just remains uncertain is what form summer school will be able to occur.
Okay, colleagues, anyone else have questions or comments for the superintendent? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Superintendent, for your work.
Sure.
You're muted, Madam President.
Thank you. Director Williams, were you just telling me that I was muted? Okay, we're going to move on to comment by collective bargaining units. Several of our labor organizations have already made comments tonight, but this is a time for dedicated comments, and they can have up to 5 minutes. I see Mr. Brown. Are there any other? I see Mr. Phillips. Okay, Ms. Floyd, can you call our speakers?
First speaker is Keith Brown.
Good evening again, superintendent, directors, and staff. There was a post that actually OEA we shared on our Twitter page. It was by a journalist, Rose Evlett, that really resonated with me. One thing I can't stop thinking about is how the pandemic could have been a chance to reimagine so much. Education, housing, tech, but instead powerful people crushed us to keep things the same at all costs. But I truly believe that in Oakland, we could be different, especially in education. And the school board, we have just great opportunity to reimagine now and to be bold, to recommit to our vision for quality community schools. And I want to just uplift this board for bringing forth a resolution for our Black students, Directors Williams and Hutcherson. And this is really a step to keep moving towards justice for our Black students. This includes creating a culture of inclusion and anti-racist practices with our educators. And I'm here to stand with students, parents, educators, and Black Oakland with a demand for a plan and a commitment to fund Black students, resources with transparency, and partnership with the Oakland community. And this is, again, the time for us to be bold and visionary. And I encourage this entire board to stand together to bring forth this policy, reparations for Black students, on the agenda for February Black Futures Month, and take this opportunity now to invest in our Black futures. We owe our Black students a plan of action that names the inequities within the system and responds with the needed resources to repair harm and uplift the brilliance of our students. So I just really encourage that we take action on this item in the month of February. And also, thank you, Director Hutchinson, for pulling some of the consent agenda items such as V49. And I do urge the board to support all of the CAC recommendations. I see the recommendations as a needed step to serve all of our most vulnerable students. And just looking forward to partnering with this board and achieving safe and just schools for our Oakland students and the Oakland educators. We see the reparations for Black students resolution as a pathway in getting there. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Floyd, next speaker.
Next speaker is Sharon Rose.
Oh, this is time, Ms. Rose, for our labor partners. So unless something has changed, are you an official representative of one of our unions?
No, I wanted to comment on something else. Please lower my hand.
Okay.
Next speaker is Melvin Phillips.
Good evening again, board and superintendent. Pleasure to sit in and listen to the different dialogues that go back and forth across the table. But I am in agreement with Keith Brown, the president, about our Black children. As a parent of 6 of my own, and now a proud grandfather of 16, and majority of them are in the Oakland Unified School District. They are having problems, struggling, being attentive to the virtual learning. And we need to find better ways of educating our children, especially our Black and Brown children who are suffering. You know, we look at the slogan about the pipeline from schools to prisons, but when we're not reaching our children and we have the drop off in the attendance and the performance of our Black and Brown students, they're out there in survival mode, and they're not living, but they're surviving right now. And so their minds are not on, you know, sitting in front of a computer, but how they're going to make their next meal. How are they going to get funds? Because a lot of them are going out working, especially our high school students. They're going out working and they're not interested in learning. We need to find resources that are going to get those students back behind those computers and learn the skills that they're going to need in the future to be successful. Otherwise, we're going to lose them in the prison system. And we talk about the other way of going, but we have to make sure that we're catching our black and brown students right now. We need the resources. And I know we talk about opening up schools, and yes, we're in agreement with opening up schools, but we have to make sure that it's safe. Already, I just heard in this month, there was 2 schools that had to close down for a moment because we had the COVID break out on the school grounds. So, you know, we need to find a safe way to open up these schools for our students. And if the governor is going to do it, he needs to start pouring in some monies. And I don't mean that little 60 million or 70. They need to start pouring in monies to help us make sure that we can open up these schools for our students who are losing out on a critical education so that they be able to go up and be productive citizens in this society and be able to be good role models for their own children. You know, we need to get on the board. Board directors, y'all need to start getting in those little cubicles or in your little huddles, and you need to start coming up with ways that we bring some funds into this city that we will be able to use it as resources for our children who are deprived of a quality education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Colleagues, we're going to move on. We already did our public hearing, which is item R. We don't have unfinished business tonight. So we'll move on to item T, which is our new business items. We're doing consolidated public comment tonight. So if you would like to speak on the...
Sorry, President Gonzalez. It looks like Malisha Lindsay's hand is raised.
Oh, sorry.
I'm wondering if...
Lindsay, I didn't see you there. Go ahead. We'll put 5 minutes on the clock, Mr. Seychow, for AFSCME.
Thank you, Amy. I kept clicking the lower hand and raising the hand and lower hand. I was like, I'm here. Good evening, Superintendent Trammell again, and President Shanti and the board members. As you guys know, my name is Malisha Lindsay, and I'm calling on behalf of AFSCME. So I'm calling to give an update on the nutrition services. This is one of the departments that where most of my members are currently working at the site providing food to the community. So I just want to say that AFSCME is working directly with the district to improve the working conditions of our members and making sure that they have enough, PPE and practicing safety practices. And more important, we working together just to recruit and hire for the reopening of the central kitchen. However, the lack of custodians assigned to the central kitchen makes it impossible for the site to be properly cleaned. I brought this up at the last board meeting, and it's important that we get some custodians at that site. Just like the last speaker, Melvin Phillips mentioned, there were some outbreaks at sites, and most of those members were my members. It was very heartfelt to get those calls from them. I felt that I said to myself, these are calls of frustration and tears of pain, because most of those members had positive tests. And but what really disturbed me was the reaction of the nutrition service leaders. And I try not to, and I keep saying it, but I don't want to come on here and put people on blast. But what they did was just clearly insane. We know that a site had closed down. When that site closed down, what did they do? They go, instead of supporting those members, they went to the drawing board and diverted all that work to another site or other sites that were already understaffed. So I just want to say here that, and I'm hoping nutrition services here, that we need to get to the drawing board and figure out a plan so we can lessen the exposure of our ASME members at the sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Now we will move on to item T, which is new business. We have 7 items, so we're going to consolidate public comment. So if you would like to speak on the Measure BYJ report, the Facility Committee report, the Budget and Finance Committee report, our historic land acknowledgement, our Black Lives Matter at School Week of Action, or our teacher credentialing matters, now is the time to raise your hand, and we will call public speakers before we take up our new business items. Ms. Floyd, can you call our speakers?
In minutes, Madam President.
Let's do 1 minute since we have 7 items tonight.
Our first speaker is Dina.
Hi, everyone. It's Dina Franson. I'm a parent of 3 kids. Sorry, 1 second. I have a echo here. 1 second. Can you guys hear the echo as well? Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. So my name is Dina Franson. I've got 3 kids in OUSD, and I apologize if this isn't the right time to talk about this. But I did want to thank everybody. I wanted to thank the board, the teachers, the school staff. I'm new to this world as far as understanding the conversation for the entire district. There is a whole lot of us that are new to this. And it's been very interesting. I've been joining the board meetings. I've been joining all different kinds of calls and really understanding. And I have come to realize how difficult your jobs are and how much work you put in there. I just want to, and I think I lost a bunch of time here, but I want to encourage you for all the new parents that are in this conversation because of this crisis. And I know for good reason, people are saying, where were you before? Why weren't you involved before? And that's fair, completely and totally fair. But I want to encourage you all to really take advantage of the fact that this crisis has brought a bunch of new parents into the conversation that want to really help, that are very interested in seeing OUSD really be a great, unbelievable district. And I have a daughter in 7th grade, and I just want to point out that when I was in elementary school, nobody from the board reached out to the parents in these Hills community where we lose a lot of these parents to private schools. Nobody's reaching out to really try to engage and see how those families can be kept in the district.
Thank you for your comment. We need to move on to our next comment, but thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I want to speak about the budget and finance calendar. And I'm very glad to see that that was referred to the board so you can all see it. My hope is that you will honor it and not cancel budget presentations and engagements, because those have often not happened when they were calendared over the past 1.5 years. And the thing also that's still missing and needs to be moved forward, in my opinion, is answers to many of the director's questions on budget solutions and programming and adjustments that would keep the issue of reductions from being so severe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elton. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sharon Rose.
Thank you. I want to raise a question about the superintendent's report on attendance. I'm talking about high school students primarily right now. What does attendance mean? Does it mean showing up for one class? Does it mean showing up for one day? Does it mean showing up for all classes? And then there's one thing to show up and it's another thing to be passing. We need to know the students who are on track to pass their classes, and we need to know the students who are on track to graduate. The teachers I speak with are telling me that there's many more than 87%, that is to say, 13% missing. There are students who show up once a week. Are they counted as attending? I don't know. We need to know. And then finally, the dropouts. So I'm confused. I don't know the answer to this, but I think that we need to look at, can students come back when they're 19? Can they come back when they're 20? How are they going to come back? Are they going to want a 20-year-old want to come back full-time to high school? I doubt it. We need to think about enhancing the adult program in Oakland because it's going to be needed by more people in the future.
Thank you,
and we
Ms.
need to market it to them. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I want to speak to T4 and T5, the historic land acknowledgement. Thank you so much for the knowledge of understanding the plight of our Native people. That's why I always say it's not appropriate to talk about people of color. We're not all having the same experience. T5, Black Lives Matter. In the city of Oakland, the biggest disparity issue for African-American people is gentrification. In West Oakland, it's white gentrification. And East Oakland, it's immigrant gentrification. We have to do something to look at the issues of African-American people. We 23% of the population, 70% of the homeless, 80% of the evictions. Black Lives Matter do not matter in Oakland. And we don't need a task force to deal with this issue. We need to do some action immediately to solve these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Olubella. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
Yeah, first meeting I've sat in on, and I really hope that we can get razor sharp on one or two priorities. We're all over the place, and usually we spend time talking about stuff and we don't talk about solutions. We've got 8,000 adult prisons, 44% are African Americans, 38% are Latinos. Most of those do not know how to read. I would like the board to make their number one priority this year is to focus and zero in on reading. I don't know if we're still spending $5 million for 1,000 Broadway. Skyline doesn't need 4 principals. The district doesn't need 71 staff members if our enrollment is going down. State funding needs to be addressed at the state level. Money follows the child until a date for counting number of students. And then if that child leaves and goes to another school, the school doesn't get any more money. So there's some issues at the state level. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act says it's against the law to discriminate in programs and services. There is no I in team.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kim Davis.
Good evening. I just wanted to once again thank Director Williams for the Black Lives Matter resolution. Obviously, you know, the time is now for us to understand and recognize that, you know, Black lives have not mattered in this country for a very, very long time. And connected to that, of course, is the the resolution for Black reparations, and I would urge this board to support it as a united board to show and demonstrate to our Black and African American students and families that we actually do believe that Black Lives Matter. And I want to thank Director Hutchinson and Director Thompson for co-sponsoring this with Director Williams. I think that's a really powerful statement that the 3 Black men on our panel have united on this issue. And so just really urging you all to please get it on the agenda and get it voted unanimously in February. Thanks.
Ms. Davis, next speaker.
Next speaker is Ishmael Armendariz.
Sorry about that, I clicked the wrong button. Hello, this is Ishmael Armendariz, and I'm the first vice president of OEA, and I'm rising today to support the CAC's legislative agenda. There's just one point I want to make about it, is that special education funding is really complex, but just there's one thing that the state has been making a little bit of progress on. But here in Oakland, we have above 10% of our students in special education, and we only get funding for about 10%. So we're such a high density school district, and so we're not getting funding for all our sped students. And that's a really racist policy that the state has implemented in how we fund special education, because it's primarily cutting funding to Black and brown students. And so this is something that we have to take on statewide. I'm committed at the statewide level within our statewide union to really tackle this. And I hope that OUSD becomes a partner and really thinking about how we fund special education based off a need, but also based off of density, because we are not getting the funding we need to serve our students. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Armendariz. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, I wanted to address Proposition 39 and Measure J. So my point is the lawyer says in their opinion the district can have somebody write a plan, a use of the facilities, a plan, and you can spend money for that's supposed to go to building schools for this clerical thing of writing a plan. Now that's what the district lawyer thinks, and I think that when you tell, it's bait and switch. When you tell the public Measure Y, Measure J, whatever bound measure, you're going to build stuff, and you end up going out and contracting for an administrative activity. That's not right. That is wrong, no matter what the district lawyer says.
For your comment. And we will now take up our first new business item, which is a report from our Measure BJY committee. Do we have a representative from the CBOC here?
It should be Andrea Dawson.
Okay, is Ms. Dawson here?
I believe Mr. Ritchie is here from that committee.
Okay, great. And I see Director Yee.
Oh, Mr.
Did you wanna?
I was just going to mention that in case people are not aware, Vice President Davis is now the board liaison to that committee.
Thank you, Director Yee. Okay, Mr. Ritchie, we'd love to hear your report.
My apologies. I was actually just listening in, thinking that Ms. Dawson would give the report. So I'll just be brief. On this item, the Budget Oversight Committee did meet and discuss the proposed changes to the spending plan. We had a robust discussion. We actually added a second session so that we could continue our discussion. And To sum it up, you'll see it's a long agenda item, which reflects some of the concerns that we had and some of the discussions that we had. We are committed to the oversight that this board has granted us, and we want to make sure that as Measure Y funds are going out the door, and also as we're wrapping up the funds from Measure J and the other bond measures, that we are doing the appropriate oversight that this board has given to us and that's required under the state. All that being said, we are in a good working relationship with the facilities department, and we our final motion of the evening when we were considering this was to recommend that the board approve the changes to the spending plan, notwithstanding some of the concerns that we've raised. So we hope to continue to use the new oversight that this board has granted us last year to review major changes to projects and to the spending plans, and to work with the facilities department to get the appropriate documentation for that. There's some kinks that need to be worked out, but we're, I think, confident that we can continue to work with the facilities department to do that. But we do believe that it's an important role for us to continue to have the support of the board to receive the information that we need to receive so that we can review these programs going forward. And so one point I'll make, for each of the specific projects that we identified that we had certain concerns with, we still voted to support and approve all of the proposed changes, even those projects that we've identified items that we are concerned about, but we hope to look into those into the future.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Ritchie, on the CBOC. It is an important role that you all play, so I really appreciate, and we just added to it, so thank you. Colleagues, questions for the CBOC or comments? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. I have some questions about this. You know, historically, Measure J, this has been a moving target. And so in the past, it was never the Citizens Oversight Committee that developed the spending plan for Measure J. And this has actually been a moving target since Measure J was first approved, where at one point the board prioritized the spending originally. Then we had a series of superintendents who unilaterally changed the funding plan, and the CBOC committee didn't even know about those changes. There were times I was bringing them that information. And now we have, again, this moving target. You know, for my fellow board directors, where our scarce facilities dollars are spent and in which district on what projects is highly political. And as a board member, I am very uncomfortable when these decisions are being made away from the body that is elected to make these decisions. And so I would really like for us as a board to focus on process and have a set established process for how these decisions are going to be made, especially as Measure Y comes online at almost $800 million. And so again, I am very uncomfortable that it is an oversight committee that is developing the spending priorities for these measures, because I don't think that's the way it's supposed to be done. And so again, I would like us as a board to establish our set procedures and patterns so we know. So when my constituents reach out to me and say, well, we have these Measure Y projects or Measure J projects, how are we supposed to advocate for our projects? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Mr. Hutchinson, that the CBOC is not making decisions. They are making recommendations and raising issues of concern that the board, they think the board should investigate further. Go ahead, Director and Vice President Davis.
Yeah, just to clarify the process, because I think that's a really good question about the process. So the way it worked was that the facilities department brought the amendments to the facilities committee first, and we reviewed them, and you'll see that in the next item on the agenda. And then simultaneously, or within a few days, the facilities director then brought those recommendations to the bond oversight committee, and they reviewed them. And it was a really robust discussion and very helpful to me, because a lot of the members of the CBOC have been involved in this process even longer than I have, and have been paying very close attention to the issues. So it was very helpful to me to see the concerns that they raised and to hear them. And I believe that they're going to follow up on a couple of them with Mr. Nakagawa to get further detail on one or two of those items. So, but obviously the final decision, of course, is coming to the board, which is why we're reviewing it. We're getting their recommendation first, and then the next item is to actually review the changes to the spending plan. And it is very true that there have been a large number of versions of the spending plan, and there are some projects that have really ballooned in cost, notably the Wednesday project and the central kitchen. And so that's why I appreciated some of the concerns that they raised and questions that have been asked. And so I think as we do get into Measure Y, we do have to have much better program management, much closer attention to project budgets, and that we're sticking to those budgets and making sure that we complete and fulfill the promise to the voters of completing the projects that are on the project list. And I believe that we're going to be discussing these items in the Facilities Committee.
Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you, and I really appreciate Vice President Davis's explanation. As we all know, and I want to thank Mr. Ritchie and the CBOC for their oversight. As we know, this is the appropriate role of CBOC to review the spending, the expenditures of the prior bond measures, and this spending plan that is being referred to, and that we'll be talking about more, is really the wrap up of the prior three bonds. And so we think, I believe that the changes made in the relationship between CBOC and the Facilities Committee and the Facilities Department all bode well for the various concerns that Director Hutchinson is referring to, and we're hoping that the separate steps, first the Facilities Committee, then the CBOC, and then the board as a whole, will be established as the policy moving forward on Measure Y. I believe that's the commitment of the Facilities Committee, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's Director Thompson wants to actually introduce a resolution that we're working on in these upcoming months to establish and formalize that very procedure that we're talking about. So your concern in the past is well taken, and you'll be able to review what the Facilities Committee proposes.
Colleagues, other comments or questions on the CBOC report? I do have a question. Oh, go ahead, Director Williams.
Yeah, this may be for Director Sam Davis. Maybe you can bring some clarification, or Tagashi. I was looking at the history of the capital spending plan. The history board approved 14, 15, 17, 18, 21. And I noticed when I look at the line 7B, administration facility rental at Broadway, the costs go from 6.5 million, 6.5, 14 to $22 million. I just think that seems like an excessive amount of money. Is there any conversation on, how we're going to move out of spending $22 million per year for leasing at Broadway? We could probably invest that into existing school sites. Did y'all have any conversation in that regard?
So just very quickly, it is not $22 million per year. It is about $3 million per year. And the changes represent the adjustments that have had to be made over the years to provide sufficient budget for those total number of years to pay for that.
So, okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Tadashi. So when I'm looking at the report, board approved January 2021, and it says 22 million. What number is that?
Sorry, perhaps we can get into that after I make my presentation, because hopefully that'll help clarify things a little bit.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just had a question about what is the next step with each of these recommendations? Are they all being taken up by the Facilities Committee? How are we going to address some of the concerns that have been raised by the CBOC?
So from a staff point of view, we have taken extensive notes on the requests made by bond oversight. We're preparing all the documents that have been requested, and we will then be meeting with the bond oversight committee members to discuss the flow of information and how they'd like to see the project information presented in the future, so that they can feel adequately prepared and understand the changes that we're asking for.
Okay, but for example, when basically they're kind of asking for an after action review, for example, the issue with the central kitchen about the failing to verify how much work was completed, are you guys going to be engaging in those kind of after action reviews when CBOC is recommending them?
So we've had discussions at bond oversight about how that happened, and we can present further information about those specific instances. What I'd like to focus on is the policies and practices that we're going to be following moving into the future to make sure that those kind of things don't reoccur, because what those represent are gaps in our practices that we don't want to be repeating.
Okay. Well, it will be good to find a way to keep the board updated on how these issues are being addressed, so that the public, right, so the community knows that we heard these concerns from CBOC, that, whether it's through the facilities committee, whether it's through, procedure and policy changes you guys are making, so that we know and the community knows how these issues are being followed up on. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Yeah, President Gonzalez, that's exactly what we did with the performance audit, the independent performance audit on the bonds in the past. And so I expect that the CBOC will be doing a very similar process with Mr. Nakatagawa and his staff. And I agree that I think all the signing off of the CBOC, the last comment on your recommendations, Mr. Ritchie, is kind of evidence that we're all moving forward, not with our eyes closed, but with our eyes open. And so scheduling those findings that you have in a generalized way for Measure Y is certainly an appropriate role for CBOC to play. But we will also take it into consideration at the Facilities Committee. What we don't want to do is simply regenerate the same questions on both sides. One is an audit function and one is a moving forward function. So having the liaison as being Vice President Davis is a sound policy to keep us coordinated and collaborative.
Right, I agree with you. We don't want to spend time dwelling on the past. On the other hand, we don't want to see these same issues come up again and again, right? So yes, that's the tension that we're trying to.
Exactly.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions or comments on the CBOC report? Okay, let's move on to our Facilities Committee report, item T2. Director Yee.
Okay, so this is actually the report that I think Mr. William or Director Williams was referring to. And so this is one of those places where we're just are getting ourselves coordinated. But this is, as I said earlier, one of the items that we covered in the Facilities Committee, which was a review of the closing out of the books for A, B, and J. And that was the work that Mr. Ritchie and the CBOC looked at in greater detail. So I believe Mr. Nakatagawa is going to make that presentation to the board as a whole. The Facilities Committee did recommend that we adopt the report as being a true indication of the work of the Facilities Department. So I think we need a motion for this after the report. Okay. Mr. Nakatagawa.
Get myself unmuted. Okay. So good evening, board members, superintendent, members of the public. It's my pleasure to present our proposed changes to the spending plan for measures B and J and a few other supporting funds here. the history of how we got here, the primary document I'm going to be referring to is the changes that we made in August of 2018. The 2018 spending plan represented a significant reallocation of resources due to serious structural deficits. And we can talk a little bit about that. But this January 2021 spending plan is a fine tuning of those resources to complete our committed projects. We are presenting this updated spending plan to show our current progress and the allocations needed to complete the bond. Following is an overview of the changes needed. So the largest changes, let me just adjust this a little bit here. The largest changes are reconciliation of the budgets to mothball the Marcus Foster Educational Leadership Complex project. So that was the project that was in place up through 2018 to totally rebuild the 1025 Second Avenue site. And at the same, so these are changes that were authorized by board when they voted to put that project on hold. At the same time, they voted to start the Cole Central Administration Center project and increase the interim housing budget for the extended lease of 1000 Broadway. So we can get into that discussion a little bit. The next major change is additional budget that's shown for the center to account for unresolved site conditions from the initial terminated contract, additional agency requirements and owner scope revisions, primarily fire and intrusion alarm standards upgrades. So this is a case where our fire alarm and intrusion alarm standards were changed to meet current code after the contract for construction had started. And we felt that it was important enough to make those modifications for future reduced maintenance and ongoing improved coverage to make those changes. And then the last major one is minor budget revisions and budget project additions are also shown to fully document all proposed budget modifications for this spending plan. The documents that we'll be reviewing are the proposed net changes, the appendix showing the full capital spending plan, funding reconciliation, and then the one document that isn't shown here but was added after discussion with Facilities Committee and Bond Oversight is the history of the spending plan, which we'll end up with here. But so just to go over the changes in detail here is an addition, a proposed addition for Madison grade expansion project. That's where we're expanding the Madison Upper Campus from a middle school to a full 612 program. And we're proposing an additional budget allocation to account for potential settlement with the surety. We are pretty confident that we'll be actually able to settle this for less than this, but we want to make sure that we have enough money in place in case the worst case scenario happens. The next item is the first of three that resulted from the board action around the termination of the educational learning complex project. So the first is sweeping the budget that was remaining from that project. That's the $10 million, allocating $7.5 million of that for interim housing at 1000 Broadway. And this is to pay for the rent from that 2018 date up through the new negotiated lease term that's now terminating in August of 2022. And finally, to allocate $7 million to start the planning and design for the new Cole Central Administration Complex. That brings us down to line 5, which is a very small addition to account for a DSA requirement added after we bid that project for some elevator upgrades, in addition to the library and Africana Center that was the main focus of the project. A similar small addition at the Frick site for some cost escalation issues. 4.5 million at the central kitchen project. That's discussed in the previous page, the description of the major issues there. A small amount for King Estates portable demolition to abate a hazardous mold condition for some portables that were stored there. And now we are proposing to add $1 million additional to our play matting and play structure budget. This would be as called for in our play matting and play structure master plan, which is part of our facilities master plan. We're also looking for a small addition for the Oakland International High School turf field, a very small addition for the Parker Elementary School AstroTurf field, and then we're sweeping the remaining funds for the middle school fields budget because we've now completed artificial turf fields at all of the middle schools, and we want to be able to use that money for other purposes. And so line 13 then is the addition that we need for the full completion of the Emerson softball field. And then the final items are sweeping the remaining amount of the bond program contingency. This is now the end of the bond program, so it's an appropriate time to sweep that contingency. We're showing the funding of the facilities master plan. And then the line 16 is marked as TBD because the current location of the Ralph Bunch program, we are temporarily housing that at West Oakland Middle School, the old Lowell campus. So we're setting that funding aside to make sure that it's available when we have the permanent location and we're able to properly complete the kitchen, the culinary program improvement that's committed there. And then finally, we're proposing to spend another $8 million on fire alarm projects as called for in our fire alarm master plan, which again is part of our facilities master plan. This is a total of $12 million in additions and $12 million in additional funding that's been become available over this last 2 years. And this, we show that funding reconciliation here. So we have the total increase of 12 million, which is 24 million in increase, 12 million in decreases. And then the income that we've had from developer fees, state school, bond money, Measure B interest and Measure J interest that matches those increases. So the net effect on this is, zero sum, and we're thereby able to properly adjust the budgets on our projects so that we can pay out our obligations and make good with all the contractors that have done the work to complete our projects. So if I can then move on to, oops, hold on. See, how do I get back here? All right. So I won't be able to show this very well because it doesn't show on the screen that clearly, but this page here is the full, whoops, yep. This is every single item in the spending plan, including all the items that weren't adjusted, that we're not proposing adjustment for. And if I can just try and bring that up again, sorry. It's, yeah, and it is such a large document that it's hard to see on screen, but it is one of your attachments. So this is all the items on the spending plan, as well as and the ones in red are the ones that we have the proposed adjustments are on. And then finally, to show you the, sorry, the history of the spending plan changes here. So this document is also in your packet here, and shows you from 2014, which is when the initial spending plan was developed and approved by board for the Measure J bond, the 2012 Measure J bond, and what that original project allocation was, how that was modified in October of 2015 and adjusted in 2017, and then with the major reconciliation in 2018 to account for some of the gaps that were not accounted for in the original 2015 spending plan. And then finally, the minor adjustments that we're proposing now to finish closing out the Measure J project list. So that completes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions or comments.
Go ahead, Director Yee. You are on mute, Director Yee. Nobody can hear you.
Thank you. Before we begin with comments, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, Mr. Nakatagawa. The facilities committee, my facilities committee colleagues asked for that summary report so that not only the new board members, but all of us who've gone through this whole process can finally see the track of the projects and the expenditure changes along the way. And we're hoping that as we go forward with Measure Y, that we would adopt the same kind of process so that we can keep track of all the changes, no matter who's on the board, who the committee meeting members are. We can actually see on a stepwise process when our decisions as board members or the superintendent's recommendations make changes in the significant changes in the spending plan. So I think this works for the community. It works for us as the facilities committee, and I am confident that it'll work with CBOC as well. So thank you for that work as a result of our last facilities committee, Mr. Nakatagawa.
Okay, other questions or comments?
If I can, I just want to say I appreciate the work also from Mr. Tadashi, because we have been talking in the background, all of us, about transparency. And so I think this is going to actually help to move our district forwards when we see that this sheet that captures all of what we're doing and then all of the changes that we're making, and we put it out there for people to see. It's addressing a concern, I think, that many people are feeling, and that is the transparency part. So thank you very kindly for that work.
Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. You know, this is all information that's been out there and that is out there. And so we've been this transparent all along. This is not new information. So I appreciate that it was collated all into one document here. I really think when we're listing out Measure J, the starting point should be the original projects of the first voter approved projects that came about from Measure J. And so I would prefer to see it as the whole, the retrofit or rebuild of McClymonds in the first column before it got to the intensive school support, because that decision was made to take McClymonds off the original list. And then the other question I have with what's still here, because we have remnants of a lot of bad plans from, like, you know, the ghost of Christmas past. And so I have serious concerns about intensive support schools still being listed on this document. This is supposed to be our bond for our facilities. And over the 8 years that this has been around, at times it has turned into a slush fund for other projects. And so I think there still needs to be work on this and some review. And we need to maximize our scarce resources, especially our facility dollars, into maximizing what happens at our facilities. And just lastly, as we're talking about going forward, there are some things from the past that we need to address, like the whistleblower lawsuit and some of the decisions that led to us not maximizing our Measure J dollars. And so I think it's really important that we tighten up on those things and we get this list tight and understand how we got to this point before we move forward with decisions, because Measure J was poorly managed and we have to do much better with Measure Y.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Colleagues, any other questions or comments before we move on? Go ahead, Director Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tadashi. I appreciate that. So at the beginning of our board meeting, I appreciate Madam President allowing me to share a native, announcement. And the whole purpose of that is kind of like healing. We're trying to heal ourselves, as a people, as a country, to continue to just, make sure we give thanks and pleasure. So I want to really appreciate you. And two, I'm pretty new to this whole process. And so I am trying to get a better understanding of, as we move forward. What I do know is that we've overspent many times on construction projects. And I think that what I'm connecting with the construction projects may not actually be connected to our actual general fund, our budget. But when we talk about our budget, we talk about the blueprint for quality schools. We talk about making tough decisions, right? And so it's always tough decisions when we're cutting resources away from students and teachers, and so that really it's a cut on me. It's like a micro cut on me. And so if we're going to carry that type of mentality that this is like tough decisions, we have to cut our students and cut our faculty and try to reduce that, then we need to have that mentality with everything that we do. We need to apply that with our construction funds and how we look at our buildings, right? And we've got to look at why our costs continue to get exacerbated higher each year. And that we got to make some real tough decisions on how to really, make the right choices for our particular existing structures or whatever the next projects are. So I asked that question because I'm thinking, like, in my own mind, how do we do better and learn from the lessons in the past, right? So I just want to say that. I do want to just thank you very much. I think that it's just really important for us to engage these conversations because everything is on the table, basically, as we move forward, everything is on the table. And it really is, we talk about the quality facilities for our students, right? At the same time, we have a conversation about closing other facilities, right? So I think that we really have to be honest in the conversation, put everything on the table and say, how do we, get better as a whole district in regards to really addressing these concerns? My last point is for Ralph Bunch, you got, TBD, but I didn't see what the byline actually, what was the items that are supposed to be addressed at Ralph Bunch. Can you speak to that?
So that's a budget that's set aside to support the culinary training program that's being operated, that's happening in the Ralph Bunch program. So they had a separate grant to pay for a mobile kitchen that was going to be used as part of their culinary training. But now that the program has been temporarily moved to West Oakland Middle, we want to make sure that we hold that money for the location that we identify as the permanent or long-term home.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions before we vote on this item? Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, just real quick, I just wanted to appreciate Mr. Nakagawa for putting together this historical document, because I think you do see a lot of it just makes you take a hard look at the rollout of Measure J and some of the commitments that were made that weren't kept, like at Sankofa or at Roosevelt, and then some of the other projects that came in over time because of, changes that I don't think were wise, that were approved by previous boards to the spending plan. So, putting on projects that had not been on the original project list, as Director Hutchinson raised. So, and then you see other projects that really inflated radically in cost. So it's a really sobering document. I think it really makes me take the responsibility to Measure Y real serious of looking at our processes and making sure that we manage that money better and keep the commitment to the voters. But I do feel like we need to wrap up the projects that were in Measure J and move on and get ready for our Measure Y spending plan that we're going to be developing this spring. So just wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vice President. It looks like Director Ramos just popped up. Did you want to say something? No?
I'm good.
Okay. Anything else, colleagues, before we move on to item T3, the report? Go ahead, Director. Yeah, go ahead, Director.
You have to take the vote.
Oh, that's right. This is a voting item. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, well, Gary will make the motion. Would somebody like to second? Okay, Director Thompson. Mr. Rakestraw, can we get a roll call vote on this?
Okay, on the motion for adjusting the spending plan as stated. Student Director Powell. Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw.
Adopted.
Thank you. We'll move on to item T3. Director Ng, this is a report from the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Yes, so as I stated at the beginning of the meeting, the Budget and Finance Committee met for the first time in 2021 last Thursday. We got a report from our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Lisa Grant Dawson, around the budget and finance, budget development process for next year. I believe Ms. Grant Dawson will be going over that. There's a presentation attached. I'm not sure if we'll go through the full presentation, but there's a link within the presentation that takes you to the budget development calendar and walks through the steps and what to expect in the coming months. The other thing I did want to mention before we dive into the calendar is that the committee also had two other items that we discussed. One was a report on the governor's budget that came out in January. There's a very thorough and comprehensive PowerPoint presentation from school services that was attached to that agenda item. So if any members of public are interested in getting more information about the governor's budget, we decided not to have a full presentation at the board level, but to direct members of the public to the committee item if you're interested in learning more about the details of the governor's budget. And the other item that we discussed was the cash flow item as of the first interim. So now I will turn it over to Ms. Grant Dawson to go over the budget development calendar for 21-22. This is not for adoption, it's just for discussion to provide opportunity to ask questions.
Thank
to
you.
Ms. Grant Dawson.
Ms. Grant Dawson, before you start, it occurs to me it's 9:35. We should vote to extend the meeting because we're supposed to end at 10, but we're not going to end at 10 tonight. So I move that we extend the meeting to 11 p.m. Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we vote on that item?
Yes, you may. On the motion to extend to 11 p.m. the meeting, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson. Director Hutchinson. Okay. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw.
Yeah, the motion to extend is adopted.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Grant.
Not a problem at all. Good evening to President Gonzalez and to the Board of Trustees, including Vice President Sam Davis and all of our constituents and stakeholders. We wanted to review what is a portion of what's attached, and so we'll be focusing primarily on the budget development calendar. So this calendar, as was stated by Director Ng, was shared at the Budget and Finance Committee. It's also been shared a few different rounds of communication with district site leadership teams, and it's making its rounds as well, has been shared with the board and making its rounds to various stakeholders to understand and really be able to provide some context about the way that we're managing and navigating the budget. Again, it is not this is a tool. And we wanted to show the framework about how we'll operate, which allows for additional communication dates and engagement to continue to occur. There were several things that we talked about in the budget development process that really rang out to me that was important. And so when we begin the budget development process with enrollment projections that start this year in December, we also were continuing to talk about the budget as we move forward with first interim. And the enrollment projections are what helps us to begin to scope out what we believe our enrollment will be next year. We budget based on enrollment, as we've shared, but we are funded by actual attendance. So with that, we move forward into January, which is where we are now. And this calendar is designed to show you some very high level activities as well as very specific activities to include board meetings and other structured meetings that are scheduled. It also allows, and when we talk about we want to begin meeting with sites and other stakeholders, all of the stakeholder groups are not listed here, but the intent of this calendar is to show you that this is where this I, meaning information, anytime there's an A as far as an action, we've indicated it here. This is where we want to begin to show our stakeholders how we plan to move forward with this process. We had a number of board members, I think all the board members attended, as well as we invited our bargaining partners to the governor's January budget this year, as well as district staff, to help to provide some structure to what's happening from the state level and then how that translates to school districts as part of the budget development process. As we move forward into February, we talked very distinctly about at the February 11th Budget and Finance meeting, we'll start looking at the budget reduction options with the intent that at the February 24th board meeting, we want to present the board with the first draft of budget reduction options. All of these things are coalescing as we're starting to work on the LCAP and engagement with PSAC and other groups to, again, give us the voice of the Oakland community as far as what we want to see and to educate about why some of the things that we need to do, not just with reductions, reinvestments, and responding to some other strategies become critical and important for us to be able to move forward. And so again, though in this presentation, it's broken up, this is just a fluid, each month that changes, you'll see the content of what's happening and what type of item it is. As the time progresses, we add more details to this. This item would come back to the board if there was a significant change that occurred that may impact our timeline. So what may be a significant impact if in May, for instance, for some reason, the governor's may revise is later. It commonly isn't, but it could happen. In the event that something shifted, that shifted what we've already scheduled, we'd come back and work also with the Budget and Finance Committee about how we can continue to move in a right trajectory. You also heard President Gonzalez and saw on your board agenda the communication from the county, which again is not different than what we've been sharing with the board as far as timelines and our need to make ongoing sustainable reductions. You've also, for those that have been able to participate in different forums that we have hosted publicly, have heard We don't want this budget development process to continue to be this traumatic circumstance of continuous every year, we have to cut. So we really want to be strategic. We do want to focus on program. We do want to focus on site. We do have to look at affordability and how to balance those pieces collectively. And so if we do all these things well, then we will meet at the June board meeting where we will have a kind of proposed budget. We actually built that in May, where there's a snapshot of what the budget draft will look like in May, as well as the LCAP. And then we move forward to June, where again, we have the formal proposed adopted budget. There was a question that was raised about why do we adopt the budget in June? So one, we're statutorily required to adopt the budget by June 30th, but more importantly, we are commonly waiting for more information, especially the governors may revise. That's when we are hearing the final proposals as the state is completing its budget and how education will be impacted. And so since that typically happens around the middle of May, we have just a couple of weeks in order to make any adjustments that may come from the governors may revise before we're finalizing and presenting to the board for adoption. So with that, it is our anticipation that we will be presenting the budget on June 26th. And with that, again, all of the other actions and activities that will occur will help lead us in that direction. Stakeholder engagement, March, we will have our own March Madness, and our March Madness will include our directors hosting various engagements. So again, out of budget and finance, we are targeting March as the month for our board members to host additional meetings. That also will help so that by the time we get that feedback, we can still meet this date for any budget reduction options, to include the local control accountability plan and other areas that we continue to need feedback and that we need to make decisions to present to the board timely so that we remain compliant, but at the same time publish documents that are that speak to what the district needs are, where our priorities are, and where our stakeholders have contributed in the conversation. So I will pause there and turn it back over to Director Ng and or President Gonzalez, as is your pleasure.
Dr. Ng, did you want to add anything?
I was going to say, I don't have anything more to add at this time.
Okay.
President Gonzalez, we mostly just wanted to open it up for questions and give everyone a preview.
Okay. I did see in the deck, Ms. Grant Dawson, something about issuing broader layoff notices to provide flexibility and time for options. But I don't feel comfortable with that, because in the past, we have issued broad layoff notices and then people leave to find other jobs, even if we actually, are able to maintain that position. So I want to hear more about that, and what are we doing to ensure that we don't lose good people, if we end up deciding that actually we are going to continue to fund that position.
Mm-hmm. So as far as the historical broader layoff notices, I can't speak to what that is. This broader layoff notice is to provide us opportunities to, again, understand how we're currently funding many employees with split funding and other areas, again, speaks to the constraints with affordability. And so what we're looking at, again, is it's not 100% layoff notices. It is to look at, for instance, if we have individuals that are funded out of the unrestricted general fund, and then they're funded out of a grant fund, some of those funds will be either potentially ending, or based on the way we split those positions, it indicates that there is a strain in affordability. We also have commitments that we've already made as it relates to salaries. So as salaries are growing, there will be programs that won't be able to absorb the same expenditures that it has in the past. The ability for us to look at those construct and understand how that's going to impact programming means to meet the statutory deadline of March 15th for certificated layoff notices as well as classified notices, you won't have the time to be able to have that dialogue. We make a decision and then you lose that flexibility. That's one of the constraints back to we make decisions in March, and then we don't have that engagement period. That's been part of that cycle. So it is not intended to be, again,
Right. So can you
broader.
tell us more about what is the definition of broader then? Because
It means-
is it 5% more? Is it 10% more? Is it 50% more layoff notices? I think we just need that.
Yeah, it's not quantified that way. So again, one, we have many positions, a large percentage that we are funding with multiple resources. Previously, when we looked at which resources that we may notice, it may not have included a position that was funded multiple ways. That means we're addressing part of that position, but not the whole position. Therefore, how do we fund? So if we have one funding stream that stays and then another funding that's spent a different way, we've not addressed not only the individual attached, if you will, to that position, but that position and how we're going to fund it going forward. And so that's the broader conversation that we need to be able to have. It gives us the flexibility to build that component and to understand the impact to the programming. It always, again, gives you the opportunity to not execute the layoff notice based on the budget options and what's chosen. But what we can't work around is the statutory deadline about notices. So wish we could change it. It creates a constraint right in the middle of what we're really trying to dialogue with. What we also talked about is backing up the budget development process next year to start in the fall to give, again, that wind of time that we really need. But we're going to have to start a bit earlier with, again, some of the tensions of what we may not want to do in March and be able to try to make some decisions. That includes enrollment projections, some of those things needing to start earlier. So that's, hopefully that's helpful.
Could I just add a few more comments just to punctuate Lisa's points? One, Lisa has, I think done a really good job trying to listen to the collective desire of the board of we want more time to engage with these decisions because they're going to be complex and difficult. To do that, it means you have to then have more time for having more time for engagement means you have to do slightly broader layoffs because you're not going to be able to have that level of engagement if the final decisions are done by March 15th, right? So if the value is for engagement, that was the directive to plan around making sure the board has time. We've heard that over and over from the community, having time to understand the, why we're making the recommendations, why this particular program or investment and not the other. That's one. The second piece is we need to keep in mind, unlike prior times where it's like, here's just Oakland again, this is a global pandemic. So in my mind, I know the city is making cuts. Guess what? The city funds some of our programs, but we have to get a sense of, are we going to have an impact from the sugar tax? We also know many of our funders, like Kaiser, because we've had good relationships, they've taken cuts too. They were basically, very helpful, and we knew for this particular year we weren't going to have cuts, but we don't know for even some of our larger grantors, how they're going to be impacted and if they're going to either pull back on maybe some investments that they said they were going to do 2 to 3 years. So when Lisa's speaking about split funds, if I am a principal and I funded somebody, or I'm central and I funded somebody with ongoing and a grant fund, and we know in the back of our minds that may not be 100% guaranteed, then we need to make some decisions. Otherwise, the difference of the funding we may not receive, then we have to figure out a way to fund that ongoing. And that's where the affordability comes in. So it's always complex, but particularly knowing that everybody is really thinking clearly about how much revenue we're trying to be mindful of. Are we still going to have some of the contributions at the same level that we had from our philanthropic partners?
Thank you, Superintendent. Colleagues, questions?
I have one more thing with that. Yeah. The other thing we have to remember is that we also talked about our reduction in enrollment. And then also when we're evaluating the reduction in what attendance may be. So that also is how we're going to be building the budget. And so as we're figuring and calculating those components, that also is another piece that is critical to our decision making and the time we need to be able to come up with the robust recommendations.
Thank you. Comments or questions, colleagues? Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson. My question, it kind of came up earlier, but you know, we were talking about how budgets are framed around enrollment and attendance. And we know the enrollment numbers are smaller and the attendance is probably weaker. So the question is, the schools are going to be getting their one-pagers and the enrollment estimates. You know, that's, I think, the next step for them to build their SPSAs and so forth. So will that reflect the existing enrollment numbers and the attendance numbers, or will there be some kind of cushion with the understanding that when the pandemic is over, we're likely to get a bump up in the enrollment? Because I'm sure that your principals are going to be asking you this, that the pandemic was an exceptional circumstance that we don't expect to last. On the other hand, you know, based upon the funding, we're talking affordability as well. So how do you balance that, the numbers that you're going to be giving the schools to build their budgets for next year around, including staffing?
Mm-hmm. So we do have the enrollment numbers and are reviewing that to include the staffing projections, which is what we would call the base staffing, because it's based on number of kids and based on our contractual agreements and class size agreements, what that looks like. We also are looking at attendance in a way during this time that we would as far as proportion. So during Budget and Finance Committee, we also talked about our enrollment to attendance ratio has been 94%, meaning 94% of the students that are enrolled attend. That's how we're funded. But if enrollment has declined, then we are going to have to factor, if we're a 94% district, that the enrollment numbers that we're projecting based on what we know may also shift. And so we would have to adjust the budgets based on that data. And so that's why we're looking and analyzing both. And we're also trying not to make as many historical changes. This is again, a process. So we are continuing to resound the cry. This is a budget development process and things are going to change. What we are trying to attempt to do based on some of the history is not have maybe more stark changes without explanation, may be a good way to say it. You know, it's hard for me to express what the experience was, but from hearing it, it touched some vagus nerves for, you know, indeed about that process. And so we're looking at both. And that's why we're also trying to explain very carefully these various areas and unique circumstances based on the pandemic to include what already has been a trajectory of declining enrollment and attendance, and being able to address the affect of that and how we, again, continue to build our budget and robustness. So we're doing both.
So in other words, if a school has, let's say, has a steady or increasing enrollment over the last 3 years, but during the year of the pandemic, the enrollment is flattened or dropped, you might be able to consider what the trajectory is like and not use it just a single year enrollment number. Is that what is it more like that kind of arc, or is it cut and dry?
Okay, so this year, when we talked about that hold harmless, which we already had, we're being funded in 2021 as if it was 1920. But 21, 22, we have to use the enrollment and truly pay attention to the attendance as well as the unduplicated rates. So again, the profile of who is still attending school changes. If the unduplicated rate is reduced, we also will receive less supplemental and concentration resources as well. So it's that.
All due respect, Mr. Director Yee. We still have a lot of agenda items tonight. Are there other comments or questions from members of the board who have not spoken yet? Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm putting on the administrator's hat now, and somewhat tangential to what Director Yee was saying. I'm wondering if by chance we are including administrators in the conversation, because I didn't see a time when, or maybe I overlooked it, when you presented, whether or not we actually engaged them in conversation?
We did. So we met with
okay.
the administrators on January 15th.
Okay.
And they received the same presentation, the PowerPoint, as well as the share of the calendar. To include, we're working on the calendaring for the engagements to work with them on their budgets individually.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much.
That's a perfect question. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson. But that unduplicated percentage, that's the percent of students that are qualified for LCFF, correct? And can you just talk about, is that percentage going down over time? Do we have a sense of where it's at this year compared to last year? And
right. So it's the percentage of students so all students are eligible for LCFF. This is students that are eligible for free and reduced meals, homeless, foster, and English language learner. And so what that number is based on our average of, we ranged over time around 76% unduplicated. If, for instance, our enrollment goes down, so say if our enrollment was at 35,000, and say in our reality, we're looking at about 500 student loss projected. If out of that 500, all 500 met that unduplicated count number, then the likelihood that our unduplicated percentage would go down. It means then that we have less students eligible, and therefore would not be able to report those students to earn more, or what we have been accustomed to, if you will, in supplemental concentration. That means that the services as well as staff that back to broader layoff that are funded by those resources would or could be affected because we're earning less revenue.
And
does that help?
Sorry.
No, does that help? I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely. And
okay.
Is that number actually, is that unduplicated percentage going down over time, and do we have a sense of where it's at this year?
So as a first interim, it was holding. And again, now that we're into the new semester, again, that's why we're looking to see who's attending and what trajectory is that attendance based on the total students that are attending, and then who we're projecting will be enrolled and attend next year.
And is it a 3-year average that they use, or is it?
Yes.
It's a 3-year.
Yes. So if it dips, that's what we're looking at to see kind of what would that dip and that break point be for us. So that is the saving grace. It's a 3-year average, but then it means if we are lower in 2021 and in 21-22, our average begins to decline. So back to that higher number, we met in budget and finance and we talked about that 94 in enrollment to attendance percentage. If that grows to say 92, then there's a percentage not only of our regular, all of our students that are attending, but also that LCFF component. So it's requiring a different level of analytics and research based on a lot of unknowns, but we are using the best data to project forward. And if things change, that's where we need the flexibility as well to understand those dynamics as we move on.
Thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson. Director Williams, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson, for that. I am getting to see you a lot.
Right.
I'm loving it. I'm seeing you all the time. No. So my question actually is a little different. My question is, have we ever thought about incentivizing retirement? Because we're at a time that our educators who have worked 30 years and they're in their 60s may not want to go into the classroom. It's just a life choice. It may not be something that, if they can see that they've planned their life out, or so, that being that they're at the highest level of the pay scale, and it would seem like there would be some type of financial benefit for us to offer incentive retirement for all educators, because we just actually celebrated so many educators, 50, 40, 50, 40. I mean, they probably love their job, but if we gave them incentive, maybe be like, I'm good, I don't know. So have we talked about that or thought about that?
So looking back at when the last time we did one, it's not because of the timing it takes to implement, it's an option for sure. Depending on the district, it doesn't necessarily yield a significant change over time, but it definitely is an option to place on the list that, again, may not affect us for 21, 22, but in an out year for sure. So as we're engaging with that process, an early retirement incentive package, or, we love acronyms in education, PARS, so it's another PAR acronym. I definitely can add that to the list. So it is on our research list of when's the last time we did. Let's look at the last opportunity, what that yield, and what we're looking at right now with our demographics. So the answer is yes. It's not, the plan is not to, because we don't have it costed out, to place it on the list yet, because we wouldn't be able to actualize it for next year. But for a subsequent year, it absolutely could be deployed.
Thank you very much.
Good question. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Williams. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Grant Dawson or the Budget and Finance Committee? Okay. Not seeing any, we will move on to item T4. And Director Williams, I will turn it over to you to tell us about this item.
T4, oh my goodness. Let's see where we at right quick.
The land acknowledgement.
Oh, the land acknowledgement. Yes, I have. I'm trying to find it. That's Black Lives. That's that one. That's that one. Hold on, it's here. Boom. Land acknowledgement. Excellent. So, again, I just want to appreciate you, Madam President, for really just making a space for us to be able to talk about healing and acknowledgement. I think as a history teacher myself, I've gone in and I've taught history, and though in the history books, they just do not address Native Americans in a positive way. And so I think we have to find it upon ourselves to kind of engage those conversations and find supports. And as we start building up this particular relationship with our ancestors, within just acknowledging the original folks, I think our relationships with each other will continue to grow, because we will start to really have empathy and think about each other ahead of time. So I really have this resolution to be a first start. This resolution really is about acknowledging the Native tribes in Oakland, the East Bay area. But I do have to say, from the initial introduction, I had a woman from a new tribe called Confederate Villages of Linjang from Emeryville, and she wrote an email saying that the tribe that I found, Muwakima, are not maybe the original folks. And so I have to go back and actually have this conversation with her. So, I would like to actually table this and then go back and have these conversations, talk to Josh, and possibly switch out or add in another additional tribe. But
okay. Director Williams, are you moving to postpone this indefinitely, or do you want to identify a date certain that it's going to come back?
I would like to identify March 1st. Or
first meeting in March?
First meeting in March.
Okay. So you are moving that we would postpone this item?
Madam Chair, there's no motion pending. So you could administratively do it.
Okay. So we will postpone this item until the March 10th board meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll move on to item T5, which is Black Lives Matter at School Week.
Excellent. So with Black Lives Matter, first thing I want to say to everybody is Black folks, African folks came to this country in 1619. And they came enslaved. Their lives matter, but it really didn't at that time. And Black folks have struggled for 400 years. I mean, I don't really need to really give a speech about that. We've been struggling to really have our lives matter. And over the last year or two, we've seen so many folks whose lives have been taken away. These video lynchings, right? It's like on camera now. Like you used to see those pictures, the grotesque pictures back in the day. Now we actually see it live, right? And back in the day, they used to have crowds of people watching that. Now there's millions of people seeing so many Black lives get killed. So this is an opportunity as a district to reclaim our social our social justice, to really have educators talk about why Black lives matter. Because if we don't talk about it, silence is violence, right? Like if you don't say anything, you'll continue to see the same thing happen. Someone has to speak up and say enough is enough after 400 years. And so I put this out here for our board, for our district, to have courageous conversations, to just say, hey, let's look at what's going on today. And my last point is this. In 1954, we had the Supreme Court Brown versus Board, and it talked about making segregation unconstitutional. In 2020, we have segregation in this district. 67 years later, there's segregation in this district. And that is, it hurts so bad to see how far we have come in 70 years. We have schools that are on the edge of collapse. We have students that are not reading at grade level. And this is what our forefathers and mothers have fought for us, to have the opportunity to integrate our schools. And now we're at this place where we have to talk about tough decisions and closing schools. We've closed 16 in 18 years, and we're still talking about this blueprint. We have failed our forefathers and mothers who put this, challenged this segregation in 1954. And we really have to do better as a district, just as human beings. We have to stand up, speak up. We have to really be socially minded. And that's why I'm here. I just want to really bring this to have us think about it for a moment. So I really appreciate your consideration. I really appreciate your support. This is just a first step. Black Lives Matter Week in Schools allow teachers, allow para-educators to have this conversation. It allows staff members to talk about what, and feel free that you're not a terrorist and that you're not trying to overthrow the world, but actually you're just acknowledging folks who've been here since 1619 and who suffered tremendously. A gazillion women were raped during that time, right? So we really have to just say, for a healing purpose, to heal ourselves, this is the time to start doing that. And I'll follow that up with the reparations for Black students as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Williams. Do we need a motion in order to discuss this, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion? We'll entertain a motion. Go ahead, Director Thompson. You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I so moved that we have a discussion, yes.
Thank you so much. Second?
Well, let's, is it a discussion or is it a move to adopt?
I was going by what Vice President said. He said a motion to have a discussion. So I'm not sure if he wants to discuss it now or adopt it.
It would be a motion to adopt, Director Thompson.
Okay, in that case, yes, I move to even adopt it, yes.
Okay. You need a second.
And do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Director Ng. Are there any board comments on this item? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, I have a question actually of Director Williams, who is the author of this. Is the intent of this to tie in with the National Black Lives Matter in School Week actions that have been going by on the East Coast? And if so, which I hope it is, I would like us to consider putting in language to this to explicitly tie it into that, because I know they put out resources. And so I was just a little unclear if the intent was for OUSD to do their own version or plug in with some of the frameworks that they've already established.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. You're correct. It is an intent to connect with the national movement. If you would like to add that amendment to it, I'm fine with that, sir.
Yes, if we can have a friendly amendment, some line in there in conjunction with the National Black Lives Matter in School Week of Action, just to refer back to that. And then I would love to, if there's a way we can partner together, Director Williams, or with who's going to be spearheading this in the district, to make sure that we are tapping in directly with the national effort. And I know everyone has lots of connections, but if I can be of help in that process, I would love to bring more of that in to Oakland, because we have done skeleton versions the last 2 years in support of it, but this would be great to really institutionalize it.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson.
Any other comments?
Nothing other than I would like to say, if it's okay, sir, may I?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say I really like the terminology to augment Black History Month, because we've discussed that as just being an isolated month. And so at least there's some contextualization there to actually augment and lift it up. So Director Williams, thank you very kindly for actually inserting those words.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Thompson.
Go ahead, Director E.
Director, muted.
Thank you. I wondered if there is any intention to connect this with the ethnic studies developments that are going on statewide. And Director Williams, Oakland adopted an ethnic studies resolution last year. And so do you think that this has overlap with ethnic studies?
Thank you. It does overlap ethnic studies. It overlaps U.S. history. It overlaps English literature. It overlaps math. It overlaps every curriculum subject, because that can be discussed in every particular subject, every elective, every engagement. You can take a week out to really look at some resources and engage conversations with your students. This is what we've been trying to do, is have our students feel a part of their community. We want to have them to be feeling accepted and supported. And so this is one step to that. Is not solely connected to is not connected only to ethnic studies. It's connected to every single subject and every single relationship you may have with a Black student.
I was particularly interested because the ethnic studies curriculums, the materials that are being developed now in Oakland for the K-12. I believe we adopted a resolution for elementary school last year. That's what I was referring to in particular, the kind of content.
Sure, I agree with you. I'm in all support of ethnic studies. I would like to see it. I would like to actually follow Rosie, former Director Rosie Torres. She really advocated for like ethnic studies through middle school. So I really want to shout that out and lift her up for that advocating. But let's not just pigeonhole everything that goes right into ethnic studies. We really need to just, Black history is American history. It's U.S. history. And every single part of that is U.S. history. But at times our textbooks don't reflect that. And our educators are not trained to engage those conversations. So ethnic studies give our students of color a safe space to learn about themselves. But I don't want it to be like a isolated place where you just start piling in all this stuff. This should be holistic through all curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to appreciate, if there's no other board comment, I just want to appreciate Director Williams for bringing this to us and encourage all my colleagues to take this language out to when you're talking to folks at school sites and make sure that Black History Month is getting celebrated and that we're talking about Black Lives Matter Week of Action. General Counsel, I believe you said you had language that you wanted to share just so you could incorporate the amendment from Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Davis. Mr. Hutchinson, Dr. Hutchinson, making sure I'm getting this right. Let me just share my screen. I did my best to try to capture it, but I'm happy to rewrite it if it didn't capture it accurately. So in the second be it resolved clause, as you can see on the screen, adding the language at the end, and encourages the use as appropriate of resources from nationwide Black Lives Matter at School efforts. Again, happy to rewrite it if that doesn't capture it correctly, but
it's close enough for me. I would defer to Director Williams as the author of this resolution. I just would like there to be, you know, something like this to tie it into the national effort, just so that's explicit. But I would defer to Director Williams for the exact language.
Director Hutchinson, thank you very much. Director Daniels, General Counsel Daniels, thank you for that addition. I do have to submit at least a list of resources to make it easy for anyone who would like to access a smart thing. I ended up actually sending the board a great resource for elementary, which was What We Believe In. Nice little color book, talks about, you know, principles of Black Lives Matter in a just fun, honest way, really great. So there's a number of resources that I'd like to add to this particular measure that I will submit to you within the next week. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, are we ready to vote?
I'm sorry, Madam President, just to confirm, Director Williams, that this language is you're accepting? Okay.
Great. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the motion?
Yes. Director Thompson.
Yes.
Okay. Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay. The Student Director Powell, is she gone? Okay. All right. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
All right. It's always fun to watch you, Director Williams. So we're going to take up item T6, which is approval of provisional internship permits. Is there a motion to approve? I will move adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion? Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a vote?
Okay, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay, Director Ng. Director Ng. Okay, Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We'll take up item T7, which is an application for variable term program waivers. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Davis. Can we call the roll?
Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you.
Motion's adopted.
Okay, we do not have an item U, adoption of a pupil discipline consent report tonight. And there are 4 items that were removed from the general consent report. Item V6, V42, V43, and V49. So is there a motion to approve the consent report minus those 4 items?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Davis, second by Director Yee. Is there discussion, colleagues, on the consent report minus those 4 items? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll?
Student Director Powell, Student Director.
Oh, wait. I had my hand up trying to comment.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I just want to highlight again the issue I brought up last time about backdated contracts and how we do business going forward. And hopefully, again, we are in the process of moving towards that. And I really wanted to flag, I didn't feel it was necessary to pull them this time, but I have concerns about some of the data sharing contracts in here also. And in the future, I would like us to have a conversation and an explanation before we're asked to just give over our students and families data without a conversation about that, because that is a big issue in a lot of our families, especially around privacy. So I didn't feel the need to pull those this time, but hopefully going forward, we can still do a little bit better job with the consent report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Hutchinson. I am not seeing other board comments, so can we call the roll, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, Student Director Ramos, I believe you said yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
So we will take these items up in their numeric order. So V6, I believe Director Williams was pulled by you. This is a grant agreement between the district, the Oakland Public Education Fund. Would you like to speak to this item?
And President Gonzalez, we need to have public comments. We didn't do that for V.
We will take up public comments for V through X when we get to item Z.
But the public comments need to come before a vote on these items under the Brown Act.
There were opportunities to speak to these items.
No, you said that T was grouped together. You did not give people the opportunity to speak on V. And so I think it's really important when you said the last items were grouped together that we should have public comment now before there is a vote taken on these items.
Right, that's not how we do it anymore. The board adopted a set of changes to the agenda.
Point of information, could I get an opinion on the Brown Act from general counsel or from the parliamentarian? Because people were not given an opportunity to speak on the consent report items. And when you let them speak on T, you said specifically that you were grouping those 7 items together. And now we are now on V, and there needs to be an opportunity to speak before we're going to vote on these contracts and these items under the Brown Act.
General Counsel, care to opine on the Brown Act?
Sure. So 2 things. One, the time at the beginning of the meeting to comment on all items would encompass all items. And so therefore the public was given a chance. And 2, I believe, and Mr. Rikstra can correct me, but when an item is moved off of consents, technically it is moved to new business. And so the opportunity to comment on new business for all the items would have been at that consolidated consent item. So in fact, there were 2 opportunities to comment on
We didn't
items
have
that
new
were pulled off
business.
consent.
We skipped over that, and it was said there was no new business. I would just request from the fellow directors as a way that we do business, that we should definitely be encouraging public comment before we're voting on contracts. And to say people can vote at the start, then give another time for T, but now there's not a time for V, it kind of, there's the intent of the Brown Act. And so we allowed this to happen for T. There was no new business. If these should have been held in new business, then they should have been held there. And so I just want that on record. This is something that a lot of people in the community really want the chance to comment on these contracts and these highly controversial items that we have in the consent report.
Duly noted. We will take public comments when we get to item Z. Mr. Williams, are you the one who pulled the V6 grant agreement between the district and the Oakland Public Education Fund?
Yes, Madam President, and I want to rescind that. I think in my on the board, I got too excited. So
okay, are there comments on this item, colleagues? Okay, I will move adoption of V6. Is there a second?
Yes, there is.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we? Is there discussion? Okay, can we call the roll?
Yes, Student Director Ramos. Gone. Student Director Powell. Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director E,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
I abstain.
Okay. Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, I believe that you pulled B42, which is the finding that a charter schools could not be accommodated at a single site. Would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, I would, especially since the community is not being allowed to speak to this item, which I think is part of the problem here. You know, in the past, Prop 39 was not put on the consent report. This is something that there needs to be a public discussion about, even if it's just a declaration of no single site offer and that we have to give a multi-site offer. This one in particular is very disturbing. I don't know why one school could be given a multi-site offer with one of the sites being Montera and the other one McClymonds. I know that the community at Montera said that they had no available classrooms, and yet this declaration was still made to give away their classrooms. And just last year, McClymonds had a chemical leak there. They still have lead in the water in the pipes that hasn't been fully remediated. And McClymonds is scheduled, I thought, for a rebuild. And so why now is McClymonds being offered under Prop 39 for the fourth time in 5 years? And so there's some serious questions about the process. I'm going to be introducing a resolution at the next meeting asking for a waiver this year from Prop 39 because of the pandemic of COVID. But until we decide what we need to utilize in our reopening plan, it's not good policy to give away our sites that are fully in use. So I would like clarification from staff on why Montera and McClymonds are being offered under Prop 39 and the reasoning how that could be a multi-site offer when those two sites are nowhere near each other.
Okay, I'm not sure if Ms. Maraca is still available, Superintendent, to answer questions.
She is available. So Ms. Maraca, Sonali Maraca, if you could appear virtually.
Hi, good evening, I'm here. I'm happy to answer the question, and General Counsel Daniels, feel free to jump in as well. There are a few questions in Director Hutchinson's comment, so I just want to make sure I have them. You know, if I don't answer them all, please do jump back in. So in terms of the multi-site offer, this resolution actually has been on consent agenda for the past few years, but the board does vote in open session on the final offers. And so those will be coming to the board for a full vote in late March. So do look out for that. In terms of the two site offer, so yes, you are correct that the two sites are far from each other or not super close from each other, super close to each other. In order to minimize the number of sites included in the offer, which is something that we have been, we're required to do under the settlement with CCSA, this was the best offer we could provide in order to give just two sites and not three sites to the school. And so that was the decision that we made as staff. So that sort of, I think, answers the question about why the two sites are a little bit further apart. And then you also had a question about, I think, McClymonds and why they are available to be included in an offer as well as Montera. So we have a utilization formula that we use. The multi-site resolution does include every school with 2 or more classrooms that are available according to that formula. We certainly know that those calculations, schools are using, most of the space, if not all of the space that is available to them. And so we know that when we say these rooms are underutilized or we say these rooms are available, that's not how it's felt on the ground at the school, but that is the baseline footprint formula that we use and we've been using in order to sort of be reasonably equivalent across how we're thinking about this. In terms of the McClymonds chemical issue, General Counsel Daniels, did you want to speak to the status of that investigation?
Sure, I can just briefly speak to it. There has been indoor air testing completed. And I believe there's an announcement a few months ago stating that the results have come back consistently, that the air is safe. Of course, because of COVID, no one's been able to go back. But notwithstanding COVID, the site would have reopened at this time.
So, and the only other part, so during COVID now, our utilization formula for Prop 39 hasn't changed at all, even though we know we're gonna need to use social distancing going forward?
Yeah, great question. We've thought a lot about this and I've been in conversation with General Counsel Daniels. I don't know if you wanna speak to it and then I can supplement if there's anything else to add.
Sure. I mean, I can speak to the general piece around the utilization of space, not so much the formula itself. So as we have thought about how to make sure that our students and staff are safe when we bring students and staff back onto campus more regularly in the context of COVID, we are definitely making sure that there is 6 feet distance, that sort of the normal sort of precautions that we all have come to understand and know about. It's not just a matter of space, but also staff. So to spread out a 300 student school, if you had 20 kids per classroom on average and you wanted to do 10 per classroom, then you need twice as many classrooms, but you also need twice as many staff. And so those two pieces combined have meant that not just Oakland, but districts around the state are looking at how to do, among other options, hybrid schedules, assuming that all students want to come back. So it's not a situation where we have been actively exploring the option to expand the footprint of the school in that sense. I will also mention that under Prop 39, the requirement in existing law and regulations is that you need to have reasonably equivalent space between district schools and charter schools. So that if the district were to determine that a larger ratio of students, or smaller, however you want to calculate it, if we needed more classrooms for the same number of district students, then that would need to apply to our offers to charter schools as well. And so that would mean that we would need to make even larger offers in order to comply with Proposition 39, unless of course there is a waiver or some change in existing law.
No, they only get to apply once it's determined that it's underutilized by us. So I kind of reject that. And we're not talking about 20 in a classroom next year. The documents for the reopening plan cited 16. And so I just want to say there's a huge problem with this, that we're being displaced out of our school sites when we know for a fact we're going to need more space with social distancing going forward. And so I just want to put this objection on record. I know this law well. We develop our utilization formula as a district, and we get first priority to our classrooms before we give them away. So I just think it's a mistake doing business this way until we decide what we're going to need. Thank you.
Duly noted. Colleagues, are there any other comments or questions for Ms. Mararca? We also need a motion and a second to get this on the floor.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Comment.
Hold on. Director Thompson, did you second?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Williams.
So to Sonali and to the board, this is my second board meeting, and I am extremely disappointed that we are putting up one of my school sites for co-location. I think that it really kind of starts to show that our good faith process of really building relationships is going to be very questionable. I think that is not a fair action to actually move MAC or move Prop 39 without even having a conversation with the director for that particular district, because I have constituents that I should check in with. And I think that we could have done better in this process. It is extremely disappointing. And I'm going to ask each and every one of you board members to join me in postponing this action, actually until further, till next month, that we actually have a serious conversation, because how can I possibly vote on something that I haven't talked to my constituents with? And I think that is really important. And what we, and you know, there's Black Lives Matter, there's reparation for Black students, you know, it's all connected. That over a series of years, we have disinvestment, we redirected students from enrollment, we allowed this particular issue of toxicity to affect the campus. And so naturally, parents will choose other schools. But we have a dedicated community alumni-ship that is willing to fight and stand strong. And we have yet to actually engage that conversation of how we can support them. But yet we will constantly do things that hurt the community. Any type of co-location, as we know, tends to is a step to killing the school. And we cannot have that. We're gonna really have to have some real serious, deep conversations. So I'd like to make a motion to move this to March, to look at it again after having conversations with you, Sonali, and with Superintendent Kyla, and with President Shanti, to really understand how we can try to move this item with a new board member who just got into office, who's only been at his second meeting, and we're about to put some devastation in his district. I think we could do better. I really think we can do better. And that's the whole system about let's try to heal and build relationships. This is not a good move. This is really not a good move.
So Ms. Maraca, can you tell us what are the potential consequences of postponing this vote?
So I will let General Counsel Daniels speak to the consequences. I will say that I hear you, Director Williams, that you wish you had had more advance notice. I did include it in a board update last week, and we have notified principals of the affected schools, but I do hear you that in the future, you would like more advance notice and the opportunity to discuss. Council Daniels, could you speak to the ramifications of postponing the vote?
So this is only a preliminary offer, which is required by law before February 1st. So it's not a final offer. The issue is that in order to make a final offer that is a multi-site offer, you need a board-adopted resolution with findings. We would need to explore whether the same would be true with a preliminary offer. But if it were the case that a multi-site resolution was needed to support a preliminary offer, and we don't have one by February 1st, then it's possible that the district would need to make an offer of a single site to the school. And Ms. Maraca, I believe it's 24 classrooms that they're eligible for. Is that correct? 24, 23?
26, I believe.
26. So we would then need, if that is the case, that we would need to make a single site offer, then we would need to find a site that has 26 classrooms available. And currently, under our current utilization formula, there are no such sites. So we would need to explore what that would mean. Now, again, this is just a preliminary, so it may not be the case that we would need to do that first. And so I don't have a definitive answer, but I do think it may be the case once we look into it that it would require a single site offer, and that would, I think, put a different type of impact on a particular school site.
Including potentially forcing us to relocate our own students off a site. Is that right, General Counsel?
I wouldn't go that far to say that we would have to necessarily relocate, but it rather than having a split amount, maybe it's 14 or 13, one site's going to, because we don't have any open school sites with nobody there with 26 classrooms. So we need to find a single school site where there is, and again, maybe, I don't want to say definitively that that's what the case, but that might be the case.
Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. Ms. Maraca, we have a long history with Ames that goes back, I think, 20 or 25 years as they reported several weeks ago. How many, in the recent times, how many times have they applied for a Prop 39, and when the offer was made of a multi-site offer, they declined it in the end?
So American Indian applies every year for Prop 39 for all 3 of their schools. Every year they take the high school offer and decline the offers for the other 2 schools, whether they're single site or multi-site. That's been true for at least the past 3 years.
And what would be their motivation to do that? To apply and then reject the offers?
So
I'm going to ask that Ms. Marco not respond
I was
to
going
that
to say,
right
I don't
now.
necessarily want to speak to their
I apologize.
motivations. Yeah.
Okay, so, but that is the past history that we've encountered over the years, going through this process with them and creating the consternation and the fears in our community, and only to find out that they've declined the offers.
And I just want to say, Director Williams, like, I really hear your frustration, and, you know, having gone through this many times with schools in District 6, a lot of the time the issue never really comes up because the school will elect to stay in their current space rather than having 3 classrooms here and 5 classrooms there and 7 classrooms there. So I understand you know, why you feel alarmed, and don't want your community to be alarmed. For me, I wait until I know for sure that there's cause for alarm before so that's just me. I understand where you're coming from and wanting to have time to engage your community. For me, I don't want to risk a lawsuit because in the past we have been sued by the Charter School Association because of space issues. And to me, that's not a good use of district resources. So that's where I'm at, even though I really do understand where you're coming from.
So I think that we really are talking about when someone steps onto the board, I don't know when the particular application to apply for the site occurred. There was no notification. It tells me that there's a process here with the district that you will just select properties without even talking to the director of the district. Now that is bad practice. That creates so much distrust. How can I trust anything now? Because you're operating behind my back. And then I have to go out and face the constituents that just voted me in. And now I got to tell them that this particular happened behind my back. And I take the wrath of that. So I just think that the policies, it just is really unfair and just completely not right. I just had a meeting with Sonali just last week, and there's nothing about that conversation that came up. And now it's like, oh, well, I submitted to the calendar, so you should have read it and then asked me questions. Well, that's 4 days. That's 4 days. That's not 2 board meetings. If we had talked in the first board meeting, there's some things that are going on. There's this, that would be different. I had a town hall on January 15th, and I could have talked about that January 15th and really got an idea of what my constituents want. And so I feel this is really just, it is something that we really need to consider, the practices of how we actually move here. That our hands are, I don't believe our hands are tied. I think that there's, you know, some action that we can do in reconsideration of saying how best can we have the community conversation to see if this really fits the community. If you're telling me that we don't have a choice in that, that's a big problem. That's a really big problem. That's just what I had in the town hall. How are you going to serve the families, Van Cedric, of charter schools? Oh, we don't have any oversight. We can't tell you what to do. Now you can come right into my neighborhood and I can't say anything? That's ridiculous.
So Director Williams, let's have a vote on your motion. You need a second, but let's have a vote on that motion, and then General Counsel, we have an upcoming orientation session. Let's take this up. What should be the process in the future so that people don't feel surprised and blindsided when there's a multi-site offer happening in their district? Is there a second to Director Williams' motion that we postpone this vote?
I second.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a vote?
Yes. On the motion to postpone consideration of pending item, Director Ng?
No, but I do have a comment that I wanted to make. I don't think you saw my hand, but I can make it afterwards.
Okay. Director Yee?
No.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
No.
Vice President Davis?
No.
President Gonzalez?
No.
Motion to postpone is not agreed to.
That's ridiculous, man.
Okay. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost Director Williams. Director Ng, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it makes sense right now, but I guess just in terms of the onboarding, it is the way that the timeline is. I sympathize with Director Williams because I felt the same. I'm sure you did too, Director Gonzalez. The way that the timeline for Prop 39 is, you are put in a position as a new board member that you have. It's a very unfortunate position. I remember the first year this happened to me as well. There was sites in my district that were very controversial that were put up, and without any heads up or understanding of what the Prop 39 process is, it's very challenging. And so I think establishing a protocol and also being integrating this into an orientation process is really important, so that there is expectations around what that process can look like, and it can be consistent year to year amidst staff. So if we could do that sooner than later, that would be good, because it is obviously it's become more of a controversial topic. There's a lot of misunderstanding by school sites and by parents and by community members, and we are put in positions where we do have to respond to constituent concerns, and without the information available, it makes it really difficult to be able to respond to those concerns. Thank you.
Are there other comments from directors? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. I actually think one of the problems has been historically OUSD and the school board has not fought to defend our public school properties. And I reject some of the stuff that I've heard that we don't have a say in this. What we as a board need to do is we need to protect our properties by developing our own utilization formula. And I reject the idea that district staff gets to decide which of our facilities are made available to charter schools. That's the root of the issue. And I think it's insulting to put this on Director Williams like he did something wrong or he didn't find out. I agree with him. It is offensive as a new board member to sit here and be told that this has to happen when I know that's not how the law is written. So hopefully going forward, we as a board will change the way that we operate, because the past practices have not worked for the community. And hopefully we will move to a position to defend our resources against all threats, like we gave an oath to do, instead of bending over and giving it away to every time somebody asks for it. So I agree with Director Williams. I'm also offended, and hopefully people will take some of this to heart instead of trying to explain it away and make it seem like it's his fault. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the motion?
Yes, on the roll call on V.-42 for adoption. Student directors are absent. Director Ng.
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Powell. Director Ramos.
No.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams. Absent. Director Hutchinson.
No.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Okay, we will move on to item V43. Mr. Hutchinson, I believe you pulled this, which is a fiscal sponsorship agreement between OUSD and the Oakland Public Education Fund. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, I was very troubled to see this item. You know, the original fiscal sponsorship should have expired 2 years ago. Originally, it was a 3-year agreement. And to find out that it's still been operating even after it expired was a lot bit troubling. I don't think this is what we should be doing as a district. And if we do need to go a fiscal sponsorship route, this is a highly politicized move. Using the same fiscal sponsor as Oakland Undivided, Oakland Promise, East Bay College Fund, and using an organization that's tied to Go Public Schools and the Rogers Foundation, and a lot of these other companies that the district does business with. But within that, the actual details of this agreement, where it calls for the Ed Fund to take 10% off the top plus added on fees, is not even a good fiscal sponsorship agreement for the district. We could do much better. We should be searching for somebody who wants to support us and can provide this for free or for low cost. That is towards the high end of industry standards. But then if you look in the details of this, it says within this agreement that the Ed Fund will have full authority over these restricted funds. They will have control over this money. It also says that the Ed Fund will have basically editing authority over any fundraising campaign that OUSD engages in, and that they'll actually be in charge of it. This is not a good agreement. I would encourage us to wait and fully vet this agreement and understand what it is before we agree to have all charitable contributions go to this private entity and allow them to take over 10% off the top. So I would respectfully request that we, again, put this off for a month till we can get more information and we can make sure that this is a good deal for our district before we encumber ourselves with a deal that's going to last at least 4 years.
Okay, we need a motion to adopt this item. Another debate. Okay, I will move adoption. Is there a second to, okay, go. Thank you, Director Yee. Is there board discussion? Any other board discussion? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll?
On the motion to adopt this agreement, Student Director Ramos, Student Director Powell.
No.
You said no? Okay. Director Ng.
Yes, but are we voting on the postponement or are we voting on the adoption? Sorry,
There's only one pending motion at the moment. The motion to postpone is not made.
Oh, okay. I would say yes, but I would like us, I think that the Director Hutchinson's questions weren't some staff response around. So
I'm happy to respond
yeah,
to the purpose of this, the Oakland Ed Fund, but
yeah.
Mr. Rakestraw, let me know, should I wait until afterwards, please? Thank you.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
All right, so one, the Ed Fund is a typical structure and partnership that is in many districts locally and nationally. It has been with OUSD for over a decade, and it supports activities such as some of our fundraising, our A to Z teacher grant program, Oakland School Volunteers, and recently under COVID, the COVID Rapid Relief Fund. Many private foundations and corporate foundations grant to OUSD through the Ed Fund. This is a critical service to have such an intermediary support. Otherwise, we wouldn't have access to some of these dollars. Salesforce is an example of that. It provides newcomer support, social worker, SEL support for middle schools as an example. While the former iteration of the Ed Fund more than a decade ago was established to support the small school movement, this iteration, based on a national review of Ed Fund and best practices, has shifted the Ed Fund's role to primarily that of a fiscal agency for OUSD, support to school sites and community mobilization in support of OUSD. The Ed Fund has an outstanding board, which has been built up over the past few years. Their fiscal sponsor fee of 5% and 10% for managed grants, and some larger grants, even at a much lesser rate, is less than the industry standard for fiscal sponsorship organizations, which can be as high as 20% or more. That just gives you background.
Okay, colleagues, is there more discussion or questions?
I would just say
Okay,
that coming from the could I go ahead, President Gonzalez? Okay. I would just say that I'm coming from my background's in the philanthropy world. There's a lot of foundations that that will not grant directly to districts. So they require an intermediary, such as a community foundation or education foundation. There's a lot of, and unfortunately, because of Prop 13, the reality is that we see education foundations, particularly in a lot of small suburban districts where they're fundraising, they're higher means and able to fundraise. And so I think for us to be able to have an opportunity to partner with an agency that is an urban environment to fundraise for all of our districts, particularly schools that don't have the capacity to have PTAs, is definitely an asset. I know our schools in my district have received A to Z grants and have benefited from them. And so I just wanted to add that additional perspective. And I do know that there has been a lot of work, because I know in the past there was some findings around lack of transparency around some of the hiring that was happening through Ed Fund, and the previous general counsel had done a lot of work in terms of ensuring that those practices several years ago were straightened out. And so I know that my concerns around some of those practices several years ago were worked out. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, is there other board discussion? And we're going to have to vote to extend the meeting again. Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can you finish the roll call?
Yes, on the roll call, as I understand it, Student Director Ramos, you said no. Director Williams?
No.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
No.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, I believe you also pulled V49.
We actually need the motion to extend.
Okay. I move to extend the meeting to 11:45 p.m.
I second.
Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll?
Yes, Student Director Raymond?
Yes.
Okay, Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams?
No.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Thompson? Director Thompson? I can't hear you.
I think he's frozen.
Yes, okay, all right. Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And
I'm sorry, my machine froze on me.
Okay, on the motion to extend, what's your vote, sir?
Yes.
Okay, President Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion to extend is adopted to 11:45 p.m.
Okay, Director Hutchinson, I believe you want to propose some amendments to V49.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to introduce the amendment that the CAC sent to all of the school board members. And this is a request that comes directly from the CAC and as their liaison. I saw it as part of my job to bring this forward to the board. The CAC has voted on this amendment and is asking for it to be included in the legislative priorities as an amendment. I would also, as the liaison from the CAC, kind of throw in also, if for some reason the board is not willing to accept that now, then I would really strongly request that there is a consideration for how this can be included in these priorities going forward. I understand that we did the budget priorities now, and the rest of the legislative priorities are coming later in the year. But this was really important to the CAC. There's been a lot of support for this. And I think we as a board need to do a much better job of incorporating priorities from the community that we serve. So hopefully everyone got a copy of that email to them. If you want me to read into the record, I can, but it was the amendment sent by the CAC to everyone for these legislative priorities.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. General Counsel Daniels, do you have this in a format that everyone can see what is being proposed?
What I have, Madam President, I can share my screen, is the original language, which is in black up here.
Okay.
And then in red, proposal by the CAC references language from the 2020 and 2019 priorities. And so that is not specific enough to directly take word for word. So what I attempted to do, and hopefully I got it right, was to capture the budget related pieces of the proposal language, even something that was even sort of not directly related to finance, I put in there. So for example, there was language around redefining the definition of severity, which I'm highlighting here, because the language or the ask of the CAC was to note how the definition of severity doesn't reflect funding. It seemed it could be construed as being connected to the budget. And so I then organized those budget related pieces in language that I believe reflects the CAC's request. So we have 3 different paragraphs for special ed, and then 1 paragraph for charter schools. And just to summarize, this language that I'm highlighting here, talks about OUC supports policies related to student with disabilities within special education, and then it's
okay. We'll allow Director Hutchinson to read it into the record, and just for the good of the order, our usual process would be for you to share these with General Counsel so that when the agenda is posted, the community can see what are the changes that are being considered for the boards for the amendments. So
on this one, Madam President, I should have made sure to include it. So I will own the fact that it wasn't in the agenda. This is I'm happy to read it into the record if Mr. Rickshaw would like.
I think it's Director Hutchinson's motion, so let's let him read into the record.
Yes, but what I would read into the record is not reflected what's written here. What I was going to read into the record was the request from the CAC. So this is one of the things I think as a board, since we haven't really had conversations, that we haven't really worked out. And so what I really wanted to do today was actually to have a process over the next 2 weeks or before the next board meeting to see if the board was in agreement with introducing this amendment in. Now, if folks would rather me read the whole thing and a vote up or down with that, that's fine too. But the CAC just wanted these ideas incorporated, and I wanted to see where the board was on that. If we can get this voted in now, I'll read it in, that's great. But my bigger concern is how do we incorporate these ideas expressed from the CAC into our priorities?
Okay, so I would recommend that you read them into the record. We can have a board discussion. And then if people feel like it makes more sense to wait and kind of, have more conversation, then we can do that. But let's go ahead and get the amendment on the record, and then we can decide whether we want to vote tonight or if we want to vote in the future.
Okay, great. So the way the amendment reads is number 1, readopt the language from your 2019 legislative platform requiring charter schools to share in the cost of the education of Oakland students with IEPs with a range of options tailored to the city, which would include but not limited to participation in the SELPA in which it is geographically located. Next paragraph, further require that applications for new or renewing charter schools include an explicit plan for employing or contracting staff with moderate severe teaching credentials. Next paragraph, readopt the language from your 2020 legislative platform asking the state to recognize and address the unique costs associated with educating and serving students with severe disabilities who require multiple services and therapies as determined by their individual education program. Next paragraph, further ask the state to update its 40-year-old education code definition of severity to reflect the educational needs of the student versus the category of disability in order to assure that discussions and decisions about funding for students with severe disabilities can take place with clarity. And lastly, support the state of California in advocating that the federal government fully fund 40% of IDEA costs as is referenced in the governor's January 2021 budget.
Thank you. Is there a second for Mr. Hutchinson's motion?
Well, can I do a clarification? Is the motion is to add it in, or I just wanted to present a quick clarification. and Director Hutchinson alluded to this, because Director Gonzalez, you put me on the spot last time to calling me to frame this. And what I didn't do, I don't think that I explained it right in terms of the last several years, we had just been adopting one legislative platform. And this year in the advocacy process, because we knew budget was going to be such a priority, and we wanted to weigh in as a district early on budget, we separated out the fiscal advocacy with the legislative platform. So I believe what General Counsel Daniel was trying to do was integrate in the fiscal components to this one, but I can see how I definitely am supportive of the CAC recommendations around highlighting special ed and the various needs around special ed. I think the question is just, at this point, I'm not even sure if it makes sense to separate out the fiscal and legislative platforms. Maybe we just postpone and we just highlight, work on the legislative platform and make sure that special ed is a key component of the legislative platform, and bring that back to the board later in February. But anyways, I just wanted to clarify that this was a shift in terms of the process, and I'm not sure if the special ed, obviously it's related to fiscal piece, but it's not it wasn't part of the goal for this fiscal advocacy piece was supposed to be just about on the budget. So I wanted to just bring that that background.
And I would consider that even a friendly amendment to the amendment. I know my take was there wasn't a full explanation at the CAC about what the legislative priorities process was going to be this year and how it's kind of different than in the past. And so I'm a little uncomfortable because I don't like speaking for other groups and their amendments. But I think the intent was to make sure this is included in the overall legislative priorities. And so if there's a willingness from the board to make sure this is included in the final priorities, and this is a step to move us along there, I'm fine with that, whether this is explicitly included now or later, as long as we're going to have the opportunity to make sure it's included in the final priorities.
Madam President, technically, you don't have a motion on the floor.
Right. So, Director Eng, are you proposing that we postpone and take this up as part of a larger legislative platform?
I'm saying we could do either of two things. At this point, we could either do, as Director Hutchinson said, we could just, I guess the motion would be we would just adopt the fiscal policy as is, or have a motion to adopt that, but then I don't know if it would be amendment. I don't know what the legislative piece would be, but we would refer the CAC recommendations, and I think the intent would be that would be folded into the legislative platform. Is one way we could go, or if it made sense to postpone and just work on the legislative platform, then we could do that. Although we already did have a first read on the fiscal side, so if folks feel comfortable at least on that component, we could then turn that into a budget letter that we would send to the state and be able to influence at least that aspect of the legislative process as we work on the legislative platform. I think there's several different ways that we could go. And I know General Counsel also offered up language as well.
Okay, go ahead. I see Director Yee and then Vice President Davis.
Okay, and I also, I read carefully the CAC, I think carefully the CAC recommendations, and I appreciate most of it as fiscal and legislative. I'm not understanding though, for myself, the insertion of the requirement about charter schools joining the SELPA. My understanding is that there was discussion about this during Superintendent Wilson's tenure, of which I wasn't aware of those discussions, but the numbers were the agreed upon numbers that were involved did not bear out the fiscal benefit to Oakland Unified School District because of the excessive cost of some of the cost of SELPA support for some of the charter school students. So the decision was made at the time to not. I believe that there is room, if there's an actual fiscal analysis, that somehow the charters are skipping their responsibility because of the SELPA decision. That's one thing, but I don't happen to believe that is in fact the case. I do agree that all schools, charter schools and district schools, should in some way bear the responsibility for the total quality and cost of services to students with special needs. And so that part of it I would agree on. I just think that this piece seems particularly ideological without any foundation.
Thank you, Director Yee. Vice President Davis?
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion that we adopt the fiscal priorities as stated, but refer the language written by General Counsel back to the CAC to see what their take is, if that actually does reflect the spirit of their recommendations, or if they had further changes they wanted to make to it.
Okay, I will second.
If I may, President Gonzalez.
Sure.
So here is let me share my screen. So in blue is the language that the CAC sent that Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson, excuse me, just read out. What I had attempted to do in the language up here in red was to pull out from blue the asks of the CAC that are fiscal in nature, because this is the fiscal legislative platform. So I do not know, just in terms of the timing, if the board were to adopt just what's in black, what that would mean is that the fiscal components of what the CAC is recommending would not be included in the fiscal legislative platform. So
I thought I heard Vice President Davis say that we would adopt the language that's in red and ask the CAC if it concurs with their recommendations, and if not, we could revisit. Is that right, Vice President Davis?
That isn't what I said, but it's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
But let me actually read the language, because it's it's been going past pretty fast.
So this language is from the, well, let me, so the first paragraph, readopt the language from the 2019 legislative platform requiring charter schools to share in the cost of education, which would include but not be limited to participation in the SELPA. So participating in the SELPA, I'm happy to change it, but that was not, I didn't view that as a fiscal piece. That was a policy piece. So I didn't capture that language. I just captured the piece that talked about this. And that language is found here. Further required applications for new.
It is absolutely fiscal, and I would argue it should be captured.
Okay, I'm happy to, let me just go through and then I'm happy to add it back in. Further require the applications for new or renewing charter schools include an explicit plan for employing or contracting staff with moderate severe teaching credentials. Again, not having been at the CAC meeting, I didn't view that as fiscal, but again, if the board feels otherwise, I'm happy to add that in. So that did not transfer into red. Readopt the language from 2020, asking the state to recognize the unique costs. I did that up here. That's the same language from 2020, word for word. Further ask the state to update its 40-year-old education code definition of severity. So I did not take that language word for word, but that language is attempted to be captured in this paragraph. And then it last here, support the state in advocating for the federal fully funded 40%. That language is captured here. I'm happy to read it into the record. I'm happy to make any adjustments or take any other direction from the board, but just to explain, that was the intent of the red language. And I apologize if that was unnecessarily confusing and going back and forth.
So yes, please read it into the record, and then we'll see if the board wants to move forward with the vote or if they would rather postpone.
Okay, so to add special education, OUSD supports educational and fiscal policies that, accompanied by adequate resources, serve students with disabilities and learning environments where they can thrive. We believe that students should be given the opportunity to learn among their peers in classrooms where they are supported by staff and resources designed to eradicate barriers to their academic success. We believe that the state must recognize and address the unique costs associated with educating and serving students with disabilities who require multiple services and therapies, as determined by their individualized education program. Current law defines the quote severity of a student's disability based on the category of disability rather than the level of education need of the student. OUSD supports a change to the definition of quote severity to reflect the level of education need of the student so that funding decisions and allocations can reflect the true cost of educating that student. OUSD supports the state of California in advocating for the federal government to fully fund 40% of IDEA costs, as is referenced in the governor's January 2021 budget. Charter schools. OUSD supports student-focused charter school policies along the full policy continuum that promote a shared responsibility to educate all of Oakland's youth, including our most vulnerable populations, such as students with moderate severe disabilities, English learners, newcomers, homeless students, and foster youth.
Okay. I would propose adding the SELPA language back in. Are there any objections?
I object.
Okay. So is there a second to adding the SELPA
Except for one thing, that there's one word that I did not notice when I first
Director,
read.
I'm making a motion and then we can have discussion.
But I may withdraw my objection. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I didn't understand when you say which would include but not be limited to participation. So does that mean that self-participation is within the range of options, or is it required? That's the question. If it's in the range of options, I consider that very reasonable. If it's a requirement that is the basis of the range of options, then I would have to say no. So that's a matter of the wordsmithing that I didn't understand when I first read it. But if it is part of the range of options, but not necessarily the only option, then that's different than I understood the original intent of it. However, if it's in the range of options, I think that that makes sense, and I would like to explore. And it may turn out to be that it is more efficient and more beneficial to Oakland for them to be in the SELPA, but that is not my understanding based upon the 2015 analysis.
My read is that the SELPA is one of the ways that
it could be one of the ways, but is it the only way?
Right.
Can we put could instead of would? That was confusing to me also. I read it both ways. Because especially if this is the fiscal policy, I do have similar concerns with Director Yi around the budget implications could actually go either way. It could actually also be more of a liability.
So Matt, don't interrupt Director Hutchinson, and then if you want, I can jump in and clarify.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, the CAC asked me to pull this item to introduce their amendment that they sent to everyone. They didn't really ask the board on the spot to wordsmith what they had created. And especially since we haven't allowed public comment, and I can see that there's members from the CAC waiting to comment, I think this is a bad way to do business, where we are trying to interpret community voice when they were very explicit with what they wanted. So I would either like us to either accept the amendment that I produced altogether, or for us to have a conversation about how we get these ideas included. But wordsmithing it at 11:20 when the CAC can't even weigh in themselves, I think is a bad way to do business.
Okay, so do you believe, Director Hutchinson, that we should postpone this until our next meeting and then have the chance to engage with CAC?
Yes, so will this be agendized then at the next meeting so we can make sure that there is a plan for it to be addressed?
Well, can I go back to my original motion then? Which was to pass the portion that's in black above, that was the original language, and then refer the language that was written by General Counsel Daniels to the CAC for their feedback.
Okay, I mean, go ahead, Director Ng.
I just procedurally, I wonder if it would make more sense because if we're the point of doing them in 2 stages is to be more expeditious around the budget advocacy. And so I would actually suggest, if we're going to do that, to just separate it, just the budget advocacy continues, and then we refer, as Director Hutchinson said, with the CAC language, refer that to the legislative platform and have a discussion on the legislative platform there
Yeah,
versus trying to tag on to the budget advocacy.
That's the intent of the motion. So the intent of the motion is to pass the portion that was presented at the last board meeting tonight, and then refer the portion in red that was written by.
Sorry, I guess I'm not suggesting, I was suggesting that, because I think what Mr. Daniels was trying to do was to adapt the CAC's intent into the fiscal policy. But I think if we're going to, which I think is a good idea, to just separate it out, we just move forward with the budget advocacy piece, and then instead refer the CAC language, which they've already forwarded to the board to consider, to the advocacy committee to integrate it into their legislative platform, to consider as part of the legislative platform that we should be adopting within the next month also.
Okay, so Vice President Davis, would you like to withdraw your motion? Because it sounds like Director Ng wants to make a new motion.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm
So
not.
Director Ng, go ahead and restate your motion.
My motion is that we vote on the budget advocacy and we refer the CAC language to the legislative platform to be integrated and considered and discussed as part of the legislative platform.
Okay, second.
And,
Is there
and
discussion?
if timing works out, I think it would be good for the CAC to be able to see the draft of the legislative platform before we.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Is there discussion?
Can I ask for clarification of this motion?
We are
When
only voting on the original language that was in the platform. We are not voting on any additional amendments at this time.
I got that, but when Director Ng says in her motion to refer to the legislative platform, what does that mean?
There's a Legislative Affairs Committee, and she's suggesting that the Legislative Affairs Committee take up the CAC language after engaging with them. Is that right, Director Ng?
And integrate it into the legislative platform that will be coming
Oh, that's
forward as it does every year.
Make it two.
That's a separate plank that you want to advocate for perhaps later.
Okay, so let's just take up the initial.
There was part of her motion, so either she needs to.
I will withdraw.
I was asking for clarification. If you're going to send it to them anyway, or you're going to consider it later, perhaps it doesn't need to be part of this motion.
Yeah, withdraw. I'll withdraw. I move that we adopt the budget. I can't even remember the fiscal platform.
Okay, second, is there discussion, colleagues? Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we vote?
Yes.
I think Mr. Hutchins. Okay.
All I wanted to point out was this is not what the CAC asked of us when they sent us their email with their amendment, and it's definitely not what they asked of me. So I tried to push as hard as I could. I was told somebody else would second what I was bringing up, but I just want to be really clear that the CAC had voted on this and they were explicit, and this is not what they were asking.
Wait, so I want to ask Director Hutchins, because I thought that we were on the same line, that's what you were suggesting, that this would be integrated into the legislative platform.
But so let me be clear. The CAC sent this to all of us, and the ask was that this is an amendment that was included in the legislative priorities. I was willing to have a conversation about, because I understand that language might have needed to be changed because it wasn't quite written in the same format as our legislative priorities. But this whole conversation of changing the language and not allowing the community to speak, I think it's just sending a message. And I know as the liaison to the CAC, I tried to do what they asked me to do, and I really didn't get much support here from the board. And again, we haven't even let the public with the hands up speak on this item. And our community worked on this to put this together. It was a vote from the CAC to bring this forward. And so I just want to make it clear that I tried to do it, and there wasn't a lot of willingness from the board to carry through on what the CAC asked.
I guess I'm not quite understanding, because I thought that I was actually doing what, if the CAC wanted this to be part of the legislative priorities, that is the intent that we're still maintaining. This is not the legislative priorities. We're voting on the fiscal advocacy piece.
So, if we can have a guarantee or a date certain for bringing this back, that helps a little bit. But you know, I just want to point out that it's not a good feeling as the liaison to this committee when the first thing they asked me to do was put forward what they had voted on, And there's just not a lot of support here on the board. And again, it's really frustrating to look at hands raised wanting to comment. And I know that these comments are about this issue directly. And again, we as a board are deciding not to consult with the community.
I was hearing something different because what I was hearing from
Let public
board members
comment.
was that
And not
there
to
was support for the CAC recommendations. It's just the platform, whether or not it's on the legislative priorities or part of the fiscal priorities. And I understand it's not great to wordsmith at 11:26 at night in person. So it doesn't leave us. I actually heard a lot of support for the CAC. There was one line that needed a little clarification on one word, but aside from that, I heard overwhelming support from board members.
So colleagues, it's 11:30 at night. I want us to move forward. My suggestion is that we vote on Director Ng's motion and that we commit as a board that we're going to hear the full legislative platform, including the CAC's amendments in March.
Second.
Okay, so first we have a motion on the floor. So Mr. Rakestraw, can we vote on Director Ng's motion? And then we can also vote on when to bring back the CAC recommendations.
Okay, on the motion, on the pending motion to approve the financial aspects of the platform before you. All right, Director Ng.
Yes.
Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Okay. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Abstain.
Director Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Sorry. Motion.
Okay, and then colleagues, I move that we bring back the CAC recommendations at either the first or second meeting in March for consideration as part of a broader legislative platform. Can I get a second?
I second.
Director Thompson seconds. Is there discussion?
Can point of clarification. So does that mean that a standalone CAC legislative priorities or an intent by the board to incorporate the CIC priorities into larger priorities?
It's an intent by the board to include them with a full legislative platform that we would then send to our delegation in Sacramento. Okay, is there other discussion?
Does it preclude coming earlier? Usually we try to do it earlier than that so we can better inform the bill.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to make sure we have enough time to put together the legislative platform, but if it can come early, so let's just say February or March.
Okay.
Okay, discussion. Okay, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
On the motion as stated, Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Okay, item V1, adoption of the second general consent report. This is the items that are from Measure BJY. I will move adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll call?
Yes, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Ng. Okay, Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
We will move on to item W, introduction of new legislative matters. Director Williams, please tell us about your item.
Yes, reparations for Black students. It's just a familiar theme that we've been talking about today. It is really an opportunity for us to have some deeper discussions and how we support our students. You know, being that this is just being newly elected, I think the previous 12 years, I really don't have much to speak about, except that as I've come to see the schools, especially in D3, we have failed our responsibility to our Black students. We have a segregated school district, and OUSD has a responsibility to protect Black students from systematic racism. You know, so we need to actually act on this as a community, support the families. You know, we need a solution that matches the scale of the problem. OUSD, you know, can create some solutions that center on like our kids Black thriving, that center on giving students a sense of feeling of belonging, giving them an identity affirmed. That has not happened in quite a while in our most marginalized, and no, it hasn't happened ever in our most marginalized and vulnerable communities. So we really have to stop looking around, looking at the sky, looking at our feet, looking to the left and right, and really have some deep conversations. So this is opportunity for us to really stand up and say, if you feel in social justice, if you feeling that there needs to be some sense of support here, then we're going to have to rise to the occasion. You know, we really have to do better as a people. And we can't just keep looking to Biden and Harris to fix our problems. Like, we're really going to have to take it up ourselves. And we can't use excuses like our budget is too big or we don't have enough money. It's really about prioritizing. It's really about prioritizing. And the thing about it is, there wouldn't be no democracy if Black folks didn't fight for democracy. For all the immigrant families that come here today, somebody fought for them to make this happen. And bloodshed in every single war. The call up to civil rights legislation, you know, the amendments, the 14th, 15th Amendment. Like, we have been fighting to have some equal say, some sense of respect, especially in a city as like Oakland and a school district like Oakland. We're really gonna have to ask ourselves some serious questions. And that's what this is. I'm sorry, I'm trying to come down from the shock, because relationships are built on trust. Your relationship with your loved one is built on trust. Your friends is built on trust. Board members is built on trust. And we're gonna have to really figure out if we in this together, or are we just really like just faking it and we're just like here to serve all needs. I'm introducing this resolution for us to have that conversation. And really, if you feel uncomfortable about it, then you're gonna have to build some trust and put it out on the table. You're gonna have to say, this is what I feel uncomfortable about, Van. Let's see what we can do about it, right? So this is the beginning. And you can't be afraid what affluent parents say. You can't be afraid of what healed parents say. You're gonna have to figure out how to do the right thing. We have to do the right thing, because we have folks who are not being educated. Our teachers are not being supported. Our students don't feel welcome. And it's not your child, but there's so many other children and so many other families that don't know what to do. We have to move forward and really take this seriously and engage the conversation. I'm willing and ready to have this dialogue. I'm so sorry. Let me calm it down and just get to the place. Like, this is a major piece of this is a major resolution that really will be a first step into really having conversations. And there are folks who will be like, what about me too, and me too, and me too, and me too? Let's look at the results and see what is happening, where the schools have been closed, so let's look at the results. We can look at the facts and see who's got it the worst, who's had it the worst. And so, folks, we really have to be real about this conversation. Thank you very much.
So this is a new legislative matter. We're not going to have a board discussion about it. That'll come up when we bring it back. I've asked Mr. Director Williams to cost out some of these proposals and engage with staff. That process hasn't happened yet to figure out what would these funds be used for? What would the programs, how would other programs that we've already invested in be impacted, and so forth. And so we have agreed that this would come back the first meeting in March, and hopefully with some of that information so that we can better understand what are the trade-offs going to be. So with that, we will move on. I believe that's our only new legislative matter.
But both myself and Director Thompson were listed as co-authors on this resolution. So I would appreciate a chance to speak for a minute and would actually want to hear if
we don't have discussion on new legislative matters, Director Hutchinson.
But we're co-authors. So I thought we'd have an opportunity with our names listed on the resolution to also be able to introduce it.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do 1 minute each. Mr. Seychow.
So Director Thompson, did you want to say something on this issue?
The only thing, yes, the only thing I wanted to say is that I felt that it's necessary that we involve the discussion from Ms. Grant Dawson, from Ms. Gard, and also, I don't see Dr. Aguilera, because I wanted to see how it would fiscally impact our district. And that's all I want to say.
And I just want to say, as a lifelong resident of Oakland, California, whose parents met working at a freedom school in Mississippi, whose great-great-great-grandfather was born in slavery and fought for his freedom in the Civil War, this is something that is long overdue. And I just want to point out, I'm a little disappointed with Board President Gonzalez saying this will be brought in March, when the explicit request that I've heard over and over was for this to be decided during February for Black History Month. So it's very disappointing to hear that already President Gonzalez is putting this past the time that we were really hoping to get this done, to have this significant impact in conjunction with Black History Month. And so hopefully, with some community pressure, we can light a fire under the board and see that now is the time to get this done. And we're not going to settle for having this put off anymore. And again, since this wasn't a part of the other items that were addressed for public comment, it would be nice if we could have public comment around some of these things, because that's why everyone stayed on this call to almost midnight. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take item X, regular board member reports, and then we'll take, if there's anybody who wants to speak about agenda building and work plan, and then we'll take public comments on all of these last several items. Are there any board member reports?
Yes, I would like to, President Gonzalez, if I could just share some things that we did at the Measure G meeting. It took place on the 19th, and we had the opportunity to have an extensive discussion or a presentation from Ms. Grant Dawson on an update of the audit report. In addition to that, we had a discussion of, and we also reviewed the Measure G annual report. And with all of that said, we decided to, well, it was decided in the group that there should be a targeted discussion on how the funds are dispersed in the district. The Measure G funds are dispersed. And so Mr. Phil Rydeen, he was there to actually give a presentation and let us know that we do have in our district, we have a music program at the elementary level, and also we have a fine arts program at the elementary level. With that said, we have students who are participating in a jazz camp, and then we're also layering on professional development for the teachers so that they can actually participate in, or that they would know what's going on in the fine arts department with the Measure G funds. In addition to that, there was some discussion about partnerships that have been established, but the one thing that we all sort of questioned was the fact that we had 25 people submit applications for their participation in the school's music or fine arts program, but then we did not allocate money for all 25. There were only 15 that were allocated. and 10 were not. So that's the update. But one thing for sure, we were actually following how the money was supposed to be dispersed.
Thank you, Director Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other board member reports?
Yeah, I'll
Go ahead, Vice President.
I had the privilege to attend the Measure N Commission that I'm the board liaison to, and was just really impressed by the work that they're doing there and the depth to which they look at different high school proposals and projects relating to career pathways. And just want to appreciate Chairperson Kakushiba and other members of the commission that are stepping down after a long period of service on that commission. There was also a presentation from Assistant Superintendent Mateen about the different grading options that they're looking at, and they're moving towards standard-based grading or just investigating, piloting standard-based grading. And there's some high schools we heard from Principal Pamela Moy from Oakland High about a pathway that's piloting standard-based grading and eliminating the D grade because Ds, are not valid for A to G purposes. And so that's a way to really, they're actually seeing a lot of success with that, and they're sharing that success within the school and trying to spread that model to other pathways if possible.
Great. Are there other board member reports? Go ahead, Director Yee.
Okay, and I apologize I wasn't able to speak earlier, but my computer. Anyways, the first thing is this week I attended the Foster Youth Advisory Committee, and that has been a real blessing to see the hard work, not only of Jennifer Tam in the Foster Youth Office, but Cynthia Molina, who's our community specialist. And not only do they know everything there is to know about foster youth and foster youth services, but they were able to encourage us about prospects about moving forward as a whole community. One of the groups that they highlighted that I wanted to lift up is the Greater New Beginnings, which is it's called a temporary, I don't exactly know, it's not called a temporary transitional housing, but in fact it is the units that provide housing for foster youth, especially adolescent foster youth. And they just really, Jennifer really lifted up the validity and the importance and the quality of their work. The second one is, speaking in the same light, is this Friday, our own Hattie Tate and I believe Curtis Ricky are going to be presenting at the Lifting the Bar conference on Friday. It's about our court adjudicated youth and an interesting pilot that builds on relationships, Director Williams, the relationship between the staff and the students who are some of the most jaded students, as you know. And there's some promising practice that's coming out of that. And it's being, there's a pretty big proposal about a regional effort to really address the challenges on both the adult side and the youth side. So both of those are really exciting. And that's it.
Thanks, Director Yee. It is 11:45. We need to vote to extend the meeting. I know we have several people waiting to speak, so I will vote to extend the meeting to 12. I will move to extend the meeting till 12:15. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll?
Yes, Madam President, I will. Who seconded it?
Director Yee.
On the motion to extend, did you say it's 12 p.m.?
12:15.
Yeah, 12:15 a.m. All right. Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay, Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes. Are there other board member reports? Okay. We'll move on to item Y, which is, are there any comments on the board's work plan or agenda building for future meetings?
Yeah, I'd love us to build into the agenda more public comment. It's really offensive to see these hands waiting, and my texts are blowing up because people want to be able to comment on all of these items we've talked about over the last 3 hours. So we need to have more of that in the agenda, please.
Okay, are there any other comments for agenda Y, for item Y? All right, let's move on to item Z, which is public comments on items V through X. And we will do 1 minute each. Please raise your hand at this time if you would like to make a public comment. Ms. Floyd, please call the speakers.
Our first speaker is Asa.
The rally cry is no justice, no peace. President Gonzalez, I love what you've done. I watched you when you brought this measure up to shut us down, and it's working like a charm. You make sure we don't get a chance to speak. You are so cool. And I see people have gotten their feathers ruffled, but you know, this is deep state stuff. You get this really deep state. What you guys are doing here is really very, very ugly. I'm not surprised with what you're doing here, President Gonzalez, because when you proposed to prevent us from talking last year, you knew exactly what you were doing, and you're executing this seamlessly. 60 seconds on all of this legislation. You know what? This is really evil. This is really ugly. This is ugly and evil. You have orchestrated keeping us from talking on the board, and you don't even let my 0-0 come up until you jump in there and say something with the viciousness. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Brown. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Maria Dominguez.
Good evening, directors. My name is Maria Dominguez. I am an alumna of the Oakland Unified School District K through 12. I'm also a proud attorney, and I'm very disappointed at tonight's process, especially as somebody who actively mentors young people to learn about the Brown Act, to learn about what the laws and policies are, to walk people through what open government really means. So we're models for everyone watching, no matter what age, no matter where they come from. And I hope that, especially in anticipation of Black History Month, and if we really do mean that Black Lives Matter and that reparations matter, that this is an opportunity for us to practice that by making sure that Black voices and the voices of Oakland students get heard. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Dominguez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, OUSD community. David Castillo, OUSD parent. I think going back quickly, the conversation around Prop 39, I would hope that the board could do a better job or the district could do a better job of preparing new incoming board members to the legalities of Prop 39. Seems like there's some confusion. Secondly, I would hope that there would be more conversation tonight regarding the reopening of schools, which we didn't necessarily hear. Hopefully we can hear more about that going forward. And then the last piece is just around the agenda and how the agenda was scattered. I'm a big believer in the Brown Act. It feels like tonight was a big mess around like public comment and our ability to speak. Actually, quite frankly, it felt like a charter school board meeting to me. So I'm going to ask you to do better going forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, Mr. Williams. I want to quote the great Black orator, Kendrick Lamar. We're going to be all right. Thank you so much for letting me know that you are here for all children, but you are here for Black children as well. And I am so uplifted by you and Mr. like Hutchinson, I'm really full of the appreciation for you standing up for our children. And we're going to be all right. And you just keep going forward with the integrity and the decency and the ethical behavior that you have displayed. And it's going to work for our children. And Mr. Thompson, you can't put charter schools before Black children, please. Please. And when you talk about Black children, and the only response I heard was ethnic studies, we got a long way to go, Mr. Williams, but we're going to get there. It's God's plan, nobody else that gets the final say. Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Pacolia Manigo.
I'm trying to gather my thoughts because I feel like I just got slapped in the face in the most rudest way by this board. How dare you disregard Black parents and Black students called to have a discussion by you on a resolution we have spent time to craft. That is just shameful. And it is yet another slap in the face. This is why parents have demanded this resolution. This is why students have demanded this resolution. And it would cost you nothing to do a first reading in February. Absolutely nothing. But you're shameful. You're shameful because you don't want to hear the harm that you cause. You don't want to hear the consistent racism that we deal with. And you took a step. You took a step tonight to prove it. How dare you? But we will meet this challenge. We will meet this challenge because you will do right by Black kids. That will be the case for 2021. I do not understand why you won't do a first reading in February. That is the most easiest step you can take as a board. The easiest step you can take as a board. So step up and hear the harm that you cause and do something about it. Don't give us a plan and don't give us engagement and don't give us promises. Step up. Step up now, because my child and my children and all the children of Oakland deserve it. Our parents and our community members are dying because of COVID, because your city leaders have not took the right action. Your county leaders have not took the right action. You can take the right action and have a first reading in February. So correct it and do right by Black Oakland. Correct it now.
Thank you, Ms. Manigo. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ishmael Almendares. You need to unmute yourself, Ishmael.
Sorry about that. I pushed the wrong button again. Hi, this is Ishmael Armendariz, the first vice president of OEA. I was going to comment on the special education legislative items, but I'll save that for later. The one thing I do want to say, particularly to Director Gonzalez and Director Amy Ng, is that when we were discussing the blueprint, the BPO 06, that came for a read, and it took months and months and months to get it through with revisions. So I don't see why bringing it, the Black reparations for a read in February is an issue. Again, I go back to folks who have been watching meetings and looking at this process for a long time. Having a first reading doesn't mean we're going to vote on it then. And we have had multiple legislation items come up that have taken months and months and months of work through that weren't prevented from us doing that work. So I don't see an issue by bringing this up in February to start that conversation and to start working through that process, because we have done that on many, many items. And I would hope that we do this and look to that process now.
Our next speaker is Carol Dilton.
Good evening, everyone. And of course, I have to say I'm disappointed that you didn't incorporate the CAC proposal as written in the legislative fiscal priorities. Every single piece of that CAC proposal has a fiscal nexus. What was instructive, though, it was very good to hear the discussion and remind myself, I guess, that special education world, whether you're a parent or a teacher, is a somewhat different part of the world of education. And I'll be in touch with some of you about some of those different pieces. I am hoping that we can move it forward more quickly. And I'm also hoping that as you meet with your legislative representatives, that you'll keep in mind the points that the CAC have raised. We deliberately wrote it to be based on your past legislation and not controversial. And we hope that you will incorporate that. And it's one of the first times I've actually heard special education, though, being discussed fully at a board meeting. I miss that. You know, it's so, as part of that community, I feel excluded from many of the conversations, be they enrollment or some of the other budgeting discussions. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Alvarado.
Hi, can you hear me? Hey, so I'm Mayra Alvarado, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Manzanita Seed, and I just wanted to talk in support of the Black reparations. And I think, like Ms. Pecolia, like I am very frustrated that this is being pushed out. Our Black students have been pushed out from this district far before March, right? And so we're just delaying the resources that our students really need. And I mean, I'm just talking off the cuff right now, so I'm sorry if I don't really make a lot of sense, but I have seen the impact right now at Seed of having a strong Black principal, and we need more of that. We need more Black leaders. We need more Black students in our schools. We don't need to be thinking about, oh, like, well, what is the financial impact of da-da-da-da? No, like, if we care about Black students, let's put our money where our mouth is and fund this and start this resolution and have it start now, not in March. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Pettingill.
Thank you very much. Eric Pettingill, I'm a Oakland resident, parent, and Montera Middle School teacher here in OUSD. I'm still a little worked up too, so I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible too, to address the many things that I think like Director Hutchinson pointed out, I was not given the time to speak to. So let me go as fast as I can. Number one, V42, the co-locations process is an assault on our schools, and there's many of the intersectionalities that people have already talked about between the goals of the Black reparations movement and the disproportionate designation into SPED, and also the disproportionate number of SPED throughout the district. I work at Montera. It's misperceived as a hill school because it is in the hills, but we get kids literally from just about every part of Oakland. And we also have one of the most expansive SPED programs in the district. And so this idea of there being 14 schools on our site is absolutely absurd. And so I do want to speak to the idea of the co-location and the formula needs to be addressed. Wow, I'm going to run out of time. Measure J, please pursue getting out of 1000 Broadway as soon as possible. Accelerate the plan. All respect to Deputy Chief Nakatagawa, but I still don't buy some of what seems to be holes in the facilities plan as far as some of these long-term goals. You're using Measure J money to pay for things in a facility that is not a school facility. 1000 Broadway is not a school property. It is something you're leasing. You already last year, some of the previous board members who are still here approved the $500,000, I think, capped fees to upgrade things at 1000 Broadway. Again, not a school property. The CAC, yes, I can't believe that we all sat here and watched you all dilly-dally about what could have just been an open read of some document you apparently already all had. The fight for SPED is the continuing civil rights fight in education that we all are apparently still being engaged in or being blocked from, in particular by some of the moves by President Gonzalez. Last but not least, I'm extremely disappointed in several of the leaders here, including how the most articulate I heard from our superintendent tonight was clearly not even her own words. It seriously seemed to be a prepared statement in defense of item V43 and the continuing engagement with the Ed Fund, when I agree, could do better on our own. And I think there's certainly ways we could get those dollars again if there are some that you believe are locked up into some of those programs. I'm disappointed in Amy Eng chiming in, Director Eng chiming in and following after that, giving us the model of we have to continue to do public-private partnerships, and that is the way that we have to go. That's like telling teachers, yeah, you have to use GoFundMe and Donors Choose to get materials that the district and the school should be providing for us. It's the same game. I think Salesforce and all these other companies would be happy to give Oakland money without having to go through the Ed Fund.
Mr. Penny, you're way over your time.
Okay, then let me end on a positive note. And I will end on a very positive note. And I will say that I really hope that all of the feelings you all had to this evening when we all started earlier tonight, and we talked about those people who've been working 40 years in this district. Valerie Taylor, who was mentioned, I work with her at Montera. Yes, she is not retiring. Yes, she is a valued member of the Montera community and a valued paraeducator, longtime member of Oakland education community. And I just want to say that I do want all those members tonight who were feeling that glow earlier to touch that again and to remind ourselves of what you're going to do to keep teachers in Oakland for 40 years. And I also want to give a final shout out to Director Ramos, who I saw become a leader at Montera. And I'm just really grateful to see Director Ramos representing tonight, along with some of these fight for the Black Lives Matter movement, reparations for Black students, the special ed fight, and the continuing fight to stop the school closure movement, and the continued push for the blueprint for schools.
Thank you, Mr. Pettengill. Last speaker, Ms. Floyd.
Kim Davis.
Good evening. I really quickly, I agree with all the comments about the Brown Act. This setup is not working. I think it's creating unnecessary anger and frustration. And I also think that, the members of the community actually provide valuable insight at various times, and so I think it is really helpful to have the discussion, have community input, so that you're actually listening and responding. All of these things that were so controversial tonight are all wrapped up in one another. Prop 39 almost always impacts schools with declining enrollment, which are almost always schools with large proportions of Black students. And that is not an accident. That is a lack of investment. The lack of any sense of urgency to take action on the items that Director Williams and Director Hutchinson and Director Thompson are bringing forward for your consideration in the time that we're in and in the crisis that we're in it's just stunning to me that, if there is no sense of urgency and no understanding of the passion that's behind all of this. As to the Prop 39, and I will finish here, there are two things I want to say. One is thank you, Director Williams, for recognizing the process is a problem. Yes, I understand very well the law around Prop 39, and there are some things to which we're stuck in a box of Prop 39 that needs to be changed. That much is true, but I have been advocating for several years now that we change the way that we determine the number of classrooms that are available, the engagement that we allow to communities before those offers are made, so that you do not end up with a situation like we had at Howard several years ago, where students were literally moved from a classroom to a closet. That is not acceptable. And those kinds of things happen because we are not accounting for all of the non-classroom uses of our schools. We're only looking at the very base level of services that we're offering to our students, not recognizing that the schools with the most space often have kids with the most challenges that need extra spaces in which to thrive. And the last thing I want to say is to me, this was news tonight that Mr. Daniels broke, that we are not going to be back in school full-time next year. I don't think anybody has said that before. If we're not capable of figuring out a way to safely get our children in under the COVID capacity planner that OUSD has already made, and we're not going to use that to make sure that our children in OUSD as well as charter children are able to get back into schools safely, then, you know, it's clear to me that we will not be back at school next year. And I think you all need to say that, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Davis. With that, we are at the end of our agenda. We will adjourn for the night. Oh, go ahead, Director Ng.
Well, I just wanted to respond to some of the comments. I guess I should have said this during the agenda part, but I wonder about just out of responsiveness and also out of the resolution that we passed earlier tonight. I wonder about the idea of at least considering a first read on the Black reparations in February, knowing that is going to take more analysis and more time for staff to look into it. But I wonder if we could at least start the conversation sometime in February, and knowing that it will likely be a longer conversation. I know you probably need to check in with other staff, but I would appeal to you to at least consider.
Yeah, I'll follow up with Director Williams and see what we could do, even though we're not going to have the information that we need, because we need to understand the impact on other programs. But yeah, I'll follow up with Director Williams and see what we can do.
Thank you, President.
With that, go ahead, Director Williams.
Yes, just want to say to the board, apologize for having a temper tantrum. you know that's, yeah, it's just a young Black kid in me. I think as just moving forward, I really would just ask for a sense of fair conversation in regards to the moves that are being made, the processes. I appreciate you, President Gonzalez, for really providing board orientations to kind of get us up to speed on some of the stuff. That particular move that happened earlier was not in those conversations, right? And so that was just really a surprise, a shock to my system, because I've really tried to build relationships with each and everybody on a sense of like, it takes trust to really move ideas and policies and work together. And so, I just was like, wait, that's something no one's talked to me about that one just yet, that these type of moves are part of how our district moves. So I have to be more aware. And even if you see it written up in a legislative calendar 4 days before it happens, it doesn't give you enough time if you're working full time. If I'm working full time, it doesn't give me enough time to make calls and really organize around certain issues. So I think that we should have a basic respect for one another and say, okay, there's some things that are going on in your district. We need to have these conversations. And, this is what the law is. And now it's up to you to figure out what you want to do with it, right? I think that's something about relationships matter if we want to really move ideas and really move our district into a sense of, social justice. Is that what, that's what I came on this board pitching that idea. And so we have to look at it in each one of us and say, what does that mean to us? And how do we create relationships around that? There's a song called Smiling Faces. We all walk around and we smile at each other, but you can't believe that folks don't really care about the deal. So
yeah, so Director Williams, I'll follow up with Ms. Talkington and Mr. Daniels, and so that we could figure out how to have some conversation about process next month when we talk about Prop 39. It won't help for this year, but it will help for next year.
It's a start. We'll work that out. Thank you very much. We'll work it out.
All right, go ahead, Director Ramos, I see you.
Just real quick, I think at the end of the day, I kind of see all of you as a family, because at the end of the day, you're all in a community and we're all trying to have this, social justice. But I just want to tell Director Williams, don't ever apologize for your rage, because I hate the fact that I'm not trying to get all like, this is just the Oakland coming out of me. Like, I hate the fact that the rage is always known as white man privilege. And the fact that you're apologizing, don't ever do that. Because, you have emotions. And the fact that we're just hiding all these emotions, is outrageous. But you know, don't ever apologize for your emotions. This is just I don't want to say it, but this is just shit. That, you know, the fact that we're going through all of this, and it's a whole crisis that we're going through, a whole pandemic, and we don't have to apologize for emotions. This is how it is. And you know, the fact that I just didn't want to hear you apologize for your emotions. This is how it should just be, and like our emotions are just out there to be.
I got you. You know, I just try to create a professional space, but I really hear what you're saying, and I'm gonna take that in for sure. So I appreciate. Good looking out, Ms. Ramos. I appreciate you.
All right, with that, we are going to adjourn. Good night, everybody.